The trials and trepidations of 2025 have led to this very moment. It is the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships live from the mesmerizing northern part of Italy, from Milan to Lake Garda to all the way to the fabulous circuit of the Franciacorta Karting Track. This weekend, it plays host to the best in the business. Here, built in 2021, the event record set in time qualifying earlier this weekend by David Trefelov of a 44.847. No one yet has gone faster than that this weekend, but could that change later on in the weekend? Let's take a closer look at the circuit, though. A fabulous circuit indeed. 1,300 meters. It's 160 down the start-finish straight, 180 down the back straight in towards the hairpin. It's around 7.5 to 11 meters wide in some places. It has got an elevation of 5 meters. It is an undulating circuit here, with the highest part of the circuit being up at around turns 10 to lowest part into sector number 3 and down that long back straight. And that brings me on to those turns as well. A fabulous layout, 14 of them in total, 9 to the right, 5 to the left, and 2 hairpins out there, where each and every one of those corners provides its own unique challenges, but many of them provide unique overtaking opportunities. We see it in towards turns 2 and 3, turns 5, 11, 9, and of course turns number 13 as well. Basically, it is a bit of a challenge for the drivers to get past, but if they can carry that speed through turn number 1, trust me, they can get that overtake done, and they'll be reaching around about 140 kilometers an hour into that braking zone. They'll average around 105 around the entirety of the lap. It is a pretty immense circuit for our drivers to be racing on this weekend, as once again the sun is shining even in the commentary box here. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland here, ready to take you through what is going to be an immense weekend of racing. Nicole, we saw some racing yesterday. Quite up and down results for many drivers, but today, brand new day, and it's a busy day as well.
Absolutely is. We've got so many heats to come up for these drivers, and of course, premier classes in international karting. Our KZs, KZ2s, and our Masters, of course, which are those weekend warriors who are best of the best. But we're going to go in this time to start off our day with our KZ2s. So they're qualifying heats A versus F, which will be up first. With KZ2 heats yesterday, of course, which got incredibly busy for all of our drivers, incredibly busy for the CPB Sport team as well, who took 3 poles in the KZ2 qualifying as we headed through that rotation. Incredibly quick so far. Incredibly quick is Maxim Orlov, that driver on your screen, who we caught up with yesterday. Maxim Orlov, within your qualifying session, 2.5 tenths faster than anybody out there on the track. That is impressive.
Yeah, amazing job from our team, from me as well. Yeah, 2 tenths to the second, yeah, I think. Actually, yeah, we prepared well and won the qualifying.
And going through these heats, you must have sky-high confidence. You know, this year you've been unstoppable. This weekend, pace-wise, you're looking maybe unstoppable. How does that feel? How does that mindset feel?
Anyway, I feel the pressure from my opponents. So anyway, we keep pushing, trying to show our best, and yeah, let's see how it will be.
And speaking of opponents, some of your biggest rivals are teammates. How do you manage that throughout these heats? You've got quick drivers that are also parts of the Sodi camp, so how's that going to play out?
Actually, at the moment, I don't know, but anyway, we're all in a good relationship, so yeah, I think it will be fine.
Well, like we said, Maxim, polling group by quite some way.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Maxim Orlov. And like we say, absolutely incredible time set in qualifying. That 44.8, really, really competitive time. But of course, the KZ's just that fractionally faster. Another driver who had a fabulous qualifying is that man there, Artelayuk of France, and yesterday, pretty solid day as well from the front row. P4 for him, so did go backwards just that little bit, but today is a brand new day as engines fire up and drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup then for what is the first race of the day, but certainly not of the weekend. It's Maxim Orlov and Artelayuk on the front row of the grid for this one. Orlov with a fabulous race win yesterday, looking to replicate that one in this one today. Jaden Teen took an impressive P2 yesterday in his group. He'll be starting alongside Robert Kinderwarter of Germany. Alongside him, Michael Adair and Simon Reckenmacher will go from row number 3. They will have the likes of Samuel Luye and Georgi Vakovsky on row number 4. Row 5 sees Dominic Simek and Len Nish, both of them having good results that sees them inside the top 10. Enzo Bull and Nicola Rossini round out row number 6. They'll have Menihut Krusner and Jensen Graham on row 7. Row 8 sees Erik Vest and Rasmus Andersen from Denmark. Row 9 and the first half of the field will see Enrico Martinez and Mark Brovko.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 10, we have Adrian Martins alongside Pavo Tonteri. Going from 11, it's Kypris Yurs alongside Ricardo Rigodanza. And then from 12, Enzo Faeta alongside Emil Zachmans. 13, Cedric Mork with Luigi Di Lorenzo. And from 14, Ruven Vilk with Jeremy Patain. 15, looks like Giovanni Tosso with Bailey Sedilak. From row number 16, it's Samuele Marchetti with Artem Troitsky. 17, Michael Zampieri with Yanni Andrusani. And from row number 18, for your first qualifying heat of today's rotation, it's Walter Wong.
Indeed. Well, the field here primed and ready to go. 35 drivers here ready to go racing. And there is a live view of race control. FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester, who did just send me a text saying my makeup is on point. I will stress I am not wearing makeup. The field, though, about to go ready for racing. They are lined up on the grid, ready to go in the front. They're going to have to wait quite a substantial amount. The back of the grid here, Nicole, is still at turn number 11 and 12, so they've got a long way to go before they're going out. And I can see Maxim Orlov is looking over his shoulder now to just think, where is everyone? And, well, Maxim, you're going to be waiting there quite some time, which means the drivers at the back will have fresh, warm tyres. The drivers at the front here, those temperatures will be coming down quite considerably. He's looking over his shoulder again. He can still see there's cars coming around. He won't be too happy with this. Neither will anyone else in that top section who had lined up first things earlier on. But we still wait for the back of the grid to get squared away. There's the Formula K of Artem Troitsky. Artemi Troitsky just coming into play, but you've still got Zamperi, Andrusani and Wong, who's all waiting to get into position there at the back of the grid. We wait for that green flag to wave before we can start this race. We get that green flag now, as the first race of the day then in KZ2 is about to get underway. The lights procedure is started by Pasquale Lupoli, race director this weekend. It's lights out and we're racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for that second row of the grid. Keep an eye on the IPK of Kinderwarter, the Maranello, into the wall hard. At turn number 1, it's disaster for Georgi Vakovsky, who's in the wall there. But absolute disaster, and another one as well. That's Dominic Simek on the Sodi kart. He's out of the race as well. But right at the front, it's the other one of the Sodi karts, the CPB, Maxim Orlov, who leads the way at the start of this race.
Nothing less than what you would expect from Orlov after that dominant performance so far this weekend and so far throughout the 2025 season. This start then, it looks like Jaden Teen, that driver there, heading into the hairpin on a defensive posture, has been swamped at the start of this race. It almost looks like he's signalling to the Birrell behind to try and push up to this pack in front, which includes the likes of Arthur Leuk. Orlov then out in the front ahead of Kinderwarter, who has jumped the gun and got up to P2, ahead of Rakamaker, who equally so has had a great start in this one. Both of those drivers have got the jump over Leuk and Teen, who are there now. Running through your screen as Teen has pushed away slightly now from the hands of Michael Adair. He's pushed away from the Italian to try and catch up to this quad in front, which are also trying for the first time to catch up to Orlov. 3/10 splits up Orlov and Kinderwarter, so Maxim has not pushed away in the way we would normally see him, as somebody is now parked out there. That's one of the parallels that has tumbled down the order.
It's a Modena, which is the parallel cut. Yes, you're right. Luigi Di Lorenzo off the track there, unfortunately. So the Modena driver not going any further here. Question, though, for you, Nicole, on this one. Maximolov at the front as seemingly, is he arguing with his kart on that one there? I'm not too sure, but that's Samuele Michetti there, or Michetti, I should say, who's unfortunately also out of the race. Yeah, question, what do the drivers behind do? Orlov's at the front. He's got a 3/10 lead right now. We saw his dominant performance yesterday. They don't want him to break away, but is there anything they can do knowing that he's already in the lead of this one?
Well, if you're looking at his performance from yesterday with that heat win and with that 2.5 tenths that he had over anybody through qualifying, I think you're going to want to catch up to him and try and shuffle him, try and reverse him down the pack as much as you can. These drivers behind, Kindervater, Rapamaka, Leuk, Teen and Ida, almost you would think would work together, try and catch up to Orlov, who now goes fastest, and try and push him into the hands of the other drivers, try and reverse him down that pack if they're going to have any chance this weekend, because the dominant form of your European champion for 2025, you know, they really need to try and pull something out the hat in this one. Orlov now gives himself just over 4.5 tenths. He's in that mid-pack section. He continues to get busy. We've got moves going on between Maniher Krozer, Jensen Graham up now just outside of the top 10. Adrian Martins also pushing his way forward with a 7th place game.
Yeah, indeed, and they're all pushing forward as much as they can here. This is Jaden Teen all over the rear bumper of Arthur Leuk. Leuk's going to go defensive. Teen might be able to get the up and under here, can't quite do it. Now that's going to bring in Enzo Boll into play and Michael Adair. They are closing in behind, so is Samuel Luye and Meniak Krosner. Len Neich was there moments ago, fighting away in this top group. He's now dropped back in that order just a bit, as yeah, that gap now extends to 0.6 of a second up at the front. We'll focus in on this battle here that's heading down in towards turn number 13 now, the hairpin, and again, defensive posture there for Arthur Leuk here, who's not able to push forward to Simon Reckenmacher up ahead. He is all about defence right now, and Jaden Teen, I can imagine, will start to be getting frustrated, especially after the P2 result yesterday.
Ooh.
He does not want to be sitting here down around P5 as he kicks up the dust on the exit. He is pushing that CPB Sodi kart right to the ragged edge.
Yeah, I would say that Teen, your European P4 for 2025 in his debut KZ2 season, is looking a bit frustrated there, chasing round Leuk. Just looked like he was overdriving slightly, dropped a wheel, and that's why you saw that dust be kicked up onto the air. He would have, of course, gone into the next sequence of hairpins with slightly dirty tyres, but has picked things back up and is trying desperately on those brakes to try and stop the kart abruptly behind Leuk. Get the run. Can he do it now in towards turn number 2 and 3?
We've had
off the
drama.
road is one of the Tony karts. That's the 1-3-4.
Nicola Rossini
falling down the order. It's himself your 4th driver to get a DNF within this KZ2 qualifying heat. Is this the opportunity for Teen? Not just yet. Clips the curb and has to allow after that room. He's desperate there in P5 to try and get past. He's trying to hunt away, but it's just not existing with that defence that Leuk is deploying.
Yeah, indeed, Jaden Teen here does need to be careful at this point. Every attack or every attempt he makes on Arthur Leuk is going to bring in the likes of Michael Adair and Enzo Boll just behind, and of course if they sense a moment to get a move down the inside, they will go for it. You can see that different optimal line through turn 1 to carry that momentum, but again Leuk is putting this kart right in the middle of the track. Crucially, they're not falling back too much off the back of Simon Reckenmacher and Robert Kindervater. They are still just ahead as Orlov once again continues to do Maxim Orlov things and sets the fastest lap of the race now, 45.319, breaking away by 0.7 of a second, but still Team not able to find this move path. They also do need to be careful now, this group of 4, because obviously that next group of 4 just behind also will be wanting to close in, led by Sam Luye, Krosner's there as well, Len Neich and Jensen Graham at the back end of that group. Keep a close eye on their progression here as this closes in, but now it looks like Teen and Leuk have broken away slightly from Adair and Boll just behind. There is that battle of that second group just behind as well. They are closing in on this top fight, but again, still a long way to go as we're nearing the end of this race here, Nicole, but all these drivers really now just, I think, trying to wait for that last few moment to get that overtake in.
Absolutely, heading through lap 9 in this one then for these drivers, and actually Leuk has done a good job to hold on to that defence from Team. and actually not trip over himself or sacrifice too much momentum to let the Sodi past. Still, Tina sat there, hasn't been able to try anything, but shortly behind that duo that are fighting out for P4. More battles exist, this time into turns 2 and 3. So this is between Luye and Crozza, as now we lose another driver. That's Martins that's falling down the order. Is that mechanical in nature? Martins are not quite sure, but pulls off over onto the grass, is out, makes himself the 5th driver to DNF within this one. This battle is heating up very nicely. This is just shortly behind Luye of Crozza, Niche and Graham on the back of it as well. Graham then being one of the youngest drivers within this field, just sat there in that Charles Leclerc branded kart, going to pick off some places, goes in really late and hard on the brakes there, is helped by that pack just slowing each other up slightly. Down towards the first sector they go once more, carrying all that speed down towards turns 2 and 3. The minute between this quad then, is a gap going to exist at turn number 5? No, it doesn't. Luye sits there and slams the door closed.
Yep, certainly does, as this is getting to that tail end of this race right now. Any of these moves will be coming in quite ferociously, I can imagine here, but keep an eye on Crozza, on Luye, because this into the hairpin might be their chance of getting this one done. Last lap board will be coming out this time to the field as they cross the line. As there was a lunge there in the background, we were seeing one of the karts getting absolutely sent there. But the question is, was that Crozza on Luye? It was, and he got that move done up into 8th place now. This is your front runner, Orlov. Well, he's not broken away as far as he would have liked, I think, in previous races. Kinderbarter is still there in 7th, but has he just been backing off slightly throughout this race, preserving those tyres? There is Orlov going through 7/10 of a second clear from Kinderbarter in P2. Reckon marker from Leukteen still, who hasn't managed to get that move done on him into the hairpin or anywhere else. As the checker flag is brandished, it heads to Maxim Orlov across the line. That is first race of the day done, and that is 2nd win of the weekend for Max Orlov now, who joins the likes of Max Schleimer and Timo Jungling, who both of them have also taken 2 race wins, and all 3 of those drivers rocking the Sodi CPB Sport outfit name. Robert Kinderbarter and Simon Reckenmarker then lock out your top 3 ahead of Ataliuk and Jaden Teen. Michael Adair and Enzo Bull from Menihut Krosner, Samuel Luye and Len Neisch will round out the top 10 as the field make their way back to Parc Ferme. Nicole, for Maxim Orlov there, good, strong start to the day, continuing that trend. As the rest of the field struggle to keep up. Jensen Graham 11th from Enrico Martinez. Eric Vest from Ricardo Rigodanza, who had a great race there. That would have been helped out by the brand new set of tyres deployed on the left-hand side of his kart. 15th going to Pavo Dontieri.
Absolutely. Well, good stuff though for some of our drivers who DNF'd within that one. Adrian Martins, Dominic Simek, Georgi Vukovsky, Luigi Di Lorenzo and Samuele Marchetti being those drivers. They're going to have to put in some serious work as we head through the remainder of today. A grid like this with over 100 entries, every point is going to count for these drivers. Every point is going to need to be salvaged then by those 5 names. That concludes though your results for your first KZ2 qualifying heats of today. Not their first of the weekend, of course. They had those rotations yesterday in, like Anthony said, we saw Maxim Orlov already take a heats win. So Orlov now adding to his tally of dominant wins, adding to his tally of what's looking like potentially a spectacular World Championship weekend. There he is on your screen, settled, calm, knows that he's done a good job, but knows that there's plenty more to go into today's racing for him. He'll go back to that CPV Sport camp, regroup and see what else he can do to up that pace, up that competitive edge as well.
Indeed. Well, job done for the moment now for Maxim Orlov as the clean-up operation underway. The fabulous volunteers and marshals out there on the circuit assisting the drivers as and when they can. Let's have a look at the highlights on this one. Well, initially, great start there for Robert Kinderbarter on that Formula K. machine straight up into second place. But what happened to the Maranello straight off the track, unfortunately, for Georgi Vakovsky, and the same there for the likes of Dominik Simek, who went off the track there at turn number 1. And again, it's just that outside line through T1. It's very fast, it's very open, and of course with the morning weather that we've had, the cold temperatures overnight, the grass is a little bit wet. It didn't rain last night, but it does mean when you get the slick tyres on that grass, you're straight out, and understandably frustrations there for Georgi Vakovsky. Other retirements that happened in those early stages, the Modena machine of Luigi Di Lorenzo, Samuele Marchetti, Marchetti, I should say, Dominik Simek and Adrian Martins as well. All dramas throughout that race. While at the front, it was all calm and collected for the majority of that one. That was that later moment off the circuit. Nicola Rossini getting spat out. There was a investigation flag going out to the pilot of the 191 machine. And then, unfortunately, Rasmus Andersson, who I believe involved in that one. The moments happening thick and fast throughout the end of the race, with the drivers trying to push through as much as they could. But the checker flag would go out. Maxim Orlov, 2 out of 2 at the start of his weekend and the start of his World Cup fight here. World Championships in Franciacorta in 2025. Well, we'll see those boys out later on today. But we will turn our attention over to KZ2 qualifying heat E versus G now that we're heading out to the circuit. Now, the first groups here of A and F, they only did one race yesterday. Today, these drivers in these groups have already done 2 races, and crucially, there on your screen, missing from the grid, Matheus Morgado, the Brazilian, is not there. I believe he has missed the gate. The driver who took a win yesterday in the first race, inherited that win after an unfortunate jump start penalty to Noah Wolf. That promoted Morgado to that win. Then it was a DNF mechanical failure in the second race. Today, a miss of the gate for Matheus Morgado after putting it fastest in his group. Not seeing him on that front row of the grid is disastrous. Absolutely,
and for a driver that finished on the podium last year in this championship, it's not good stuff. There on your screen though, Marek Scriven has had some good results so far, hasn't dropped outside of the top 3, a P2 and a P3 yesterday. Of course, finished P5 in the European Championships in 2025, so could be in for a good one, as could be Yanis Savico there on your screen with the CL branded kart. Yanis yesterday had some good results, then did drop down to P11 in one of those races, as we saw it get incredibly busy between him and the likes of Matheus Morgado. He will be starting this one on that second row alongside Ali Goldstein, who's been also a big name as we've headed through this year. Goldstein, known well in international karting, maybe not so much for KZ racing, but has headed into 2025 and this weekend on good form. Like Scriven then, hasn't dropped outside of the top 5 just yet through the racing.
No, indeed. A P5 and a P4 yesterday in his racing. Certainly will be a contender to watch out for in this one. Now knowing there's going to be a little bit of a gap there at the front of the field. Of course, Scriven will be all on his own now on the front of that field. Other drivers, though, that you'll need to watch out for over the course of this one. Lewis Beck on the grid, the German driver. Will be starting this one on the third row of the grid in P5. Great results for him yesterday, 2 P4s. He would like to keep that momentum up, I'm sure, here today. But this is going to be a tough old race now, with everyone wanting to push forward as much as they can. The yellow light now flashing on the pre-grid here, indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds before we see this race underway. Other drivers who are going to need to really step it up on this one today, who had the tough day yesterday. Casper Schulmans from the Netherlands, a DNF at a 19th yesterday, but that was yesterday. Today, the brand new day as well, and not only that, but a lot of other drivers had DNFs yesterday as well, Nicole.
Absolutely. Antti Happalainen being one of those drivers who will be starting on the 11th row. Maurice Klein DNF'd as well. Christian Garaffi DNF'd. and Louis Castellini, who will be starting right at the back. Lots of drivers not managing to finish races yesterday, which is all influenced as well by how many KZ2s we have entered into this weekend. Over 100 in total. Huge, huge entry, who for this qualifying heat is supposed to be started on the front row by Mateusz Magato, who's missing, and Marek Scriven.
Indeed. Well, that second row of the grid after that sees Yanis Savico and Eli Goldstein from Lewis Beck and Levi Arlin. They'll be locking out the top 3 rows. William Lanzeni and Norton Andreasen go from row number 4. They'll have Casper Schormans and Theo Blanc on row number 5. Roberto Zoani and Tommy van der Strauss round out row number 6. They'll have Zoe Florescu and Matti Rittanen on row number 7. Boloet and Emmanuel Quinteri go from row number 8. Robin Clerum and Andrea Pirovano, they will lock out the top 18 positions as they start from row number 9.
Row number 10 looks like Alessandro Zolocco alongside Kevin Cancelli, and then from row number 11 we have Maurice Klein with Antti Happelen. From 12 we are supposed to have Andrea de Brigida, but I believe he is missing from the grid. He should be starting alongside Antonio Comidi. 13, Matteo Muzzucelli with Luca Bettoni, and from row number 14 it's Julian Bubb with Christian Kafuri. 15, Tobias Silin with Florian Esteve. Shortly behind, 16 houses Mark Gertzkorn with Alessandro Righieri. 17th row of your grid is Risho Nakazato and Kai Perner. Rounding out your 35-strong field, 18 rows in total, is Louis Castellini.
Well, sad to report, and big thank you to my commentary colleague Guillaume Alvarez, who is watching elsewhere. Morgato has unfortunately pulled out of the weekend. We will not see the Brazilian race anymore here at the World Cup for KZ2, which is a big shame. Hopefully all is okay with Matheus Morgato. We do wish him all the best, but you know, that is a big shame. The Brazilian who's starting this one on the front row of the grid. There is Deputy Race Director this weekend, Nigel Edwards. He is out there on the circuit. He's watching from a distance. He's joined by, of course, Gonzalo Planta, who's out there, Pasquale Luppi, the race director this weekend, who's on there, and of course the brand new officials who'll be training and testing their skills and knowledge over the course of this weekend as well. Right then, field lined up, ready to go. Of course, big story, Morgato missing from the front of that grid there, meaning that Max Scrivan will have a clear line of attack straight to the apex at turn number 1, unless, of course, Yanis Savico gets a lightning start now. He has effectively inherited a front row position, but let's see what will happen here as we get ready to go racing for the second race of the day. Which now sees Scrivan all alone on the front row of the grid. Savico and Goldstein on row number 2 as the back of the field is lined up ready. We see the green flag and we wait for Pasquale Luppi to start the lights procedure that is underway now. For the drivers here, it's all about what they can do. It's their third race of the weekend. It's lights out, we're racing. Brilliant start for Scrivan with that clear line on the inside. Immediately goes to the lead, no drama there whatsoever. Savico up into second place. Goldstein stays there in third. There's a bit of drama in the background there, but the rest of the field have got through. One of the Sodi cars there getting spat out wide, I think. Possibly could have been the likes of Andreasen, but he gets it squeezed in nicely now as they head up the hill. Savico, though, trying to close in already on Scrivan, who may have got into the lead, but is in a spot of bother there, very sideways as he went down the inside for Antonio Comidi, but he squares it away now as he tries to gain those early positions from starting all the way down in 24th place. Down the back straight they go, in towards the hairpin, but it is Marek Scrivan who has got the lead for the moment.
Well, Savico then bolts in a straight line to slot in behind your race leader of Scriven, absolutely helped by the fact that Morgato, who will now on your timing screens tumble down the order because he is not in this race, massively helped Savico with that start. Goldstein then looked a bit twisted on the braking previously in that defensive posture, but sits there comfortably now in P3 ahead of Speck, on Lynn and Schormans. Schormans needs a good one within this race. Had a DNF yesterday. We know he's got good potential going into this weekend. P6 in Europe overall for 2025 has walked into this weekend part of the Birilat Camp team instead of being part of Sodi. It looks like he's on strong form already. 2 places gained to be well inside of the top 10, which now you can see exiting the hairpin of turn number 14. train forming now for this race lead. Savico then less than 2 tenths behind Scriven. Scriven absolutely not pulling away within this race so far. P2, P3 so far this weekend. Can he get a race win in there? Now big moves attempted down the inside and drivers being lost now off the side of the circuit. That's one of the Tony karts tumbling down the order and is joined as well by somebody else.
That's Comedi. That's Comedi there, who's retired at turn number 1. The other drivers who have had dramas there, I think, is Alessandro Rigeri as well as Antti Haapalainen, who also had a moment. That was at the final corner there, out of turn number 14, and you can just see them there being sorted out at the left. Here we go, though. Savico and Goldstein fighting for P2 right now. They have not lost at Scrivan. Scrivan is still there. He's not managed to break away right now, but Goldstein looking for these moves on the inside, but has lost out a bit of time there from the drivers behind now. Speck, Arden, Blanc and Schormans all trying to get involved, but Goldstein setting up fastest lap of the race, certainly utilising that pace there. Antti Haapalainen, I thought he was involved in that incident. I think he was, and he restarted his kart. Unfortunately, that's after lap number 1. And yeah, I think he might have had a spot of bother there. There was that moment. Yeah, they've gone through, they've gone off. Then it's caused a second accident in the background that's unfortunately sent 2 karts straight off into the barriers. But I think it's Antti Haapalainen who has got it restarted, but after the first lap, which means it's an instant black flag, which means he's out of this race, which is a big shame there. Eyes back on these front runners here. No change at the front. Still Scrivan, Savico, Goldstein, Speck, Arden and Blanc in the top 6. They're absolutely fine right now, but it is Louis Castellini, the fastest driver out there. Currently battling away a little further down in the order right now, but is trying to push his way back up through the field here as he is currently down in 26th place, but on a 9th place gain currently from the back of the grid.
Absolutely, we've got a 5-kart breakaway though at the front, led by Scriven. Savico still chasing, as is Goldstein, Speck and Arn. Goldstein then not chasing directly in the tyre tracks of Savico, really trying to hunt down a way past, as now Savico looks like he's starting to close in on Scriven there in the front on the braking. As does Speck on the back of Goldstein now. I would expect those 2 drivers to go nose to back bumper very shortly, as Goldstein is your fastest driver on the circuit in P3. Pace between him and the 2 in front is that he is half a tenth faster than both of those drivers. Into the hairpin they go once more. Absolutely nothing in it between these drivers. Again, this heat looking fiery, looking tasty as we go in towards first corner, down towards the hot spot of 2 and 3, where you see a lot of drivers taking some brave and bold overtakes, but nothing existing just yet between Savico, Goldstein and Speck. More flags going out then, 2 drivers further behind. I think shortly somebody out there could be expecting a technical flag to be rewarded as quickly that fastest lap is taken away from Goldstein now. Now belongs further down the order. These drivers really trying to pick things up in this race.
I can't believe it. Louis Castellini, technical flag. This weekend is just going from bad to worse for that young man who had disaster in time qualifying. The first races, he had mechanical problems, then he had a technical flag where his nose cone came off, and now he's got another technical flag in this race. He has not scored a single result so far, as there is one of the SP karts not going any further in this race. That is Robin Klum. Yeah, he's buried in the tyre wall there. That is up at turn number 9 at post 5 on the circuit, and yeah, that's a good job there to get that quite far into the wall. Eyes on this one though. Whoa, pushing hard there. Levian right on the edge of the track there. Goes in on Speck, but not able to get past Goldstein at this moment in time. Still, these drivers maintain position for the moment here, as they're all just waiting for that slight mistake. And this is what you get when you get to this sort of level of racing here, Nicole. You don't see those little mistakes from these front runners. You see the calm and controlled racing all the way throughout of it. And if you want to get an overtake done, you have to make sure it's not a 50% attempt. It's got to be a 100% attempt, clean and firm. But these drivers make it incredibly difficult for you to even get that attempt done.
Absolutely. These drivers then are those who have sort of come through the ranks of karting already. They've qualified through the likes of your FIA, OKJ and OK Racing. They've now moved into a category which is way quicker, way more exaggerated in everything that you do because of the stress on the kart, the tyre, the driver. Those speeds are incredibly high. It makes it so difficult for these drivers. It also means that you don't see those small mistakes because they're so experienced. They know what they're doing in these KZ2 machineries. Still though, you tick off these laps within this race, still absolutely led by Scriven. On the previous couple of laps, has picked things up again. I think he knew that he was starting to be caught by Savico, Goldstein, Speck and Arn, and actually decided he needed to open up that gap there in the front for the IPK factory team. Out of turn number 14 they go once more. Still absolutely no doors being left open between the drivers inside of the top six. Savico, meerkat moment, looking his shed over his shoulder at Goldstein, who is right there. No lunge on into turn number 5. Goldstein just trying to bide his time, and actually I'd say with that P5 and that P4 yesterday, maybe he's just comfortable sitting and finishing in a P3, trying to pull off any risky moves that could ruin his result. Let's not forget Savico yesterday had a P11, so actually Goldstein, points-wise, is a bit stronger than the Spaniard for the time being. These drivers then running out of turn number 13 and running all of that rumble strip to open things up on a circuit that actually varies in width quite a lot, Anthony.
It does. Very wide on the start-finish straight here. It narrows a little bit in towards turns number 2 and 3 on the lap, as so many drivers here under investigation, some for restarting after the first lap, some for contact out there as well. So the officials are very, very busy so far in this particular race. But yeah, on this final lap, no one able to get that overtake in just yet. It'll be a hold your breath into that fabled turn 13 that has had moments throughout its lifetime here at the Franciacorta circuit, but this time around in the qualifying heats, no such drama. Malek Scriven then out of the final corner, now makes it a 1-2-3 over the course of his racing. Now not finishing outside of that top 3. Savico in P2 matches his second result from yesterday ahead of Eli Goldstein, who now claims his best result of the weekend, now having a 5th, 4th and now a P number 3. Lewis Speck in 4th from Leviarin, Tierblon from Schulmans, Rittinen from Andreasen, Lanzeni, who rounds out the top 10. But there on your screen, Malek Scriven, what a drive. But I can't help but think, helped slightly by the fact Morgato missing from that grid. There's your full results, though, on your screen. Fabulous drive from the front runners all the way throughout that one. Roberto Zawani finishes ahead of Amano Quinteri. Andrea Pirovano from Zoe Florescu. Bolowet running out the top 15 from the rest of the field. Then you had the likes of Tommy van der Straas and Alessandro Zolocco. Kevin Cancelli from Matteo Mazzucchelli. Then you had the likes of Tobias Verlo, Luca Bertoni and Kai Prena, who did miss out on a race yesterday, but thankfully back out on the track right now and with a 12th place gain. Maurice Klein and Mark Gerkenskorn, Christian Gaffuri and Happalainen. Then at the final spot finishing that race, Florian Steve finishing in 27th place. The retirements, Clarum Castellini, Cornidi from Ruggieri, Bub, and the retirements as well, Nakazato, and the non-starters, Morgato and Di Brigida, not out on circuit. But there, for the Praga team, the IPK outfit, Malek Scriven comes away with a first race win of the weekend, and it comes in his 3rd qualifying heat of the weekend indeed for Groups E versus G. The highlights from that race, relatively calm start and actually a calm run all the way throughout there, Nicole, for Groups E and G. At this stage of the weekend, yes, still very early doors, You're not seeing at the front of the grid drivers really pushing for those places, knowing that, yeah, okay, if I can come away with a third all the way throughout this one, I'm in a good spot still for those superheats and finals. I know I'm making it into that second day of racing. For the drivers who are in that mid to back pack, yes, these races are important. A bad qualifying needs to step them forward.
Absolutely. No real tears for drivers at the front. Nobody really in the top 10 having any major moments. It's more so mid-pack to the back where we saw big moments for drivers, and drivers tumble down the order like Robin Glurim, Louis Castellini, Antonio Comidi and Alessandro Rigari as well, that we saw get lost in big moments. That was when we saw Louis Castellini just shortly before get lost. Saw a couple of karts absolutely buried in the barriers as we headed through that midway section of the race. But crucially, Marek Scriven adds to his tally of good results and now makes it a race win. That's it though for that KZ2 group. This time we go back into KZ2 racing once more, but it's qualifying heat B versus C.
This one I'm quite looking forward to because we've got a front row here. Max Schleimer and Timo Jungling. Yesterday, both of these drivers took a race win in both of their heats. They are matched on points now with their fellow teammate, of course, of Maxim Orlov. 100 points to the names. Well, we caught up with this young man here, Max Schleimer, after time qualifying. It was very quick indeed.
Max, it's polling group and you make yourself the second driver today to get below that 45-second mark. Not quite fast enough compared to teammates of Maxim Orlov, but it was a great lap nonetheless.
Yeah, we're still very happy about the result. Yeah, P1 in group, P2 overall at the moment, and we wait for the last group. But yeah, perfect lap in the end. Not enough for P1 overall, but yeah, good way to end the qualifying.
And you make yourself the third driver for CPB to go fastest in group so far. That's quite an impressive statistic. What's been going on in the tent to make you three as fast as you have been so far?
Yeah, I already said it last week. We did perfect preparation. Did a lot of work here for the past few weeks. So yeah, now we see how it's going. But yeah, the whole team has amazing pace. I think we can get P4 in the fourth group and another fourth position. And yeah, then we see.
Max, great to speak to you. Congratulations, fastest in group.
Yeah, thank you very much.
How on earth you didn't launch that microphone at that mechanic for starting that engine right next to you while you're interviewing Max, but great. There is Timo Jungling, another man for the CPB Sport outfit from the United Kingdom. 2 race wins out of his 2 races yesterday, certainly going to be one to watch in this one. Another one of those drivers who's starting this one on the second row of the grid. You've got 3 of the CPB Sports in that top 2 rows. Jay Owen on that Birrell. But Dion van Verven yesterday, Nicole, really, really tough day. 2 DNFs, not the way you want to start the weekend. But, like you say, today is a new day, and he's got 2 teammates in front of him now where they could probably all try and push away from the rest of the field. There is Dion van Verven, and I can imagine is a driver who is now fully focused, ready on this job to do today.
Absolutely, but I'm sure he's probably sat on that second row a little bit nervous about this one because there's more pressure now on his shoulders, and there's pressure from the drivers around and next to him, the likes of Jay Owen, who equally, like your front 2, has not dropped outside of the top 3 so far this weekend. Shortly behind, then, we have Ethan Frigamoska. He's had a P3 so far, sat in that Maranello. So every driver on those top 3 rows really could be names to maybe take in another qualifying heat win.
Indeed. Well, we are not far away from starting this race, as the last few checks are just made in the background ahead of this race, due to start at 10:15, which is around about a minute's time from now. Gives us a little bit of time to talk about some of the other drivers at the back of the grid on this one that have got some work to do here. It's effectively everyone from sort of the 10th row backwards here that really need to push forward. There is your timetable for today as well. We've got this last KZ2 race before we head into the KZ2 Masters. Then we go for a rotation of KZ racing as well. 2 heats for you this time around, not just the one. Multiple drivers in this one. 56, I believe, drivers entered into the KZ class this weekend. We did have to say goodbye to about 4 or so drivers. The 102% ruler was kicked in. Unfortunately, drivers who were slightly off the pace in qualifying, unfortunately, weren't able to continue their World Championship adventure in this one. But still, for the rest of the field, they've got some work to do until later on in the day. We'll be heading into many, many more races over the course of it. But I can hear engines firing up. So let's take a moment to take you through that full starting lineup then, which will see a full capacity grid, 36 karts, which will be started by Max Schleimer and Timo Jungling. Dion van Verven and Jay Owen go from row number 2. They'll have the likes of Ethan Frigamoska and Jedisim Skulinov on row number 3. Jean Luyer and Daniel Messier go from row number 4. They will have the likes of Antoine Broggio and Marcus Kayak on row number 5. The Estonian champion, a DNF and a 4th yesterday. Keep an eye on the driver there in the Formula K machinery. Tigran Manatian and Matis Bruges, both of the IPKs going from row number 6. They'll have the likes of Tom Dussel and Simon Billman on row number 7. Row number 8 sees Michael Paparo and Andrea Dali with Hugo Besson and Alexander Öznim running out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Row number 10 will look like Valentino Fritsch alongside Arsène Lacoste. From 11, it's Jesper Schorberg with Tim Licati. 12, Fastolfilo with Salvatore Migliore. And from 13, it's Patrick Janssen with Ricardo Borges. 14, Marco Delia with Dino Carlson. And shortly behind on 15, we have Dominatas Kniva with Rune de Brucker. 16 houses Gavin Bailiff alongside Mario Borges. 17, Manuel Palumbo, who had a DNF yesterday, as did Rahim Alibai, who had a 22nd at a DNF. Both of those drivers need to put some work in this one. 18 rows in this race then, rounded out by Giacomo Cinoli and Angel Rossano.
Indeed. Well, camera report at this stage of the weekend. No tyres on board for the drivers in this race, all with the original tyres from time qualifying. Of course, they get the 1.5 sets over the course of this one, and they can pick and choose when they would like to deploy them. Brand new set of tyres, though, for that final later on in the weekend. And so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Front of the grid, lined up, ready to go here with the likes of the 3 teammates, Schleimer, Jungling and Van Verven. What can they do here? But like you say, they have got that thorn in the side of that Birolart machine of Jay Irwin. They've got Ethan Frigamoska there as well on the Maranello just behind. They've got Jedisim Skulinov on the Kart Republic machinery as well. So keep an eye on him for the Door Motorsport team. There is Pasquale Lupoli, joined on the gantry by John Ryan, the CIK FIA Vice President. And he'll be watching alongside of this racing in the beautiful sunshine here in northern Italy. But it is a bit chilly, 16 degrees out there. But Gonzalo Planta there out on track saying, I don't need no coat. I am chilling in the sunshine as the back of the field gets primed, ready to go here. The crowd's watching thick and fast throughout the side of the circuit here on the cafe gantry area there on the stairs to the hotel here, the Franciacorta rooms here. I've got to say, a fabulous venue to go racing for the World Championships here in the KZ gearbox categories as we get ready to go racing. It's lights out and down it towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for the 2 Sodis. Will the 2 teammates go wheel to wheel? Jungling and Schleimer. Jungling slots into second. It's Schleimer with the whole shot with that inside line. There, though, Jay Irwin managed to get up into 3rd place. Where did Dion van Verven go again? The driver who had the 2 DNFs yesterday has been swamped by the fielders. Down the inside goes the likes of, that's Marcus Kayak, I think, has had a brilliant start to his race. Kayak, Manatian and Matis Bruges, the 3 Formula Ks who are racing in this one, really pushing themselves forward as they get squeezed out wide in those early stages. Everyone trying to push forward in this stage, but are just tripping over each other. Is down in towards the hairpin. Late on the brakes there for Jay Irwin, but now it's the likes of Kayak fighting with the Door Motorsport driver, Jedisim Skulinov, who is there now in P4.
Dion van Verven, missed the corner, goes the 160 out there. That could have been a big moment for the driver of Jurasim Skulanov, who tumbled down into the hands of the mid-pack then. Looked like it could have slightly been self-inflicted there on the braking backwards
through
into
the barrier.
That's a huge moment.
That's the Monster K that's gone off the track. That's Michael Paparo in the 126, who's gone straight through the barriers there backwards. That's a bit of a moment there, and that's sent him way down the order. The same for Jean Luyer as well. He must have got caught up in that very same incident but that's not the way you want to start your race. Eyes back on this one, though. Marcus Kayak on the charge. Jay Irwin's the next target. Can he get his nose down the inside at this moment? The answer to that is no. He stays there in P4, but this is a big overtaking opportunity here. Can he line something up? Well, he tries to. So does Irwin on Youngling. Can't make it done as Youngling and Schleimer now trying to push forward as Timo Youngling is under investigation for a starting infringement. This is that Michael Paparo and Jean Louillet moment. Paparo, nothing he could do here. Complete passenger straight through the barriers there and back on to the other part of the circuit that goes down the hill in towards turn number 5. And thankfully, I don't think he's got too much damage there, apart from the fact that he's right at the back of the grid.
Right, Skulanov then looks like he's trying to find his feet again after that moment at the hairpin. Currently sat to P6, trying to chase down Macchia there for that P5. Dion van Verven then dropped to P10 after that poor race start. Now up to P7.
Oh,
is the driver
Youngling
behind Skulanov. Almost a moment between Schleimer and Youngling then. Youngling trying to become the race leader, but Schleimer shuts the door and absolutely doesn't let his teammate through, as now we've had a huge moment out there at one of the barriers. It's one of the Charles Leclerc's absolutely tumbling down the order and is buried on the back bumper in the barrier with Salvatore Migliore out there. That
yeah, it's Lacoste there as well. None of them on the Charles Leclerc outfit on that one. I think they're just on the Paralympics. But yeah, indeed, a very shaky start for them. Here we go. Communication between the two at the front, though. Schleimer and Youngling having a conversation here at 140 kilometres an hour in towards turn number 1, saying, come on, push, go. Let's stop fighting. But if you're going to let me have a good move, let me just do it, as he does now. Youngling down the inside. Irwin tries to retaliate. Here comes Kayak down the inside on the curb. Can't make it done and stays in 4th place. But that move, I mean, they had to go for that then. It was the best opportunity they had. And in doing that, it's going to allow now Daniel Messier and that club, Calicart, Dion van Verven, to close back in. Skulanov there, Brogio and Frigamoska all there. Tigran Manatian just inside the top 10 now on a 1-place gain. Marshall's doing a brilliant job under the watchful eye there of Deputy Race Director Nigel Edwards, and that is a heavy impact with the barriers there out in circuit. And look, this is such a fast circuit here, Nicole. The speeds are high. Remember, they average over 100 kilometres an hour around the entirety of the lap.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Change
Kayak.
for P3. Kayak down the inside of Jay Irwin. Aggressive as you like. Forces Irwin off wide onto the rumble strip. Irwin has to drop it, let him go, and that means Kayak now is into P3. Big moments going on further behind. Dion van Verven being one of the drivers pushing forward. He also did a equally as aggressive move on Skulanov just a moment ago at turn number 5. Pulled it off and now has got himself into P6. Out in the front then, Timo Youngling has had 2 heat wins already so far today, as this is the battle going on between Van Verven and Macchia now. That is Van Verven getting past into P5 and trying to now release himself from the hands of this pack behind him. Timo then out in the front, fastest driver on the track, 2 heat wins to his name, and is now on the correct path to maybe add a 3rd, maybe stop the tally of his teammate of Schleimer. 3/10 clear currently as we head through the 50% mark of this race. Timo, I would say, has come into this weekend, Anthony, so much confidence. We spoke to him after qualifying yesterday. He was relaxed, he was chilled. He's come into this weekend off of the back of a P7 in the European Championship, and I would say is confident also in the machinery he is sat in with the pace the CBB Sport have had this weekend. Timo, to me, just looks relaxed, comfortable, and is deploying that into this race. 3/10 clear. Van Verven then trying to pick things back up after that poor race start. P5 currently now goes purple.
Yeah, indeed, as there Frigamosa all over the rear bumper still of Brogio just up ahead. We will keep an eye on this fight, but they are being led by the Daniel Messier and Skulanov battle at this moment. Paparo under investigation for causing a collision. That would have been from, I think, that incident right at the start of the race where he went through the barriers. That's a big shame for him still at this point, as still no change here. Franciacorta not able to find that way past. Maybe he can here at turn number 5, down the inside. That's a good move there. No drama whatsoever. And now Bonatian trying to get involved on the outside line. Surely not. Yes, he can. Look at that there for Tigran Bonatian. And now Brogio, Billman, Dussel wanting to get involved. That is how quickly it can go right for a driver. That is how quickly it can go wrong for a driver. And for Simon Billman, he dropped down a little bit there after that one. At the front though, Youngling, Schleimer, 1-2, clear by not much ahead of Kayak, Erwin, Van Verven. The Macia battle though is the one that's interesting us here. Macia, Skulinov, Franciacorta and Brogio. That one there, 8th downwards, is going to be an exciting one. But this one, Dean Van Verven, this is what we like to see from this young man. Tough day yesterday, but he's back in the office now. There in P5, hunting down Jay Owen.
Absolutely, the way Dion's driving then, fire in his belly, I would say, to try and salvage a result, try and get something onto the board as we go into the next rotation of heats, and he tries to focus his attention on trying to get into those superheats and finals tomorrow. Through turn number 14, they go once more. Van Verven just looking like he's fallen off the back of Owen ever so slightly. Has he got an issue out there? He's dropped now to P6. See where Dion is. I'm not sure if in the background, it just looked like he had slowed up ever so slightly out of the final corner, but still sat there actually though in P6, so no dramas. It's just been a bit of a mistake out there then.
Well, Macia's got past as well, so Macia's now up to P5.
This battle then still rages on between Kayak and Erwin. Kayak not letting off in that P3. He's had good results as we have headed through this weekend so far. Started on that 5th row. Of course, though, did have a DNF yesterday. And yeah, Dion Van Verven, though, has lost that place to Macia. Has dropped back down to P6 once more. Final lap for these drivers then. Final lap between Timo Youngling and Schleimer with that 3/10 gap. Nothing in it between these two drivers, but I wouldn't say Schleimer is in position now to try and open up the door and jump through into the race lead. Timo then, half a lap left to go to then potentially add one more win onto his tally this weekend, which includes fastest in group in qualifying, P1 in his first heat, P2 in his second. Here we go then, final couple of corners, turn 14, down towards turn number 15 as well. Timo Youngling will see the checkered flag for the 3rd time as a race winner. 3.5 tenths clear of teammate Max Schleimer, who then finishes in P2 ahead of Kayak P3. Owen and Macia take you to your top 5, and then Dion Van Verven, Skulanov, Franciacorta, Brogio and Bonatian round out your top 10.
Indeed, a nice run of racing for these drivers as they'll make their way back to Parc Fermé. Tyre pickup usually comes in at around this point, as the drivers now will focus on their racing later on today. Youngling now points leader, but of course all of only 2 races in will he be able to match that later on in the day. There is your full results. The top 10 we've gone over: Tom Dussel from Simon Billman, Alexander Öznim from Andrea Dale, Matis Prush rounding out the top 15 for the Formula K SRP factory team. P16, Valentino Fritsch from Frestel Philo, then it's Tim Lacati from Demantas Canva, then there's Hugo Besson from Marco Delia, Jesper Schurberg from Patrick Janssen, Gavin Bailiff from Dina Carlson, Ricardo Borges from Mario Borges, Runda Buka from Rahim Alabai, then it is Manuel Palumbo, and Hal Resnoso, and Giacomo Ginoli rounding out the 32 finishers in that race. Paparo, Milore, Lacoste and Louis, all retirements from that race in a very dramatic start, which sees, well, a lot of damage there to the RS chassis. An RS chassis, am I right in saying, is that a Ralf Schumacher chassis on that one? I've not seen one of those in quite some time, but there we go, seeing him out there racing away. There is Youngling though, great result there. So the highlights from that race, you can see the drama there with Michael Papara in the middle of the track there. It was a very animated start there for the field in the mid-pack. It would be later even more animated at the exit of this turn here through turn 5. The climb up the hill resulted in the drama for Jean-Louis and Michael Paparo. Just in the background of this shot is right at the start of that race, Marcus Kayak pushing through the order pretty nicely in those early stages, but certainly having to keep his elbows out in that early stages. Other drivers who made those moves up in those early stages, Gavin Bailiff as well for the USA, would later unfortunately close back in though. 7th place game for Gavin Bailiff, so really strong start there for the American. This was the moment, Jean-Louis and Michael Paparo. Paparo through the barrier, but it was Paparo under investigation for the potential contact, and there was the moment there into the barriers. A big one there for Lacoste and Milore, who were out of the race at the early stage of it.
Absolutely was. This was the stage there where Timo Youngling decided he had had enough of being in P2 and found his way past teammates of Schleimer, in as you like, late as you like though, into the hairpin, and was actually replicated a couple of laps later by the likes of Kayak. Forced Erwin out wide and got himself inside the top 3. After that stage of the race, did settle down slightly, but we did have continuous moves going on between the likes of the Maranellos, Birrells, the IPKs getting all involved as well. That was the 217 of Anton Broggio having to fend off the pack of karts behind him. Lots of names in that one, really trying to hunt down some positions, as was throughout pretty much the entire race. After not a great race start, Dion van Verven, he really had to hunt down and salvage 4 results. Hotspots around this circuit absolutely exist into turn number 5 before these drivers climb back up the hill, forcing each other out wide, not allowing them that rev or run out of the corner. The sacrifice speed then can't go back in at corners like number 8. Mid-pack, as you would expect, is always busy part of KZ2 racing. Drivers that were involved in this one like Skulanov, Rigomoska, Broggio, Bonatian, De Sol, Billman and Usnin, all having to fight for positions. Timo Youngling then, after getting past Max Schleimer, continuously put in good laps and good sectors, led the race and finished over 3.5 tenths clear of his CPB teammates and adds more wins to his tally this weekend. That's it though for the KZ2s for now, because next up is none other than our KZ2 Masters.
Indeed, and it will be groups B versus C that will be heading out onto the circuit, which will be led by Riccardo Nallon and Angelo Lombardo on the front of the field. There is Riccardo Nallon on that parallel machine, and for him, excellent work yesterday, a P2 on track, but he was very quick in time qualifying, and we caught up with him after that qualifying session.
Riccardo, the time was good, but it wasn't quite enough to beat Davide Foray in the first group, but did you feel good in the session anyway?
Sì, è stata un'ottima qualifica, vedendo un po' l'andamento della pista secondo me si è un po' rallentata, però siamo riusciti a fare comunque questa meravigliosa pole position che ci fa sperare bene per l'Heat.
And we have a long run of heats coming up shortly. What's your expectations as we go into those? This is a big competition. What are your thoughts?
Sì, dopo partiamo con la prima hit. La prima hit è sempre quella che si vedono un po' le forze in campo. Speriamo tutto il lavoro che abbiamo fatto in questi giorni porti i suoi frutti. Volevo ringraziare la Parolin, la Galiffa Kart e l'RS Motorsport.
Well, fastest in group. Congratulations, Riccardo. Grazie.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear there from Riccardo Nallon, but like you say, not alone on the front row of that grid. Angelo Lombardo yesterday, the other one of the Italians who lock out that front row for Maranello, did take a win yesterday. That P1 certainly will resonate throughout this field. The only driver in this group to have taken that win. He is yet to be beaten. Could that be the case in this one? The same with Haublin and Daniel Bray, who will be starting this one on the second row of the grid. Now, Daniel Bray actually had a really good race yesterday, despite the fact then he later dropped down to 13th and had a penalty, but his pace at the start was very strong. I do remember he was getting those overtakes in, was pushing forward. There is Christian Haublin, priming himself ready to go. I did catch up with Christian Haublin earlier on this weekend. We'll see that interview, I'm sure, later on today. But the TB Kart Racing driver certainly has been delivering the results here with a P3 yesterday for the driver from Croatia. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one.
Absolutely. Shopping list of history for Haublin within both karting and racing in general. A driver that's previously competed in Formula Renault, has come back to karting in his late career. These are the drivers that have got so much history to their names, so many titles within this KZ2 Masters field. Haublin being one of those drivers that in the European Championship this year that was concluded at Sarno grabbed a top 2 result going into this race. And other drivers had good results yesterday, one of those being Anthony Abbas, who had a P2, Antonio Piccioni as well, rounding out one of his qualifying heats with a P3. This could be any driver's game as we go into this first KZ2 Masters qualifying heats of the day.
Indeed. Engines fire up, and there watching along on this first race, Davide Fore, who will be starting this the next race on pole position later on, but he'll watch this first race to suss out his competition out on circuit, which will start with the likes of Riccardo Nallon and Angelo Lombardo on the front row of the grid. Christian Haublin and Daniel Bray on row 2 ahead of Alessio Lamartina and Anthony Abbas. Keep an eye on the Frenchman here. P2 yesterday in his racing. Alessandro Cavina and Antonio Piccioni go from row number 4. They'll have the likes of Luca Giamorelli and Mirko Mezzoni, both the drivers on row 5. Both had DNFs yesterday. Paul David and Thierry Del Rey on row number 6. They'll have the likes of Marco Pilsner and Christian Criati on row number 7. Row 8 sees Valdo Basario and Gregor Ledar on row number 8. Row 9 sees Sven Heyer and Luca Oliver.
Row number 10 sees Sven Salzman with Jeremy Leblay. Shortly behind on 11 is Wagner Abraham with Andre Tonoli. 12, Alfio Messina, who got himself into a spot of bother with a disqualification yesterday alongside Luca Fiora. And from 13, it's Ricardo Avila with Jean Musena. 14, Jindřich Vaca with Enzo Pirovano. And from 15, it's Mathieu Cochin alongside Maurizio Iascetti. 16, Alexandra Vincente with Andres Dayson. 17, after a DNF yesterday, it's Ermanno Vandini and Marcus Rouge. 18 rows within this qualifying heat, rounded out by Claudio Ambrogi and Marcin Cloda.
Indeed. Well, the field getting themselves primed and ready to go. There you can see the fabulous TK kart livery, the yellowed livery there of Antonio Piccioni just pushing through. And obviously Antonio Piccioni, big name in 2025 after that incredible final in Sarno in southern Italy earlier on this year in FIA Karting. And certainly will be one to watch here because he's had, again, good results. P3 yesterday for Piccioni. Very quick pace for the Italian. And looking forward to seeing what he can do over the course of the rest of the day. There is Gonzalo Planta. Checking what time it is at the moment. Well, I can confirm it's 20 to 11 here in northern Italy. As the field priming themselves at ready to go for this one. As the front of the grid lined up ready to go again. Gonna have to wait a bit of time here, back of the grid, not in position at all.
No, absolutely not. The case of what we saw in our first heat of the day with the KZ2s, where your front 2 of Nallon and Lombardo will be waiting for quite some time, and that's going to drop things in tyre temperature for the drivers who will be going into turns 1, 2 and 3, potentially as your front 2. 36 karts within this race trying to fight out for position, watched down on by none other than Pasquale Lupoli. There on your screens, the race director, who will be shortly letting these drivers go with those all-important race lights.
Indeed. We wait for that green flag to wave at the back. We get that now as Pasquale Lupoli now will get the go-ahead to start that lights procedure here for the first race of the day for KZ2 Masters, but their second race of the weekend. It's lights out at all. Dear me, whoa. That's a very weird start. We had karts going in the mid-pack, karts having drama in the back of the pack as well. Karts not moving at the front of the field. That's a really shaky start for the Masters, but crucially at the end of it, it is Angelo Lombardo who leads the way. There is the IPK getting slowly off the line there. That's not going to look too well in the eyes of the officials. You can't be touching your nose cone at the start of a race, but eyes on this one as they head up into that top section of the circuit. Lombardo's in the lead, but I've got to say, Nicole, I'm going to want to see that start again, because my goodness me, that was not the cleanest getaway for the Masters.
Absolutely not. Some of them looked half asleep as the lights went out. It was a great start out there for none other than the Maranello of Lombardo, who's heading out of the final corners as your race leader, ahead of Christian Halblin, Ricardo Nallon and Anthony Abbas. Luca Giamorelli had a great start. It was one of those ones that was wide awake when those lights went out. He quickly jumped up the order, 4 positions into P5, just swiped across the fields into that mid-track and is right up there now.
Yeah, but I think his start was maybe a bit too good, because there's a notice on the board there saying potential jump start, and that's a big jump start for. That is why, Nicole, he has gained all those positions at the start of that race. There was drama in the back as well. Look at this. It's not the way you want to start the race. Right, there's the light. The lights hadn't even gone off yet, and that's a huge jump start. And, some cars just not getting off the line at all. And right in that mid-pack there, just absolute drama throughout the entirety of the field.
Look at his foot. Look at his foot trying to kick off the Birrell there.
And his rear bumper's wedged into his front, and now he tries at this moment here. Look, he's trying to kick his, is that kicking his nose cone? Yeah, he can't really do that, but I say he'll be, that will be checked out. So that's a really shaky start, and there you see Cloder under investigation for start as well. Lots of drivers under investigation. Ricardo Nallon, though, is trying to push forward in this field, but he's down to 3rd place. Here on this one, as the fight is happening in the background. This is the big movers here all the way throughout this field. Daniel Bray has just had an absolute disaster on this lap as well. He's tumbling down the order as there is your leaders going through. So it is, as we call them across the line, Lombardo. Christian Halblin is there from Ricardo Nallon. Anthony Abbas from Giamorelli, but of course he is under investigation for that start. Paccioni, La Martina, Cavina there, and Mizzona. They're all pushing through as we are on lap number 4 at the moment of 12. But Lombardo, fastest driver out there, is trying to close back in from the rest of the field and try and open up that gap now, which is 0.6 of a second from these two fighting.
Just had my eyes on drivers further back in the field, the likes of Marco Pistor, who's further down in the order, who was all out of sorts just a moment ago. Tipped a couple of curbs and just couldn't quite find a rhythm through the second sector. Down into the hairpin they go once more. These drivers have now woken up, have now lit up in this stage of the race, and Big Sen's trying to go on just a moment ago.
And that's Daniel Bray.
That is Bray. Whoa, up in the air, back down on the grass. Dirty tyres for Bray. Had a bad result yesterday with that penalty, and now it's just not looking good. You can see just forced out onto the rumble, can't quite get it back onto the track. Hits his foot in, luckily on the power, does manage to regain position. But Bray there tries to respond, puts in actually a purple lap.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's that outside curve there at turn 5. It does really drag you off the circuit if you get caught out on it, and that is very unfortunate there. There is your intermediate classification as it stands right now. Angelo Lombardo, who's in the lead of this race, will be looking at 2 race wins over the course of this. He would now lead with 100 points to his name, but of course Davide Fore out in the next race will of course be trying to take that lead away from him. Vaca under investigation now as well in this race. We'll keep a close eye on that one for that, of course, that very dramatic start as well for Jindrid Vaca from the 27th spot on the grid. As now Antonio Paccioni sets the fastest lap of the race. He's currently circulating in 6th place behind this fight, but he's wanting to get involved. Got to say though, for Anthony Abbas, he's all over the rear bumper here of Ricardo Nallon, and Nallon has been having those moments out of this turn here, turn number 12, before the back straight. He clipped that curb on a previous lap, which sent his back end stepping out, put him in a vulnerable position here. Giamorelli still there, and Paccioni now there in 6th place. We were saying him about the fastest lap. He's looking very comfortable on that TK kart.
Absolutely is. He's the driver just sat in the back of this train, trying to push that TK to get well into the fight. A driver whose racing clear stems back from way before 2006, P1 in the European Championship at Sarno, and is now trying to fight out this weekend for an International Super Cup win. Hasn't managed to bridge the gap just yet to the back of Giamorelli, who of course is under investigation for that race start, but is looking ever closer. Pace-wise is only 0.02 tenths off the back of Giamorelli over the course of that previous lap. This battle then still going on towards the entrance of turn at number 1. We have got pressure being applied to the back of Haublin. Nalon trying to fight his way past. Is he going to go for a lunge down at turn 5? Looks over his shoulder at Abbas. At Gimarelli just there. The gap isn't open now as Pajoni, as we mentioned him just a moment ago, he is picking things up. Big and fast is on the back of this battle, puts in that purple lap to push the drivers in front closer and closer. The 5 of them then head through and towards the 3rd sector. On the hill they go, into the hairpin of turn number 14, seemingly actually unbothered by their race leader of Angelo Lombardo, who goes purple sector number 1 and is just pushing away from this battle behind, which is heating up on the entrance towards turns 2 and 3. Here we go then, Haublin still leading this one, Nalon though, still applying the pressure but can't quite find his way past. Nothing in it between these 5, but a bit of a lull phase of the race. These drivers not changing for position just yet. Nobody back in the order really making any major progress. We've just got some drivers who have lost out massively, the likes of Daniel Bray, who has lost 12 positions within this race so far.
Indeed, but I keep an eye on this fight here because Nalon keeps checking over his shoulder here. And that's because, well, he wants to see if he's cleared to go for a move on Christian Haublin, because he's right on that rear bumper. He's looking for the attack here in towards turn number 2, but he can't quite get that kart down the inside. Now he's going to try again in towards turn number 5, I'm sure, but any move he makes, Anthony Abbas will be right there for the attack. Here is the move. Down the inside, clean as you like. Abbas does attack as well. He gets through. Can Piccioni get past you? Morelli there will not be finishing there in that order after that jump start, but will be, I'm sure, trying to fight forward in this one to try and alleviate any damage that penalty will have on his race results, but he can't quite get the moves done here, and that is Ricardo Nalon back into 2nd place.
Yeah, that big move then for P2 actually didn't back up the drivers behind into the hands of Pajoni too much. Still sat there in P6, and actually now we have maybe a new name getting involved. Savina there in the back of this train. There's more battles going on thick and fast between these drivers. Haublin under pressure now by Gimarelli. Really trying to find his way past as Haublin looks slightly unsettled. Johnny now for the first time under pressure by a driver behind. That is Savina Alessandro trying to find his way past. Out in the front, Lombardo ticking off these positions, ticking off these corners one by one, 2.2 seconds clear from the remainder of the field. A driver there on your screens in that Maranello looking absolutely dialed in this race.
Certainly is, as last lap board comes out this time around. Nothing that Abbas can do though to try and close in on Ricardo Nalon. Lombardo clear and dry at the front of the field, but keep an eye on the drivers in the background here, because there has been some drivers with some big moves out there. Gregory Ladar, Sven Heyer as well. They've gained 5 places in this race. That seems to be the biggest movers in this one. Daniel Brown, his recovery drive back now, is back up to 13th place, just got past Valdo Bazario. So that fight's occurring in the background here. Anthony Abbas in this final lap, do I think he's close enough for an attack here on Ricardo Nalon? Not really. I mean, he doesn't really want to risk anything into the hairpin. He's in a good spot, P3, doesn't want to take anything away from that one, as he does stay behind. Lombardo's going to claim his 2nd win of the weekend. The Italian now, 100 points to his name, puts the ball very much back into Davide Spore's side of the court, saying, right, you took a win yesterday, try and take a win this morning like I did for Lombardo. Nalon finishes in 2nd place from Anthony Abbas, Haublin from Gimarelli, Piccioni from Cavina, then it's Lamattina from Mittoni, Paul David from Gregory Ladar, rounding out the top 11. Biggest mover, Alexandre Visonde. He gaining 6 places at the end of that race to finish in P25. Well, for Lombardo, he's heading back with a nice pat on the back with a good race there. However, for a multitude of other drivers there, Nicole, I think it's going to be a trip to the stewards, unfortunately, for those jump starts.
Absolutely. Wasn't a great race either for the likes of Daniel Bray, who matches that P13 in his previous one. So that big moment for him out on the grass, and he's just tumbled down the order. Not what we saw from the likes of Lombardo, Nalon and Abbas. and make themselves your top 3 once more within these qualifying heats. Haublin as well, slightly dropped down the order, but a good race by him to add to his result of a P3 yesterday.
Indeed. Well, there's the rest of the results on your screen as they all make their way back into Parc Ferme. Does confirm Angelo Lombardo, though, in the lead of that intermediate classifications with 100 points to his name. We'll certainly see how that one will transpire later on today, of course, as the second of the KZ2 Masters races will be heading out very, very soon. And there you can see the rest of those results just going through on your screen. Bit of a clean-up operation underway out there on the circuit. 1 or 2 karts just to be recovered. And there, Angelo Lombardo pushes his own kart away and heads, I'm sure, to scrutineering, gets everything checked over after another solid end to his racing. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. Well, jump starts there all around and drama right in the background as well. And therefore, Giamarelli, yes, may have been a 4-place gaining up to P5, but I suspect will lose out on a lot of those places. And yeah, multiple jumps all the way throughout that field there. And there was that disaster right at the start. 1 kart not getting going. The 2 karts in the background does get going. And there you can see trying to kick his kart off there. And a lot of damage to the bodywork on both machines there at the start of that race. And unfortunately for Ricardo Avila, he'd be out of the race. And yeah, for Jindrix Vaca, also very much damage to his kart. Rest of the racing, though, start of it relatively calm here, Nicole. 1 or 2 moments there for the field. There was Avila out of the race. That damage to his rear bumper, and I think it was damaging the tyre there massively. It was pushing up on it, and yeah, they can only have these tyres so 1.5 sets throughout it. There was the moment for Daniel Bray. His outside attempt at a position gain, dropping him well down in the order.
Absolutely. Well, it was Bray being overtaken and forced wide that managed to get him all out of sorts over the rumble strip, onto the grass, up in the air, back down, back on the track, but ended up losing a number of positions and had to settle in the end with a P13. So still halfway through the grid within this race. Actually lucky to not end up with a DNF like Avilo and Messina did later on. Big moves going on down at turn at number 5. This was the change further up in the order. This is when the likes of Haublin was being overtaken and also making those moves. But crucially, Lombardo adds to his tally. Lombardo makes himself a race winner once more this weekend.
Certainly does. And now the second of the KZ2 Masters races will be heading out onto the circuit. This one will be Groups A versus D, which will see the Italian legend himself, Davide Fore, on pole position. Race wins earlier on in the weekend as well, as support is out there thick and fast throughout this field for Julien Garon, who will be starting this one, the Frenchman on the 3rd row of the grid. Friends and family watching in the sidelines. But there, Davide Fore for the IPK Factory team. We caught up with him after time qualifying, where the Italian put it P1 overall.
Davide, you've started the weekend off then on the right foot. It's pole position within your group. Coming into such a big weekend, that must be a fantastic feeling, no?
Yeah, I did a very good lap. I mean, it's very important to be in the front for the heats. Then it's just start the weekend. We know we are fast. We know we have everything to be there and see what can happen on Sunday. I want to say just thanks to my team, to my mechanics, to PK, to SRP for the amazing material in my hands, and I will do my best to try one more time.
And of course, last time you were here in this competition, you were on the Birrell. This year, you're in none other than the Praga. Tell us about the feeling in the chassis out there on the track so far.
I believe, honestly, the 2 brands are very good and the 2 chassis are both very special. And sometimes it's just a combination of things. Last year, I have hard compound in the tires and with the Dunlop, and probably me, my style of driving with that compound is not like I want. It's not for me. I mean, and I cannot do maybe the difference like I want. And with this compound with LeConte, it's very nice to drive it. And honestly, I think it's the tires for the shifter. Yes, so I think it's the biggest difference, the tires.
Well, pole and group Davide, like we said, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing how you get on.
Thank you very much, guys. See you soon.
Well, great chat there with Davide Fori, who starts this one on the front row of the grid, but not alone, of course. Andrea Spagni joining him on the front row of the grid. Tough day and tough start for the weekend for Spagni. DNF and a penalty in that first race. So certainly on the back foot, but he'll be focusing on the racing today, as there is the support. Julien Guénon, the Frenchman, on that third row of the grid. They'll be watching from the sidelines, friends and family here at the Franciacorta circuit, and I'm sure that'll be a nice thing to watch and see when he goes past. You can see him there on that CRG with that 7th place yesterday. Not only that, support for the Birrells team as well out there. There is a lot of support from everyone here at the circuits as well. Mainly all of these manufacturers that you see here come from this very region of the world. Here's your grid, though, for KZ2 Masters. Davide Fori and Andrea Spagni on the front row of the grid. Luciano Medeghini and Manuel Casaglio on row number 2. They'll have Julien Guénon and Rasmus Haugaard on row number 3. Sylvain Vallet and Emmanuel Simonetti going on row number 4. They will have Andrea Nicastro and Daryl Henderson on row number 5. Nicola Cagato and Jorian Boss go from row number 6. Peter Shekachian and Patrick Lloydell go from row number 7. They will have Martinas Tankevicius and Andre Souza on row number 8. Daniel Keller and Manuel Tassi round out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 10 in your top 20 is Mark Volhauser and Sirio Constantini. From 11, Andreas Schreinl with Sebastian Leder. And shortly behind, 12, houses Fabio Vacca with Isha Ibragimov. 13, Victor Jimenez with Ove Vaspo. And shortly behind on 14, it's Marco Di Bortolo with Paolo Marino. 15, looks like David Malcolm with Andre Muravica. And shortly behind on 16, it's Andreas Leinbacher with Roberto Avanzanto. Penultimate row of your grid for this KZ2 Masters qualifying heat is Giancarlo Cressoni with Andrea Nieri. And then row number 18, 35 karts go off in this one. It's Christian Ruffer for France, all alone on that Maranello. These drivers out there then getting that tyre temperature, engine temperature and driver temperature up to salt as we go into this second KZ2 Masters heat of the day, led by the 2 on the front row, Davide Fori and Andrea Spagni. 2 of the most experienced drivers here this weekend, both drivers having careers that span back to 1980s. So much experience, so much talent on that front row, all leading the 33 behind them in what will be a spectacular heat, I'm sure. Looked at by our Regifax out there, Gonzalo Planta on the track, watching on at every single one of these drivers who are now getting themselves gridded up and sorted out as we are about to go racing.
So, second race of the day, 4th race of the weekend for the Masters here at the Franciacorta circuit as they prime themselves ready to go. The back of the grid just waiting for them to get formed up. But remember, the results from these drivers are very interesting yesterday, of course. Davide Fori is looking to see if he can take another win in this one, see if he can match Lombardo's results from that second race as well. Medeghini with a 4th place. But no one here has finished else in the top 3 for all of these drivers. They will be finding themselves up in that sharp end at this time around. Medeghini was a P4, Casaglio was a P8, Guénon was 7th, Haugaard was 5th, and of course Spagni on the front row of the grid was a DNF. Here we go, though. We get the green flag at the back of the field as we're about to go racing. KZ2 Masters, A versus D. It's lights out. We're racing. It's a brilliant start for the field there, but Davide Fori gets the whole shot in towards turn number 1. Julien Guénon tries to go down the inside on that CRG, but can only slot into 4th place as the rest of the field goes through a bit of debris getting kicked up there in the background, but crucially, it's a good start for the field that sees Davide Fori at the front, but the rest of the field now priming themselves ready through that tight and twisty section. Drama in the background, though, unfortunately for the 338. That is Roberto Avanzato on that Maranello, who's going very slowly, but he's got it back going now, but crucially at the back of the field through the top section and in towards sector number 3. It's a solid start for the field, but not there, unfortunately, for Andrea Nieri. He is out of the race and unfortunately going no further.
Big moves going on in the background. Marco Di Bortolo being one of those in the IBK to try and fight past the drivers in front. Big change now at turn number 1. into 2 and 3. That is between one of the Paralympians and the driver ahead. Is in this top position in the sharp end of the field. No driver is letting off. Simonetti and Mudengi were the drivers that were changing positions. So it was Mudengi that got past in that
big sideways moment
down
there.
the inside.
Out of the corner, Haugaard trying to get involved in that fight, but he's gone wide out of the corner there, but the rest of the field pushing their way through here. But this is a big shake-up there, and Haugaard's going to lose out in a couple of places there. Tankevicius and Tassi both go through. Eyes on this one, though, out of the hairpin as they come back down the hill. Big step out of oversteer there from Cosaglio as he tries to regain control as this hunt down for Spagni there in second place. Keep an eye, though. Julian Ganon there is under pressure from Medeghini just behind. Medeghini, the Italian, looking for the move, and he's going to find it down the inside at turn number 5. And he is through up into P4 now as Spagni pushes away from Cosaglio. He's looking to hunt down Davide Fore at the front of the field, but I don't think that's going to happen because Fore, as mentioned in his interview, loving the tyre compound here this weekend on those Lecon tyres, and he's trying to push away from the rest of the field.
Absolutely is. Fore then transferring that torque to tarmac within this one. Out turn number 14, he will go ahead of Spagni and Cosaglio, but he's not the fastest driver inside of the top 3 because he's lacking a bit of pace compared to Spagni. These drivers then being pushed on, pushed forward by every single mechanic is almost that's a moment shortly behind in the background. Simonetti trying to fight for positions, as is still Mudengi there in P4, really is hunting down for positions. As now being passed as if he has stood still. That's one of the drivers on the back
Cagato
down in the background. Cagato then losing out after could have been maybe just slightly late on the changes of the gears. Let's not forget that these drivers have got so many factors to battle out with in this class. They're driving one-handed through some of the sections of the track, battling out with the gears, trying to go in late and hard on those brakes, and also having to fend off the drivers in the background, trying to slam those doors closed at every single moment. And a driver that might have to think about doing that very shortly, Davide Fore now under pressure by Spagni. Spagni goes fastest inside of the top 3 and fastest overall within the drivers that are still circulating on the track, 34 in total, because we have lost Andrea Nieri back in the background. Now then, Fore just under 3/10 leads. He's under threat now and he knows it. Head over the shoulder as they go down towards turn number 14, where Spagni really closes up on those brakes. Now then, are we going to have that Birolart nose cone on the back bumper of the Praga now? Absolutely, as one of the Maranellos, Lloydell falls down the order out of this race.
Yeah, that's such a shame for the Austrian, who will go no further in this one. That is a big shame. Spagni, though, fastest lap of the race now, 46.1. Now, you have to remember that DNF came in quite early on in that race previously. His tyres maybe just a little bit fresher here than Davide Fore, that did an entire race yesterday, but he seems to have dropped off the back again. Did close in quite significantly earlier on, but under braking here, again, looks a little bit closer, but Fore, I think, is maintaining his pace on that kart, and I think is now trying to push away now from the front of the field. He's retaliating from this Spagni's fastest lap as he's trying to break away now. Casaglio's got the fastest lap of the race there in 3rd place. He's trying to push his way back forward, but we'll keep an eye on this battle because it seems to be just toing and froing a little bit between these drivers, ping-ponging between the 3, and we'll keep a close eye on that progression. Medeghini there in 4th place, trying to push into Frey. He's got a clear gap from the drivers behind. Julian Ganon there is under pressure. This is what happened to Patrick Lloydell. Oh, straight off the circuit there. Was that assisted or was that just under braking? And yeah, straight off the track there at a very fast part of the circuit.
Daryl Henderson then in P7, looking racy in that Intrepid. Currently sat shortly behind Simonetti and trying to make his 3-place gain into a 4-place gain. There you can see him just sandwiched between Simonetti and Geron Boss is in this battle. That is now starting to heat up. Simonetti really trying to fight down away past the driver ahead of Julian Guanon there in that CRG machinery. His quad not letting off as we head through towards the third sector. Now then, that has given a bit of breathing room to Gini out there in P4. He's not got too much to think about, but he's not quite close enough to the back of the trio in front, led still by Davide Foray. Now then, Foray down towards turns 1, 2 and 3. Less than 2/10 split up him and Spagni. Spagni has now found his feet again after losing a little bit of pace over the course of the last couple of laps. He's obviously chasing round Foray directly in those tyre tracks. He will be heating up, he will be at a slight disadvantage, has not got that clean air in front of him to try and maximise something. Ooh, almost a moment there for Cosiglio. It's wide on the rumble strap, just shows how exaggerated everything is for these drivers who are competing at such high speeds, trying to also manage those changes in gears up and down for these drivers constantly over the course of this 1.3 kilometre lap. 15 corners in total for every single driver to try and tick off right now. Is this gap going to open up for Spagni? He is right there on the back of Foray, and Foray is absolutely aware that he's there. We're heading way towards the last couple of stages of this race. Foray, though, still managing to manage the gap well. The pace between Spagni on that previous lap is that he is faster than your race leader over the course of the 15 corners, but now is not within lunging distance.
Not right now, no, but he is starting to pile on that pressure, so we'll keep a close eye on that progression here as they are fighting through this field. There are overtakes in the background as well. Andre Souza has made moves in the early stages as well. He's pushed his way up to 20th place, but we'll keep a close eye on this one here as Spagni continues to just try and put in those sectors, and he's done it again. Purple sector 1 here from Spagni, trying to close in on Davide Foray, but Foray's just consistency here has kept him in a really strong position right now, but we'll have to keep an eye on that one as a bit of drama in the background there for Andreas Schlangl. He's gone backwards here. He's lost out from Mariano Jimenez and Vaca, who have all pushed their way through further back in the field. Eyes on this one though. Last lap board is out. Surely Andrea Spagni will find a way past Foray if he leaves the door open, but Davide Foray has been a multiple champion. He knows how to deal with a qualifying heat as he goes slightly defensive there on this final lap.
Absolutely. Was our champion from 2023 in the FIA Super Cup, has headed into this weekend knowing that he is a name to beat, knowing that he can apply all of his experience, all of his knowledge from his career that dates back to the 1980s into this weekend, and is heading through this final lap as your race leader once more. Through turn number 14, with a hairpin he will go, exits out of it through 15, and we'll see that checkered flag to add to his tally of dominant form. 2 wins out of 2, a qualifying P1 as well, and knows that he has just added to his form as well as the name to beat. Takes the win ahead of Andrea Spagni in P2, Manuel Cosiglio in P3, and Luciano Medeggini P4, and Julien Guanon as your driver who rounds out your top 5. Good results then from your top 5, who actually had a bit of a settled race once we found our rhythm, and good races from big movers further back in the field as well. Foray, Spagni, Cosiglio, 1, 2 and 3 for, of course, Praga. Then in P2 we had the Birol Art, and again the Birol Art in P3, which is showing so far from drivers in that machinery. They are a force to reckon with, I would say, as we go into this weekend.
Certainly so. There's your full results there. Medeggini from Guan, Simonetti from Henderson, Boss from the Castro, Tankevicius from Halgard, Valet from Kagato, Shakachian from Tassi, Carrera from Constantini, and Ladar, who round out the top 18. It's Wallhauser from Souza, Ibrahimov from Vaca, Jimenez from Marino, Schrangl from Di Bartolo, then it is Moravecca from Malcolm, Vesper from Leinenbacher, Avanzato from Cressoni, Rufa rounding out to the top 33. Lloydell and Neri, unfortunately, the two retirements from the race in, unfortunately, spectacular fashion from that race, but a big shame for them. But for Davide Fore, he puts the ball now back into the court of Angelo Lombardo, who took those 2 wins earlier on. Both of them joint on 100 points going into their 3rd races later on today. And actually, no, we will not see the Masters out again at all. Oh, no, we will see. It's after the lunch break. The timetable is so vast that I didn't notice they had a 2nd race. Yeah, we'll see the Masters back out at 20 past 2 today for the Masters. So keep tuned for that one. But, of course, we'll see the KZs coming out next. Here's your highlights from that one. Well, initially, there at the beginning of that race, I really thought that Spagni was going to have a go here on Davide Fore. Just left it to the very end of it. There was the dramas right at the start of this one. Andrea Neri, I think, retiring from the race later on. There was the moment for Roberto Avanzato. He got going again. There was nearly there in the 366 machine. The Italian, unfortunately, going no further in the race. More battles happened right up in that thick stage of it. This moment here, my goodness me, for Rasmus Haugaard, how close was he to falling off the side of the circuit?
Absolutely. Big moments then for drivers getting out of sorts and having to clip curbs to try and maintain a bit of pace and try and not go into the side of the competitors around. Turn number 5 then being a big hotspot for overtakes, but also hotspot for things to go wrong for some of the drivers. That was one of them getting all over the back of somebody ahead and then seemingly falling down the order, like we saw what happened from Daniel Bray in our first KZ2 Masters heat earlier on. Out there in the front though, story still continues to go on the way it has, of it being Davide Fore, the one to beat as we go into our Masters racing this weekend. The driver of Italy making it another heat win ahead of the other Italians that have been on great form. Big crowds then forming as we go into more racing, but this time we now change our attentions because it's our KZs that are up next.
That's exactly why, Nicole, those crowds are gathering at the side of the circuit. The main show this weekend, the Premier Class, the KZ group heading out onto the circuit, and there, Riccardo Longhi on the pole position spot for this one, the Birolart team manager. Racing in his own colours here to see what he can do. We caught up with him, though, after time qualifying. 2nd fastest overall. Here's what he had to say.
Ricky, previous to this weekend, you would have been coaching the drivers in this grid. Now you're the top of them. You're faster than anybody else in that group. What's that like to be said to you?
It's a very good feeling to come back in the race check FIA and now to take the pole in my group. Now we will see what happened in the other group. I think in my group was a little bit struggle because all the drivers we wait a lot to push. I think the other group have more chance to improve the time. But okay, important is take in our group the first place. Is important for the start in the first 2 row in the heat.
And there's so much talent in the KZ class, not just by the Birol drivers, yourself, but the other drivers around you. How do you manage that as we go through these heats? Because it's not going to be easy at all.
Of course, we're going to be easy, and we need to stay very focused on the work, don't do a mistake, and we will see what happens.
We absolutely will. Like we said then, Ricky, pole and group, good job.
Thank you so much.
Well, great to chat there to Riccardo Longhi, who, like you say, starting this on the front row of the grid. There is Alessio Lorandi. He is priming himself ready to go for this one, fully focused and dialed in. The Sodi machine there alongside the Birol machinery will certainly be one to watch, but another driver to need to watch. That man there, Giuseppe Palomba, the #1 plate, the world champion in this class last year in Portimao with a fabulous 2-for-1 overtake. If you cast your mind back for that one, that became one of the Actions of the Year award nominations from the FIA, and certainly an incredible show there in the rain of Portimao, of course, here, but no rain in sight. It is sunshine all the way throughout, and that man there who's now switched over to the Maranello outfit, certainly showcasing some strong pace over the course of this one, finishing with inside that top 5 later on. Of course, so these drivers, this is the big one. For there, Senna van Waalstein did take a race win yesterday in his first race. Certainly would like to capitalise on doing that again in this one as he primes himself, fully focused, dialed, ready to go, is the man from the Netherlands. And we'll keep a close eye on his progression. But he's got, of course, Lorenzo Travesanuto and the likes of Victor Gustafsson. Gustafsson, of course, 2022 world champion in this class. Travesanuto as well, a champion in his own right, and also race winner this weekend in this one. Someone here is about to either win their first race, or someone here is about to lose their first race of the weekend. Green light is on. Engines firing up. These are some of the best gearbox racers from around the world who are about to head out on circuit now for what is their second race of the weekend for Groups B and C, but the third race overall this weekend and their first race today. Here is how they will line up. Riccardo Longhi and Alessio Lorandi will go from row number 1. Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Waalstein, row 2. Lorenzo Travesanuto and Victor Gustafsson will lock out row number 3. Row 4 sees the likes of David Levinsky and Pedro Hilbrand. Christian Batuca, his teammate, will start just behind him on row number 5 as Jean Numblo will be there alongside. The first half of the field will be rounded up by Lorenzo Camplese and Alex Marigliano.
Row number 7, part 2 of your grid is Mattia Limina with Moritz Ebner. Going from 8, we have Francesco Salenta with Loic Van Dies. And shortly behind on 9, it's Akil Mizzoni versus AJ Myers. 10 looks like Olin Gali and Marin Kremers. And then from 11 is Babion Darius with Birkenberg Marinov. Going from row number 12 then, your final row of 24 karts, Henry Johnstone and Fabio Paluzzi.
All these drivers here have been racing for quite some time. All of these drivers have had significant wins over the course of their career. And right now, it is all down to the World Championships in 2025. Of course, the dramatic finale that we saw out in Portimao last year with those torrid conditions, but the beautiful Algarve scenery certainly made waves for us. But here, the beautiful flatlands, the farmlands of northern Italy under the shadow of the Alps, just off in the distance and outside the fabulous city of Milano. And of course not far from Lake Garda as well, here lying the Franciacorta circuit, only built in 2021. It's still a modern circuit in the course of the era of modern karting. I think it took its first race back in 2020, but officially open to the public and open to these races in 2021. This though, KZ, the Premier Class, 2 grids of them for your viewing delectation this weekend as we prime ourselves ready to see what will happen in KZ. It is, of course, the front row, Riccardo Longhi and Alessio Lorandi, Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Waalstein on the front 2 rows. The revs raising as we wait for the green flag to wave at the back. We get that green flag as Pasquale Lupoli gets ready to start the 3rd KZ race of the weekend. It's 4 lights, lights out, we're racing in KZ down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Lorandi, but he gets swamped by the inside line. The Maranello goes through Giuseppe Palomba, and it's Longhi who leads the way, but look at Senna van Waalstein slamming it down the inside. Van Waalstein with that win earlier on this weekend would like another one now. Lorandi goes to the outside line, but he gets squeezed out wide. Now through goes the likes of Travesanuto. Travesanuto fighting through in the early stages there. Going wide is one of the Intrepids. That might be Alex Marigliano, is trying to push himself up in this early stage, but he's not had the moves to get through. Now, as they get squared away, you've got a bit of a 4-car breakaway at the front here, but crucially, it is still the likes of Riccardo Longhi who is in the lead of this race, but something tells me that Senna van Waalstein is not going to allow him to hold on to that position for much longer as they round the final corner to finish the lap number 1. It is still Longhi who leads the way from Van Waalstein, Travesanuto from Lorandi, Batuca from Hilbrand, Palomba from Levinsky, Gustafsson and Nomblo are there inside the top 10 as they head down in towards turn number 5. Spani takes a slightly more defensive line, but crucially, he is still in control of this race.
Traversanuto then read that situation in front of him like an absolute book on that opening sector. Now goes for the move on Van Walchteen down the inside, promotes himself into P2. I do not think Van Walchteen saw that happening at all. That backs everybody else behind them into each other, and this is turning into what looks like a 7 or 8 kart train led by Longi. Traversanuto, Van Walchteen, Lorendi, Batuka, Hilbrand, Palomba and Gustafsson now into turn number 1, 2 and 3 they will go. Where's the gap going to exist for Traversanuto to try and snatch away that race lead? Had big success yesterday in his heat. Went for the move spectacularly at turn number 5 yesterday. Will he go for that once more on the next lap, because has a lot of bravery on 4 wheels. Palomba now picks things back up again after being wrestled out at the start by Van Walchteen. Puts in that purple lap and is currently sat in P7 on the road. You can see him there trying to fight his way past Hilbrand. He's on a 2-place gain, shortly behind teammates of Christian Batuka. Now then, Ricky Longi, the driver who was quickest in qualifying in group yesterday, is leading Traversanuto but has absolutely not broken away. Is the gap going to open up now for Traversanuto into turn number 5? Is he going to try and replicate yesterday's big move? Not just yet. Doesn't exist. These drivers, though, absolutely not giving each other the room to breathe. This is going to get feisty. Down the inside, we've got a change between Batuka and Pedro Hilbrand. They have changed now for that P5.
Yeah, they certainly have indeed, but we'll keep a close eye on their progression, because, of course, they don't want to fight too much. They want to close in on this lead fight here as Traversanuto goes a little bit wide. He's going to be under pressure from Van Walchteen here now. He does take a slightly more defensive line, and that keeps Lorandi at play here as they head through over the start-finish line once again. Keep an eye on Van Walchteen. He's already made some big moves here in this first stage, but he can't quite get it done this time around. The speed's a lot higher now from initially the start of that race. Big defensive posture from Traversanuto there. Van Walchteen has now got Lorandi closing in, and with that, Hilbrand, Batuka, Palomba, Gustafsson, who now sets the fastest lap of the race, will all start to close in as well. You can see Gustafsson there just in the background on that CRG, the highest ranked CRG in this race so far, but certainly trying to push his way down the hill. So it is Birrell leading from Paralin, the 2 Sony karts from the 2 Birrells there of Hilbrand and Batuka, Marinello with Palomba, and then the CRG of Gustafsson still in line here as Gustafsson and Palomba trying to fight away here. Palomba to the inside, drama! The world champion of last year is out of the qualifying heat. B and C, and Giuseppe Palomba with a slight misjudge there under braking, collides into the back of Hilbrand and is out of this race.
Hilbrand then, previous lap, was the fastest driver, so that movement between him and Palomba is not going to push him off of the back of the driver ahead, who is now Lorandi. Van Walchteen there in P3 is trying to string something together to catch up to the back bumper of Lorenzo Traversanuto. Incredibly quick through all of the testing, all of the pre-weekend testing as well. We actually saw a statistic of Van Walchteen completed previous to this weekend, 13 laps, all within a tenth of each other. Consistency is key in this class. He's absolutely helping himself there in P3, as he now in sector number 1 is starting to catch up to the back of Van Walchteen. Longi there, out in the front, helped by that cool air, helped by that battling behind, puts in the fastest lap, a driver who has finished off this championship in previous years on the podium. It's 2019 that we saw big success.
There was no gap there.
That's that replay for Palomba. Goes into turns 2 and 3, clips the curb, just goes over the back of, I believe that was actually Batuka there, and just off onto the grass. Self-inflicted, I'd say, Anthony.
Yeah, just the gap was, well, I don't think even existed at that point, and the only thing he hit there was the curb and the back of the other car, and that's a big shame there for Giuseppe Palomba, a rare moment for him, and I can imagine a bit of frustration there on board. Gustafsson again, fastest driver out there, 45.245. The Swede on that CRG. He's currently in 6th place. He's right behind this fight here. Hilbrand and Lorandi just ahead. Obviously, he's gained that position now with Palomba out of the race, but he can see the race leader right in front of him. It's not that far away. You can just imagine at this stage frustration kicking in when you don't see the fighting that I think Gustafsson wants to see. But it's to be expected at this stage of the weekend. You're not going to see that sort of fighting here as you see the Lewinsky and Nomblo battle just in the background here, also trying to close in. There's your intermediate classification at the moment. Travesanuto in the lead of that one, 94 points to his name. Currently there in second place. Van Walstein, who's there in third, with that win earlier on, not capitalising on another win at this moment today.
No, not just yet, but of course we have got our second group still to go, which includes big names likes of David Trofilov, who will throw up some points into that current standing. Still though, these drivers circulating, we have got a trio at the front still of Ricky Longhi, Travesanuto and Senna van Walstein. Then the trio behind includes Randy, Hilbrand and Gustafsson. Gustafsson, the last driver in this big train, is a driver who's hunting down for a good result this weekend. Had a DNF last year at the World Championships in Portimao, but a driver that is absolutely a big name in the sport and a driver who has taken home big trophies from this championship in previous years. Watch his name as we go through not only this heat, but this weekend. Out in the front, still Longhi leading through turn number 14. No change just yet between Travesanuto and Van Walstein, but Walstein there looks like he's absolutely caught up. Is it going to exist into 3 and 4? No. Slams the door, goes. Travesanuto is absolutely aware of the CPB right there on his tail. Still though, this trio, nothing between them as we head through what will be the penultimate lap shortly. Lorandi there in P4, fastest driver, and actually I would say is being helped by the fact he's sort of unbothered there in P4. He's not fending off anybody behind him, he's not defending, but he's also not close enough to the back of Van Walstein to be held up pace-wise.
No, indeed. He's waiting for something to kick off between these drivers, but there is risk in that. If nothing does happen, then he stays there in 4th place. But something tells me, with the way that we're seeing here, Van Walstein continuously attacking Travesanuto, we will see something. He's lining it up here, possibly into towards turn number 5. But Travesanuto is wise to it, takes the defensive line. Van Walstein takes the outside line there. And I think will not be too happy with everything that's happening here. And Lorandi's just gone fastest. Now, surely Alessio Lorandi will go for a move here because he's going to have to think about it because Hilbrand's right there just behind him. Pedro Hilbrand senses a moment to go for a move down the inside. Oh, trust me, he will do it as they head down on this final lap into the hairpin of turn 13. Big late lunges, but no overtakes. It's Riccardo Longhi. Out of the final corner, he wins the KZ qualifying Heat B versus C in mesmerising style. 4/10 of a second clear, borderline 5/10 of a second clear from Lorenzo Travesanuto in second place. Senna van Walstein finishes third ahead of Alessio Lorandi, Pedro Hilbrand from Victor Gustafsson, Christian Batuca from David Lewinsky, Jean Nomblo and Lorenzo Camplese will round out the top 10. Olin Galli, though, your biggest mover, an 8th-place gain in that one season, just outside that top 10 in P11. And then, of course, the dramas for Achille Mizzoni for the Ital Course Racing team and Giuseppe Palomba. There's your top 3, though. Riccardo Longhi, Lorenzo Travesanuto and Senna van Walstein.
Good stuff then by our top 3, who actually settled down halfway through that race. I expected maybe a few more fireworks between the likes of Travesanuto and Van Walstein, but I would say playing the clever, playing the long game as we head through this rotation of heats. Drivers then who, of course, unfortunately did not finish that one, Achille Mazzoni and the huge name of 2024 champion Giuseppe Palomba there in that Maranello with that self-inflicted moment where he forced himself off the track and seemingly is now going to experience a DNF.
Indeed, that is a big shame there for Palomba after that P5 earlier on. Now sees him dropping well out of the point contention, but still a long way to go in the racing there. Riccardo Longhi, though, great work from that man there who delivers his first win of the weekend. That P3 now puts him with that race win second in the points, 91 to his name. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Initially, it's a great start for the front row there. Lorandi, though, not able to get his kart along the inside. Palomba went through. Senna van Wallstein, very feisty with his start here. Found the gap. Palomba nearly out of the race at that point onwards. He was very lucky to keep that kart on the straight and narrow. That allowed everyone else to close in. Batuka managing to push his way forward. Of course, Batuka and Palomba would get involved in that little bit of a scrap between the two of them at turn number 2. The moments here for everyone else. The Intrepid going wide in this early stages. Alex Maragliano dropping to 14th place at the end of that race as the battles happen thick and fast. Hiltbrand on the charge. Certainly looking very, very strong at that stage. This is the moment there you see Batuka just behind. This moment, Palomba at turn number 2, such a tricky one there. I mean, he was looking for the gap. The gap wasn't there. And then he found the curb, found the rear bumper of Batuka, and then found the barriers at the exit of turn 2.
I would say Batuka was quite lucky to get away from that one unscathed. Did not push him off. There we go, though. Of course, race leader was Riccardo Longhi. We'll take a short break now before we head into our next rotation of heats, because there's plenty coming up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live coverage of this year's MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. And it is the second of those KZ races that is heading out onto the circuit next. It is qualifying heat A versus D that will be gracing its presence. And there, the German, David Trefilov, who put it on pole position yesterday. What an incredible drive. Him and for the team, the Formula K and the IPK team were delighted with the result as we caught up with him after time qualifying.
David Trefilov, you are the pole sitter in KZ with a dizzyingly quick time. Were you aware that you were that fast when driving around?
We had a great material, super engine, super chassis. In KZ, it's more about that because everybody's basically the same. So I'm very happy with the job of the team and with the material at all.
And with the material then that you have with the machinery, are you quite comfortable that when we go into these heats that you'll be staying at the front?
Yes.
And tell us then about what the preparation has looked like going into this race. It's a long one, you've got a lot of competition around you. What have you done to make sure that you are on top form?
We've been testing, we had a preparation race, did some work in the factory, and now it all played out well.
Absolutely has. Like we said, incredible time, pole overall in KZ. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, it was a very good qualifying for the likes of David Trefilov, who will start this one on that pole position spot, but he is not alone. Creeping into shot there, Matteo Sprigel on that CPB Sports Sodi machine. Number 17, needing the results today. Struggled a bit yesterday, though, Nicole. P6 for Matteo, but still looking forward to seeing what he could do here.
Absolutely. Long run of heats to go, though, so it's not going to put him off massively. Kemitani, also a name within this grid who has had some great pace. Maybe not the results he would have wanted yesterday, but will be starting on that second row alongside Danilo Albanese, who's another name within this grid who has got incredibly dizzyingly fast pace around the course of the circuit, knows the track well and has deployed that through the testing, through qualifying, and you'd expect him to be inside the sharp end of the field as we head through this heat. Had a P5 yesterday, so keep an eye out for the driver sat there in that Kart Republic chassis. You can see him on your screen. Driver who I'd say is probably boosted on this weekend as well by a bit of home soil confidence. Italian driver on an Italian circuit. I think that's going to help some of our field as we go through this weekend and through this second KZ qualifying heat of the day.
Here we go then. It is KZ qualifying heat A versus D with David Trefilov and Mateusz Rangel on the front row of the grid. Kemitani and Danilo Albanese on row number 2. Paolo Ippolito, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side for him after a DNF yesterday. He'll have $1,000,000 for company alongside. Row number 4 sees Stan Pex and Karol Pasovic, Daniel Vasile and Tom Luyer on row number 5, with the first half of the field being Alessio Pacini and Nico Lemberg.
Row number 7 looks like Pietro Fioravanti alongside Adrian Rudin. And then from 8, we have Enzo La Cruz with Daniel Stell. 9, Matteo Vigiano needs a good one within this one after a DNF yesterday. He'll be starting alongside Francesco Leon. 10, Federico Diana with Manuel Lettner. And then shortly behind on 11, Hauser Leonardo Palozzi with Jugas Budris. 12, Craig Tannick with Giorgio Bissoli. And rounding out your grid of 25 karts, 13 rows in total of Italy, it's Andrea Zeman.
Indeed, well, priming themselves ready at the back of the grid. They're on their formation lap now to get the temperature into those tyres, to get engines up to temp, brakes up to temp as well. Of course, really fine piece of tuning they've got to do here, because they don't want to do it too soon. Of course, in this early lap, they'll lose all that temperature by the time they're sitting on the starting grid. Of course, everyone else squaring themselves away. There again, the banking really filling up with people now here at the side of the circuit, but they prime themselves ready for this one. The support out there for many a driver out there. The Polish flag, I'm sure, out there for Karol Pasovic in this one. He'll be starting this one on the 4th row of the grid for Poland. Of course, plenty of support out there for all of the nations and all of the drivers here this weekend from wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome one and all here to the Franciacorta circuit, and if you are local to the track, do come on down. Plenty of places to view from, and there is one of them, the cafe area, the balcony, absolutely lined full of people ready to watch. The stairs to the hotel packed full of people. The roof of the hotel, I think, has got some people on it as well, but everyone primed and ready for this one, including the mechanic stand as well, who are about to witness what could be a fabulous race in KZ qualifying heat A versus D, as everyone primes themselves ready. David Trefilov there, just finessing the engine, the throttle, just to keep that at an optimal temperature, ready to go racing here as the last card of Andrea Zemin falls into place. The green flag waves at the back of the field. It is KZ, it's qualifying heat A versus D, and it is lights at this moment. 4 red lights, lights out, we're racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Trefilov, and it's a good start for Spurgel as well, who slots into 2nd place. Keep an eye though on the likes of Daniel Albanese. He slotted there into 3rd place. He's kept Kemitani at bay. Tani there, you can see him now side by side with the likes of Karol Pasovic on that magic kart, who's trying to push his way up the order now, but can't quite find his way through just yet. Down in towards that top section of the circuit, they come into the highest part here as round the inside there, Tom Luyer trying to get his nose down the inside, can't quite get it done here, and slots back into position as they all fall into place right now. You can see them all scrambling for place. Enzo La Cruz there on the DR kart, the Daniela Rossi machine, trying to push his way forward, but it's a good start, though, for the front of the field, crucially, with David Trefilov.
Midfielder of Matteo Vigiano trying to push his way through the drivers ahead, trying to hunt down some places after that DNF yesterday. You can see him getting all involved there in the pack. And go then bumper to bumper, that domino effect existing in the midfield section as it gets all busy going through turn number 5. Side-by-side moments for some of these drivers. Tom Noyer being one of those drivers that is absolutely having to fend off the field behind him, that includes the likes of Renudin, Stell, Lemberg, Vigiano, La Cruz as well. Out in the front, Trefilov leading the way ahead of Spagel, who's under threat by Danilo Albanese. There they go then, the CPB ahead of the driver of the Kart Republic camp, Emilian Denner, very much within this fight as well. These 3 drivers trying to close that gap of 4 tenths that Trefilov has given himself. You know, that with that post-qualifying interview that we saw, his confidence going into this one, as big side-by-side moments still exist through the final couple of corners. These drivers absolutely not letting off within this one. Denner puts in the fastest lap. He is your driver at the back of this top 4, really trying to hunt down, suss out where Albanese might go for a move on Spagel and where the gap might be big enough for him to capitalise off of that one as well. Trefilov, purple sector number 2 and half a second between him and Spagel.
Here we go, side by side through turn 1, and Albanese takes the second spot away from Spagel. Drama in the background, though, for Francesco Leon and Giorgio Bassoli. They've crashed, unfortunately, on the circuit, but they've got it restarted now. Albanese, the fastest driver out there. Out of the race is Bassoli. He'll go no further in this race, but Albanese now on the charge to close in on David Trefilov, who's only clear by 0.6 of a second.
Absolutely, confidence on 4 wheels from Albanese to send in a move like that, and I think that was maybe going to reduce some momentum for Spagel, who is going to be thinking about Emilian Denner very shortly. Denner, driver within this field who had a good day yesterday, and he try and pull off top 3 within this one. Still though, they go. Drivers further in the field include the likes of Paolo Ippolito, who needs a good race. It was a DNF for Ippolito yesterday in just the first couple of laps of his qualifying heat. Now finds himself swamped inside of the top 10. Not really fair on that fresher rubber compared to the remainder of the field. He has got that advantage, so you would expect him, as we start to head into this 50% mark of the race, to maybe start to pull something out the bag and promote himself further up the order. Well,
that is showcasing that the Delta's not there yet with those new tyres. Remember, the rubber needs to go down on the second to really utilise a fresh set of tyres, and unfortunately we're just not seeing this one. That is that moment there for Leon and Badoli, the 2 colliding there at the hairpin. Thankfully, they were able to keep going, but that is not the result they would have wanted. Now both of them, well, one out and one right to the back of the grid. There's Stan Pex. He's gone pink this weekend as he pushes his way through on this one. He's got Paolo Ippolito just behind, and now I think the Delta's come into play for Paolo Ippolito. Fastest lap of the race. That is, I think, well overdue, I think, for him now, as he can try and push forward in this race.
Ippolito then is no slouch within this class. He's your 2023 champion. Will be trying to salvage a result both within this race and further into the weekend. Has that winning knowledge and experience. Currently sat there in P7, just shortly behind Stan Pex. This is the move. Is it going to exist? Almost. Does try and go for it, but Pex closes that gate, does not let Ippolito through turn number 5. Is Ippolito going to have better grip, better momentum as they shift up the gears, up the hill and down back towards turns number 8, 9, 10 and 11. Still, Ippolito continues to go fastest and continues to pop in moves down the inside, clean as you like on Pex. It's now P6.
Yeah, I was expecting that one. Now those fresh tyres really coming into play in this part of the race. The Delta looking a little bit better now with those sector times coming in. I can see those personal bests and purple sectors coming in thick and fast throughout the field. But Ippolito now looking to see if we can close in on Tani up in front. But this is Pasovic and Pacini fighting away. Pacini there in P9 is on a 2-place gain. Can he make it 3? Looks for it as he signs it down the inside of Karol Pasovic, and it's all gone wrong. And there's more drama there in the background. Is that drama now? It is indeed for Enzo La Cruz. Enzo La Cruz grinding to a halt. And what's happened there? It's mechanical in nature, I believe. And unfortunately, out of the race. And oh, that's disaster. They're all at the same part of the track as well.
Absolutely. Right then, eyes and ears back on your top two. Trefilov from Albanese. Just under 0.3 of a second exists between these two drivers. Spagel still very much within this trio for the front. I think Denner has got it in him just at this time to catch up to these three. And let's watch that replay. Oh, ambitious as you like. That didn't exist to me, I wouldn't say.
Oh, no, that's what it was. It wasn't mechanical in nature there at all for Enzo La Cruz. Yeah, that contact, second-hand contact after that one, I think damaging his rear axle. Wait for it. There it is. Bang. And that was enough to unfortunately dislodge something. And that is him out of the race as well. But that is a really shaky moment. Very quick to rejoin onto the track there as well. You got to make sure. And yeah, I think that's completely just bent the axle there and sent him round. And that's such a shame for Enzo La Cruz.
Absolutely. Now at the fronts then, this is closed in very nicely. Trefilov from Albanese and Spagel. 1, 2, 3, absolutely nothing in it between these drivers as we head through what will look like the last couple of laps. Down the hill, chasing, chasing, chasing. Where is that elastic band going to snap for Albanese? Because he is right there and Trefilov is more than aware. Previous lap, Danilo had 0.2 in his pocket to try and deploy to catch up to the back bumper of David there in the front. Into 2 and 3, the gap does not exist. Lunging moments though for all of these drivers into turn number 5. Is this where Danilo tries to go for it? Not just yet. Defensive goes David there in the front. These three drivers now backing each other up. Is this going to start to get feisty now? Is this going to bring another name of Denner into it as well? Still though, Trefilov doing a good job to hold on to it. Had that P4 yesterday, had that P2 yesterday. Can he add a race win to the books? Turn number 14 they go. The trio has now turned into a quad like we expected, and that last lap notification will go out to Trefilov, who's going to have to defend for his absolute life from the Kart Republic of Albanese, from the Sodi of Spagel. Into 5 they go. Defensive as you like round the outside. Spagel tries to go. Is not going to be able to pull it off though, does not get the run to try and get something done on Albanese. Looks like this one could be concluding the way that it is. Almost into the back bumper of Albanese goes Spagel. Nothing existing between these drivers.
Certainly not so, but remember you got that hairpin right to the end of the lap. Surely there could be a lunge here from either one of these drivers, but I don't think so. They look for it, but don't make it so. Trefilov will round the final corner and will take the win ahead of the rest of the field. He joins now Lorenzo Travasanuto with 94 points to their name, but no driver so far then this weekend has dominated the KZ class. No one yet has taken back-to-back wins, but Trefilov now can finally add one to his name. Andrea Zemin from the back of the grid is your biggest mover. A 7th-place gain sees the pilot of that Birilat chassis machine in the number 67, pushing through the field very nicely and up that order into P18. There's your results then. Trefilov, Albanese and Matteo Spagel are your top 3, incredibly close at the end. But it is the win for David Trefilov at the end of that race. Emilian Denner does finish in P4 ahead of Kimi Tani, Paolo Polito from Stan-Pex, Daniel Vasile ahead of Tom Luyer and Edjon Renadin, Matteo Bagano from Pietro Fioravanti, then it's Nico Lemberg from Manuel Lettner, Pizzoli from Pasovic, Tanic from Zemin, Budris from Diana, Leon running out the 21 finishers. The retirements, Daniel Stell, unfortunately, for the kart shop Amping. team. He did retire. Piccini, La Cruz and Bassoli, all retirements from that race, which is a big shame for them. And you know what, out of all those drivers, I feel mostly for Enzo La Cruz, complete victim in what happened out there, Nicole, but I'm sure we'll see what happened in that moment again. There though, David Trefilov, an incredible drive there, keeping his name right up at that sharp end of the order. Now matches Travesanuto on those 94 points as the cleanup operation underway from the fabulous Orange Army here at Franciacorta. Here's your highlights, and Nicole, from the word go, brilliant getaway for the likes of David Trefilov. No drama there from Spurgeon whatsoever.
Absolutely not. Pretty clean start from most of our drivers within the field. Big side-by-side trading paint moments through turns 2 and 3 like you would expect, but most of them getting through pretty much unscathed. Early stages, Trefilov had that real estate to the likes of Spurgeon and Albanese, and that clean air for that trio just allowed them to pull away from the remainder of the field and pull away with the likes of Emilian Denner. This was a slight moment for the likes of Tom Luyer, who just kissed one of the curbs, did manage to regain down on the track though. Turn number 14 being one of those hotspots for big dramas for drivers in the field. That was Francesco Leon getting all out of sorts and fell down the order with Federico Diana. Into turns 2 and 3, this is when Paolo Ippolito decided to light things up on that newer tyre. Clean as you like to get past the driver of Stan Pex. This was the major moment though, that was between Alessio Piccini and Daniel Stell, that then later caught out Enzo La Cruz. La Cruz, just an absolute passenger in that one, had absolutely nowhere to go. You had Piccini just get back onto the road a little bit prematurely, then meant Enzo had nowhere to go. You can watch Piccini come back onto the road. There's Enzo, clips the back axle, ends it, and that's it. La Cruz out of the race, puts a full stop to his qualifying heat.
Indeed, a big shame. Checker flag, though, would go out at the end of it to David Trefilov, who across the line victorious for the first time this weekend in the KZ class. And I'm sure after that victory, we'll be looking at seeing if we can get another one later on today. Right, we turn our attention back to KZ2. This time it's groups A versus E. We saw this man race earlier on in the KZ class. We see him out once again, Maxim Orlov on the front of the grid, but crucially, like I said earlier on, he is alone. Matthias Morgato, not there, of course, has pulled out of the weekend. That gap will exist throughout the rest of the qualifying heats phase. But the talk of tyres is at play on this one in the field. Actually, quite a few tyres have been deployed in this field, which we will go over throughout the grid. But right now, I think drivers starting to feel like they need to push forward. But there, Jaden Teen, what a run he had over the course of this race. We caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
Jaden Teen, welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. You're racing this weekend in the KZ2 World Cup here at Franciacorta, and tell us, what has the preparation been like for this season, and are you ready for it?
Yeah, definitely is a big one this week. Obviously, you're working hard all year to come into the best shape you can be. And I think we've showed some great speed last week in the preparation race. So obviously I'm here with much confidence, and I'm ready to fight for it.
Excellent. You, of course, have been racing for some time now. Tell us, where did it all begin for you? Where did you fall in love with the sport that you're racing in now?
Yeah, already since I was a child, really. And started go-karting on the indoor, so not on the outdoor. And yeah, since there it started, and yeah, it only went up from there, and now I'm here. So yeah, it's been a long journey already, but I hope to continue.
You've raced all over the world as well. You've raced over in America. You've done a lot of Europe stuff as well. I mean, and some incredible achievements from all over there. Tell us, what has been your favourite track to race on so far? And remember, you're here in Franciacorta.
Yeah. So yeah, I've had a good last few years in the karting. Obviously, as you mentioned, America was something very special for me, because it also was my first time, and it felt yeah, it was really nice to be there. So I would say probably America is the highlight so far, but as I said, I hope to continue and see some more beautiful tracks.
Excellent. Well, Jaden, we look forward to seeing what you can do this weekend, and best of luck out there on circuit.
Thank you.
A really good chat there with Jaden Teen, who starts this one on the second row of the grid, and like you say, has had some pretty decent results over the course of this one, and like you say, great result for him in his first race of the weekend, a P2, and again earlier on as well. There, though, Max Orlov is the driver to beat. He's now looking for his third win here, Nicole, and at this moment, seemingly just looks untouchable. And now that he hasn't got Morgato there, I think he's been just given a golden ticket here at the front of the grid.
Well, you know, you can never say never. You don't know what's going to happen for Orlov as we head through this race and this weekend. Racing is unpredictable, but we all know if things go well for Orlov, both machinery-wise and with the competitors around him, he will take absolutely no time to pull away from the remainder of the field. Fastest throughout all of testing, qualifying, and of course through the racing as well. Not just pace-wise, but you know, we saw him yesterday lose the race lead originally and wastes absolutely no time to go back in on the drivers ahead and push back to the front in his own air. Here we go then. KZ2 qualifying heat A versus E.
The engines fire up, drivers make their way onto the track, and as the sun continues to shine, the temperature only just creeping up here, 18 degrees will take you through that full starting lineup, which will see Maxim Orlov and no Matthias Morgato on the front of the grid. Jaden Teen and Yenis Avico has got brand new tyres affixed on the left-hand side of his car. He could be taking it to Orlov. Michael Adair and Louis Speck going from row number 3. Samuel Luye and William Lanzeni go from row number 4. They'll have Dominic Simek and Kasper Schulmans on row number 5. Enzo Bull will be joined by Roberto Zawani on row number 6. Zawani has got a brand new set of tyres, but will be deploying them on the right-hand side of his kart. Row number 7 will see Minihat Kozna and Zoe Florescu. They'll see Eric Vess and Bo Lowett on row number 8, with Enrico Martinese and Robin Clerum on row number 9.
Row number 10 will house Adrian Martins and Alessandro Zolocco. And then from 11, we have Kypros Yers with Maurice Klein. 12, Enzo Faeta with Andre de Brugge. And then from row at number 13, we have some new tyres. Cedric Molk has gone new on the left-hand side of his kart. He will be starting alongside Matteo Muticelli. From 14, Ruven Vilk with Julian Bubb, who's also deployed some new rubber. They will be starting ahead of row number 15, which houses Giovanni Tosso with Tobias Silen. 16, Samuele Machetti with Mark Gertzkorn, who's also got new tyres deployed. Then 17, Michelle Zampieri with Ryushu Nakazato. 18, your final row of 36 karts in total is Walter Wong alongside Louis Castellini of Monaco. We've been talking a little bit about Louis Castellini throughout these heats so far, has not had the results he would have wanted. 2 DNFs so far. He's going to need to pull something out of the bag as we go into this race.
Well, the vibes are around all around the circuit there. You briefly saw the picnic on the banking that's going on. I might have to reposition the commentary box over to this location here because it looks like they've got a barbecue on the go as well. And I'm certainly a fan of a good barbecue on a nice sunny weekend, but they're primed themselves, are ready to watch the racing here, and that's a great viewing spot they've got there on the banking, overlooking post number 5 around turns 9 and 10 on the circuit. Right then, a grid of KZ2s lining themselves up ready. Maxim Orlov here, ready to see if he can get his third win of the weekend, but keep an eye on Yenis Avico on the outside of row number 2. Brand new tyres, left-hand side, I think has been told by the team, your job in this race is to get Orlov into that pack, try and not let him break away in that intermediate classification. We need to try and get these points on the board, but that is going to be an almighty task because the CPB boys have delivered the results this weekend, and when you've got the likes of Orlov, Teen there as well, it's going to be a tough one. Here we go. It is lights out and we're racing in KZ2. It's a lightning start for the two Sonys, but Savico does get the run into second place. now with his teammate no longer there. He had a clean run in towards turn number 1, but it's Orlov who's broken away. But Savico's going to have to wait until the temperature really gets into those brand new Lacon tyres before he can put them on. But already, look at that breaking away. Drama in the background, one cut spat out the side of the circuit. It is Enrico Martinez on the Door Motorsport machine that has fallen off the circuit. But crucially, everyone else has had a brilliant start, including, and not forgetting, Maxim Orlov, who's already opened up an incredible lead already.
Busy start for our field, though, as we head through the second and third sector. Mid-pack section, including the likes of Zoe Florescu, all lighting up. It's down at turn number 14. Got drivers really fighting out for position. Orlov and doing Orlov things, leading the way now by 0.6 of a second ahead of Yanis Savico, who is fighting hard to try and generate some temperature and some grip out of those brand new tyres. He's in P2 ahead of Louis Speck, who had a great start and really bolted his nose across the remainder of the field when we went green. He's trying to fend off Jaden Teen, who is looking hungry there in P4, but is being put under some pressure and is now losing out on 2 positions to Ida and Simek. Simek trying to go slightly wider compared to Ida, who's just overtaken Jaden Teen, who's now got to settle for P6. Is not having the race start that he would have wanted. Defensive posture then into turn number 14 by Ida, who's just trying to back up those drivers behind him, trying to let them trip over each other, trying to get them to fall into the hands. Under investigation goes the 1-1-0 out there. So early drama already for Teen. Not quite sure just yet what that is for, but that's not good news for the driver who has been originally so strong within this weekend. Here we go then. Fastest lap on the board, Yanis Savico, the driver in P2, who is starting to slightly close that gap to your race leader of Orlov. He's using that now to try and do something, try and catch up to that Sodi, who has looked unstoppable.
Yeah, certainly has. The gap just over half a second right now between Orlov and Savico. We'll keep a close eye on it as Savico again putting in those purple sectors, but Maxim Orlov on those tyres as well, still looking mighty strong. The gap is not coming down in a long way, and that's a big moment there through turn number 2 for Zoe Florescu. Skywards to the front of that kart, but rejoined back on terra firma, but all the way down the order, just that little bit now to P16. And that was a very dramatic moment there through turn numbers 2 and 3, which just shows how quickly it can all go wrong for a driver in the gearbox classes here. And she's very lucky there to keep that kart on all 4 wheels. The gap now, I can't believe this, Max Orlov is continuing to put in purple sectors despite the fact that he has not got the fresher tyres than Savico. That kart is just absolutely on rails. The 2 of them are swapping purple sectors, but the gap's opened back up now to over 0.6.
I think these drivers are going to need to try and think outside of the box to take down the king of KZ2 in 2025, who Orlov, who now goes purple once more with 45.732. Over a tenth faster than Savico shortly behind, was trying desperately to get something out of that brand new rubber that he has got bolted to his kart, but it's just not looking enough. 0.8 split up him and Orlov as we head through almost to the halfway mark of this race. Teen's progress then in that P6 is basically nothing, still sat there in 6th place, shortly behind teammate of Dominic Simek, so he's not been able to push forward. He's slightly put off by the fact that investigation went out just a moment ago. Settled down now goes some of these drivers, but not settled pace-wise at all is Orlov, who consistently goes purple, purple, purple.
Certainly does, and this is quite the show from Orlov again in this race, and you can see how that gap has opened up. 3rd place, though, is certainly the fight we want to see. Speck, Adair, Simek, Teen, Bull, Luye and Schurmans in that fight, as they all just look to be at a length that is close, but not enough to really make what we mentioned earlier on there, Nicole, the 100% move. You're seeing all these like 20 or 30% attempts at it, but no, they need to be 100% to get it all complete. We see a lot of them down here in towards turn number 5. Here is a perfect example of a 100% complete move down the inside. Nicely done. Dominic Simek up into P4.
Teen then trying to follow Simek through with that one, but gets it wrong on the exit of turn number 5. kisses the curb slightly and is now under pressure by Bull shortly behind. Does manage to fend off all through the hill section, but that attempt at trying to push through with the teammate absolutely did not work for team. Now then, Orlov looks over his shoulder. He does see another kart, but it is 1.4 seconds behind him. It is Civico, the Spaniard, of course, for the Charles Leclerc camp, P2, who has got a huge gap between himself and Louis Speck, who's also having, at the minute, a bit of a Sunday drive, just settled there in P3 for the time being. Further back in the order, big battles going on between the likes of Menihert Kroza and Roberto Ciani for the last remaining spots inside of the top 10. And big movers further back in the field include likes of Matteo Muzzuccelli, up by 9 positions. Louis Castellini now, we said a couple of times, 2 DNFs for the driver from Monaco previously. Now up 12 places to be in P24, so really, really trying to salvage a result.
Indeed, here is a replay of the hairpin, and oh dear, I think that was one car going very slowly out of the corner there. It is one of the Birrells there that was going very slowly, but not quite sure who that driver was at that point. Eyes fixated on the rest of this, nearing that end stage of the race here. We're on lap 9 of 12 here, Nicole, and like you say, everyone now is just in that little bit of a progression mode now. They're all just thinking, right, let's look after this kart for the end of this race. The gaps are there. They're not really pushing in too much. There is your order at the moment. Civico would be taking the lead. He's, of course, had one extra more race than what Orlov has, of course, but as you see, he's only clear by 8 points. Orlov, who's only 1 race less, is only 8 points behind with 150, so theoretically, he is the points leader. But we'll keep a close eye on that one. But as they've gone through, you can just see how now they're starting to close in again here. Michael Adair under increasing pressure now from Jaden Teen, who is trying to fight back now at this point. They're a little further back in the order. Castellini making the moves. Louis Castellini, who I've got to say, credit where credit's due, is really keeping his head held high despite the drama that he's had over the course of this weekend.
Absolutely is. Head up strong, just trying to push forward and trying to salvage what he can out of the remaining races. Here we go then, out at the front. This is still the battle raging on between Speck and Simek. Simek has been on an absolute charge through this race, 5 places in total. Can he tick off one more name? Can he tick off Speck there? Being all watched by these ever-growing crowds. So many spectators joining us so far this weekend to watch on what is going to be spectacular event, race after race.
Oh dear, there's been drama out on circuit. Eric Vess, I think, has fallen off the track. I can see there was a moment from one of the marshals, but he's tumbled out of the order with another driver, who I think was Louis Castellini, and there is the likes of Vess and Castellini out of the race, and Castellini under investigation for potentially causing a collision. As we go on to this final lap of this race, still Orlov in the lead of it, and he's clear now by 1.1 seconds despite the best efforts from Civico, not able to close in. This one here though, Dominic Simek. Surely Simek's going to try and find something here on Lewis Speck, but Speck is holding off this driver behind with some force right now as they head down into that final corner. It's not, I don't think, going to be a move here unless we'll see a miracle, but it's not going to happen. Max Orlov, though, out of the final corner, does see that miracle of a 3rd win across the line ahead of Yenis Civico. Speck holds on to 3rd place ahead of Dominic Simek, Michael Adair from Jaden Team, Enzo Bull from Samuel Uye, Menihert Kroza, and Roberto Zawani, who rounds out the top 10. But Maxim Orlov, continuing that fight all the way to the end, is now theoretically your points leader as he steps up to 3rd now alongside Max Schleimer, also with 150 points to his name.
Wouldn't even say it's been too much of a fight for Orlov just yet. He's been unbothered by anybody else in the field. Those tyres deployed by Civico, who finished in P2, did not manage to sway the path of Maxim Orlov out there in the front. Somebody's going to have to pull a serious tactic out of the hat if they want to take down the driver of CPB Sport. Others further back down in the field who did have good races, Mark Gertzkorn, P22 up by 10 positions, Tobias Island as well up by 7, so some relatively big movers within this race. Of course, we had drivers who had bad luck as well. Eric Vess, Luis Castellini again with another DNF added to his board. Michel Zampieri as well. Plenty of drama going out for some of our drivers.
Indeed. Well, they will all head back to Parc Ferme now. Of course, they'll get checked over and make sure everything is all good at the end of that one. You can imagine there'll be some smiles, there'll be some disappointment faces down there as well. And some, I think, just that little bit like, we could do better at this point. But it's still a long way to go in the KZ2. So one man who will be thinking one thing and one thing only, and that is focusing on the next race, is this man here. Maxim Orlov, 3 wins out of 3 now, is checking over his tyres to make sure they're looking okay. Of course, he's not deployed them, the new ones, just yet. Quite a few drivers in that race did deploy them, including the man who finished in second place, Yanis Savico. Here's your highlights from that one. Savico, the good start from him, straight into second place. No more Gato there to hold him back. He was there straight away up to P2. Orlov, though, at the front, had the front, and just drove away from the rest of the field. No drama there for him over the course of this one. The rest of the field, though, really started to close in the early stages. There was drama right in the back of the field, unfortunately. I think the Door Motorsport driver falling off the track right at the start. And you could just see, yeah, not the way you want to get your race started there. And that is very unfortunate for the likes of, I think that was Enrico Martinez who fell off the track. Michael Adair in the early stages, though. Really strong performance from Michael Adair from the third row of the grid there. Nicole pushing forward, holding on to a P5, but certainly making his feelings very well known up in that top group.
Absolutely. Did originally muscle out Dominis Simek, but Simek managed in the end to fight his way back past at turn number 5. Would try and open up the door for teammates of Jaden Teen as well, but it wasn't quite enough. Talking of teammates, though, Orlov crosses the line on that final lap completely in his own air and takes yet another heat win. That concludes KZ2 qualifying Heat A versus E. Next up, it's our KZ2s once more, but this time it's D versus F.
Indeed, they will be heading out onto the circuit, looking forward to this one. And again, some dramas for some of the drivers in this one, but everyone focusing on that young man there, Noah Wolf, who will be starting this one. And if you take a step back in time, of course, yesterday, very tough day, penalty in that first one, and then, of course, the drama in that second one. But we caught up with Noah Wolf after time qualifying, who put in a very quick time.
Noah, great qualifying session there, but it wasn't without its difficulties. It looked like you had to overtake on your quick lap. Can you tell us how that played out?
The guy wasn't the quickest, and I didn't see him, and we caught him up a lot in the first couple of corners, and then I had to overtake into turn 3, and I thought the lap's ruined, but I carried on pushing through and gave it everything because I had nothing to lose, and it was an all right lap, but we could have come away with a lot more.
And you're in a packed grid this weekend. There is a lot of KZ2 drivers that have joined us. How's that going to play out as you go through these qualifying heats right at the front? How do you maintain that pace, maintain how quick that you are?
I mean, last week the pace was amazing all through the heats. So I'm really confident that we'll have the pace over everyone else around us. And yeah, we're so fast. I'm excited for this weekend.
And Noah, tell us about Camp Birrell. Through the KZ2 qualifying, you're the only driver in a Birrell to be inside that top 4. What's been going on in the tent?
I'm not really paying attention to other people, focusing on myself. I've been happy with the chassis ever since I first got on it. From the testing. We made a small few adjustments, and yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I can't really ask much more than pole and group.
Well, Noah, looking forward to seeing how you get on in these heats.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to chat there to Noah Wolf. Will be starting this on the front row of the grid, but is not alone. Arthur Luc there from France will be a contender in this one. The Door Motorsport driver certainly looking very strong in the early stages of this weekend, and keep a close eye on his progression, but it's that second row just behind that's certainly going to be an exciting one. Anatoly Kavalkin and Robert Kindervatter as well. Some great results from them, but looking forward to seeing what will happen.
Absolutely. Big names on the front row. Noah needs to put in some work in this one, of course. Like Anthony mentioned, had that penalty yesterday after taking a heat win and then was shuffled further down into the pack in that second heat. But like Anthony said, and like Noah said in his very own driver interview, he's excited for this weekend. He's got some absolutely fantastic pace. There is Anatoly Kavalkin there on your screen, sat in none other than that Paralin chassis. Expect big stuff from Anatoly. Had good heats as well as did Robert Kindervatter, Simon Rakameka as well. Lots of these drivers really fighting through the field and getting their elbows out as we go through these heats.
Certainly will. They will not dance alone though, because all the drivers in this one will certainly be playing a pivotal role in this one, and especially for you, the viewers at home, this is going to be a very exciting little race, which will see groups at DNF heading out onto the circuit very soon in this one. But for all of the KZ2s this weekend, it's just a case of getting through. So many entries into this weekend, Nicole, well over 120 entries into it. Remember, it's only the 36 that get to go into that final, but it's okay as the well, look at that up in the sky. It's not a locomotion, but it's that I don't even know what that is. It's a
half
double
a helicopter.
Where's your other half? It's still attached though. Here we go then. Anyway, back to the racing. Noah Wolf starting this one on pole position. He'll have Arthur Luc alongside Anatoly Kavalkin and Robert Kindervatter on row number 2. Samuel Leopardi and Simon Reckenmacher will round out row number 3. Keep an eye on Samuel Leopardi. Great results over the course of this weekend. Albin Strösen and Georgi Vakovsky go from row number 4. They'll have Jörg Valtonen and Len Naish on row number 5. Corentin Rousseau and Nicola Rossini go from row number 6. They'll have Kian Fardin and Jensen Graham on row number 7. Alvar Timmertsvada and Rasmus Andersen go from row number 8. And the first half of the field will be Jaden Gutschkin and Mark Brovko.
Part 2 of your grid, row number 10 in your top 20 includes Gamin Luye and Pavo Tonteri. 11, Emmanuel Mai with Ricardo Rigodanza. And shortly behind on 12, it's Alphonse Maitinen with Emil Akmans. 13 looks like Eduardo Di Salesandro and Luigi Di Lorenzo sits alongside him. 14 of the USA, it's Michael Avicino, and for France, it's Jeremy Poutain. And from 15, it's Eric Anaki and Bailey Sagidak. 16 looks like Camilo Caldron with Artem Troitsky. 17, your penultimate row of your grid, Dante Lera of Canada and Yanni Androsini of Germany. 18 rows on your grid for this KZ2 qualifying heat, 35 in total, rounded out by Alexei Yavala.
Well, in this situation, you've got to be certain of where you want to finish in these races, because right now it is all down to this one. It's in the midway point of the day here. The lunch break is next. They've only got 3 more rotations of heats for the KZ2s after this rotation. And right now, it's all falling into play here for the class. These points really starting to accumulate up now for the field. But we'll keep an eye on the progression of this one. It's all here at the front of the grid. All they've got to do is wait for those lights to go out and start this racing. But a day like this with Noah Wolf at the front of the field, yesterday's dramas certainly, I'm sure, will be put into something decent today. He still had that P3 yesterday, despite that movement on the start-finish line that dropped him down to 3rd place after his win. It was the second race that certainly put him backwards in that order, a P18 after a penalty as well. Right now, focused on the front of the field as the locomotion gets ready to start in KZ2. Here we go then. Pasquale Lupoli gets the green flag at the back. He starts the lights procedure. It's 4 lights out. We're racing. In KZ2, it's a lightning start for Leuk off the line. And Noah Wolf slots down into second place. There on the Formula K on the outside, it's Robert Kinderwarter who's got into P2 now. This is going to be Wolf trying to fight back. He switches to the outside here, but he's not going to get the optimal power out of the corner, and he's going to have to stop there. Kavalkin's just there in P4, but now there's a bit of a moment, and through goes Kinderwarter. Goes backwards in the order. Wolf goes through, and now Kinderwarter is getting squeezed out by not 1, not 2, but 3 karts that are going to push him right down in the field. But crucially at the front, Arthur Leuk has a brilliant start. The Frenchman is in the lead.
Wolf then just returning the favour to try and jump back inside the sharp end of the field, and does exactly that. Now P2, but miles away from your current race leader of Arthur Leuk, who was an absolute bullet out of the gate at that race start. 1, 2, 3 then, Leuk, Wolf and Kavalkin. Shortly behind we have Rakameka once more on a good charge in the early stages. And then it is Leopardi there on your screen, who is the last driver inside that top 5 pack. Further back in the field then, big battles going on as you would expect. This is the fight kicking off just ahead of the likes of Juho Valtonen. Got Strussen in there, Nish and Vakovsky as well. Thick and fast, these battles will rage on. It's not raging on just yet inside of your top 5, because you've got huge gaps existing down the inside at turn number 14. That's big sense for some of our drivers as they're just trying to settle into their rhythm, settle into things. This is still raging on though. Into turns 2 and 3 this pack go. Nish, Vakovsky, Strussen, Valtonen, Kinderwarter not giving each other any room, or into turn number 5. That was almost a huge moment.
It certainly was indeed, and for Juho Valtonen nearly just getting away with that one, but it was the gold cart there pushing its way forward, and I think that is Alwin Strussen from Sweden, who was trying to get that move done and nearly ended in disaster there. But still in control of his machinery now as they head back down that back straight. And any drama from now onwards, if you stall the kart, you are out of this race. That huge train coming through. Still, the timing can't make the difference of it as they cross over the line here. Strussen trying to battle away with Vakovsky. Remember, Vakovsky had that drama in the first race today where he went off at turn number 1 as Arthur Leuk is under investigation. I said it was a good start. Was it just that little bit too good, Nicole?
Hopefully that could play into the hands for Noah Wolf, who's just gone purple in P2, so it fits the case that Leuk jumped things at the start. That would gift Noah that race lead back again, technically. Still though, this train of karts, this is a snake heading through that third sector. Out on the exit of turn at number 13, absolutely shifting through the gears. These drivers having to balance the pace, find that balance of speed through each corner to try and get the rev, try and get the run, to stay very much within the mix. This is a good little scrap. It's still going on as off the road they go. You could see that happening, Anthony. That was always going to be the case with a battle going on. That big tumble down the order is Kinderwarter and Vakovsky taking each other out completely.
And that is the second time today Georgi Vakovsky has been in that very same tyre wall. That is a huge shame there at this point of the racing, and same for Kinderwarter as well. Here is how it happened again. You can see down the inside, and yeah, you can see the reaction straight away from Georgi Vakovsky, just saying, you know, why did you do that? Why did you turn across me? But Kinderwarter will say, why did you go for a move that wasn't on? You know, these drivers are going to have that argument throughout it. They'll have to figure that one out between themselves. Here, though, at the front, Noah Wolf is closing in on Arthur Leuk. The time coming down as the yellow flag's still out there from that incident, as those two drivers, I'm sure, will be having a conversation between each other. As, yeah, Wolf closing in on Arthur Leuk. This is Kavalkin and Leopardi. They're also closing in on this fight as well. But are we going to see the move here from the young Briton? Can he get that nose down the inside just here at turn 13? The answer to that is no. He stays behind, and Arthur Leuk, despite the fact that he's under investigation, is still in control of this race.
Wolf then has closed in on Leuk for as a rate of knots. Turns 2 and 3 they go. down the inside at turn number 5. That's the move. Change for the race lead. Clean as you like. Wolf makes himself your new leader.
Indeed, and he does like that overtake there at turn number 5. We saw that time in and time out in previous weekends here, and certainly showcasing that speed again at post 5 as he takes the lead of this race, as D'Alessandro under investigation for potentially causing a collision. The pilot of the 207 machine is a little further down in the order, currently circulating in 27th place under the watchful eyes of the officials. There are your trains going through now. Everyone's still looking very sharp and witted out there. Cavalcin, Leopardi and Reckenmarker is this battle on your screen as they're pushing their way through another one of the Dawn Motorsport machines, trying to get involved in the fight up ahead.
Cavalcin there, just running off the road slightly at turn number 4. Just trying to find that balance of speed, absolutely on the limit, corner after corner, but just drops a wheel slightly on the rumble strip and kicks up a bit of dust into the faces of Leopardi and Reckenmarker, but it just shows how absolutely on the limit every single driver within the KZ2 category is. So much pace, so much speed for these drivers to try and manage with. Talking of speed, Noah Wolf out there, purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2, fastest driver out there on the circuit, and starts to pull away now from Arthur Leuk. It's over 3.5 tenths. This splits up him and your previous race leader, who of course is under investigation. Eyes on this nice little scrap though, going into turn number 5. Big sense down the inside that absolutely throw drivers behind off the tracks. Svara being the driver to do that. Clean as you like, but also ambitious for these drivers. Ooh, almost still big sense being attempted by drivers further back in the field. Antoine Rousseau, I think, is in one of those fights that I've seen by my eye, trying to fight out for position into turn number 14. Another hot spot for these drivers, but also a big place where drivers are aware defensive posture, defensive stand is absolutely needed. Yeah, indeed. Right, nearing the tail end of this race right now, and drivers will have to start thinking about what they really want to achieve in this race with position-wise, because you can see how close they are together. Big send down the inside there. That's nicely done from Rasmus Andersen and Emmanuel Mai. They both got past Jaden Gushkin, sending the Formula K down that order just that little bit more as they try to retaliate in this phase. And now they've got the likes of Paavo Tontieri just behind on that CRG as they go up and down the gears. That Mach 1 machine looking absolutely mighty at this stage of the weekend. In towards the hairpin, and no lunges just there. One driver going a little bit wide though, that is the Mach 1 trying to get involved. Emmanuel Mai now under pressure from the drivers behind, but managing to hold on to position as we are nearing the tail end of this race. We'll keep a close eye on the field. Leuk is keeping contact with Noah Wolf right now. He hasn't dropped off the back too much as this Paavo Tontieri battle keeps raging on. Look at this now, the Formula K machine of Jaden Gushkin has got Mark Brovko, Riccardo Rigadanza and Avazzino just behind. They're all trying to push their way forward here, but seemingly as soon as one kart makes that move, the door closes, no one can push through as well. There is a look at some retirements in this one. Alphonse Mitchell and Jorge Vakovsky and Robert Kindervat are currently the only 3 retirements out of this race, but still as the rest of the field pushes forward, looking mighty clean as we go on to the final lap of this race. Absolutely is. Wolf then out there in the front by just under, well no, actually make it 3 tenths once more, has been given that last lap notification, as have these drivers who now you can see are trying to fight in the last couple of moments to pick off some positions, to hunt down some more overtakes. I think it's going to be enough for a lot of our field though as we head through. Very much only half a lap left for most of our field. Into turn number 14, clean as you like goes Noah Wolf. Still is Leuk on his back bumper, but that checkered flag is dropped on Wolf, just under 3 tenths clear of Arthur Leuk. Noah Wolf then had that on-track win yesterday. It was taken away from him. Then had that a difficult, tricky one, but comes into today in his first heat of the day and puts in a P1 ahead of Arthur Leuk in P2 and Anatoly Kavalkin in P3. Indeed. Well, just
can't get out of your mind that Wolf taking that win here. A great recovery drive at the end of that race, despite that tricky start, was able to close in and retake that win away. And I'm sure he'll be hoping at this stage that he can keep this one after the dramas he's had over on this weekend. Artur Leuk finishing in second place ahead of Anatoly Kavalkin, Samuele Leopardi from Simon Reckenmarker, Len Nice from Albin Strussen, Nicola Rossini from UL Valtonen, and Alvar Samatsvara, Connor Tom Rousseau, Jensen Graham, Rasmus Andersen, Gavin Luye, Emmanuel Mai, the top 15, and all of them gaining positions in that race. A fabulous run for it, and of course only those 3 retirements at the end of Mittinen, Vakovsky and Kindervati, all from that top section of the field.
Absolutely, clean little race then, I would say, for the most part of that one. Most drivers actually getting through quite nicely and lots of drivers making up progress. That does conclude your results for the KZ2 qualifying Group D versus F, as now our clean-up operation goes out with our marshalling team. That's the 129 out there of Robert Kindervati just being picked up on the recovery. Noah Wolf then, race winner, will go back to that Birol Art tent. I'm sure happy as you like. And this is how he managed to pull it off. At the start then, big questions over whether Leuk did jump that start. Did originally get into the race lead, swiped across the front of Noah Wolf, who at turns 2 and 3 actually dropped down into P3 behind Leuk, and looked like Kavalkin was going to try and get involved in the early stages as well. Didn't quite manage to do so. Mid-pack section, busy as you like, as you would expect it. Side-by-side moments, which I think is thrown about as well over the course of the varied widths of this track. Sometimes the drivers thinking they can get more drivers in side-by-side than they actually can, but relatively clean in our first lap. This was the moment then where Noah Wolf managed to get back into P2. It was a bit of an aggressive move, but managed to pull it off nonetheless. So number 5, absolute big moments for our drivers. Such a hot spot for dramatic stuff.
Yeah, Albin Strussen there nearly spinning around, but getting control over that kart, and then later having to deal with this moment here as Vakovsky pushing his way through. Later, Vakovsky fighting with the likes of Robert Kindervati. Their race would come to a conclusion at turn number 2 in a spectacular fashion. And you can just see how in this early stage they were holding on to position. Nico Rossini just in the background there, also trying to get involved. But the side-by-side moments here out of this section, this was the moment. Just that little bit of contact there, just that front wheel touching the rear, sending the 2 off into the barriers at turn number 2. This moment here, this was the race lead. Turn 5, clean as you like, and I think, yeah, it's just a carbon copy of what Wolf's been doing over and over again here at the Franciacorta circuit, but holding on to that lead, able to break away by 0.2 of a second at the end of that one as the battle still raged on behind. Here we still saw those overtakes all the way throughout it. We saw Alvar Samatsvara making the moves earlier on. We saw UL Valtonen getting the moves up in the racing as well. Later, Emmanuel Mai, Gavin Luye, all fighting for position, and Rasmus Andersen as well, having a very good, strong fight at the end of that race as well. But it all fell on the eyes of Noah Wolf. Across the line, takes his second win on track, but I think that's going to be his first win on paper now, unless anything happens from that one. But he'll be delighted with that result, and a great way to start the day today after the troublesome day yesterday.
Absolutely is. Does a good job to recover from, like Anthony just said, those moments yesterday. Next up then, KZ2 qualifying heat C versus G, where some of those big Noah Wolf competitors and rivals will be sat on that grid, waiting eagerly. One of those biggest names, Timo Youngling. There you can see just the side of Timo's helmet. Yesterday was pole in group, then has so far added so many wins to his tally. Let's hear from Timo and what he had to say yesterday.
Timo, pole in group, that must be a fantastic thing to be able to say as we head into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. The team have worked so hard for this, so it can't be a better outcome for qualifying.
And as you were heading through that qualifying session, sector after sector, you were going purple. That last lap, though, you decided to abandon things. Why was that? Can you tell us more?
Yeah, I just didn't think I was going to improve anymore. In my lap before was pretty solid, and I just saw on my dash that it was plus, so I was just like, okay, maybe I can save the tyre a bit.
And you mentioned just a moment ago that team setup. Teammate Maxim Orlov was fastest by quite some way in qualifying 1. How's that going to come into play this weekend? How are you going to try and stay up there?
I mean, with teammates, of course, I aim to beat him, but the heats, the point makes prizes. So we're just, of course, just teamwork for the heats, and in the final, it's all to play.
Well, great job, Timo, pole and group.
Thank you very much.
Good chat there with Timo, and straight to the point, I think, on that one. You know, just thinking, yeah, we'll work together in this phase. When it comes to that final, it's all out between the two of us. There, Marek Skrivan here on the front row of the grid as well. Again, continuing his strong pace this weekend. We'll be curious to see what he can do in this race. We'll keep an eye on the pilot from Czech. He'll be starting this one on that front row of the grid. Jay Owen this time will be on the inside row alongside Eli Goldstein. And Jay Owen has been a pilot to really push forward in these races. Some great results from him.
Absolutely. As has Eli Goldstein, stayed inside of the top 5 so far this weekend. So him and Owen pretty much matched on that second row. You can see Jay just settled into that kart, ready to go into this next KZ2 qualifying heat, which of course will be the last of this rotation. Drivers then just having those last-minute words with those mechanics. There's so much pressure on the shoulders of every single one of these 35 drivers on the grid. This is a World Cup. This is their biggest race of the year. Expect big moments from some of these as we go into this heat. A lot of our drivers in your field have had DNFs as well throughout the weekend so far. Rahim Alibai being one of those starting further back in the grid, who's going to need to try and salvage some positions and some points on the board. Here we go then. Drivers being pushed off the grid. We're about to go.
We certainly are. It all falls down to this one, the last race before the short lunch break, before the second half of the day's racing. We're getting into that nitty-gritty phase of the weekend here as the engines are on. Well, let's take you through that full starting lineup then for KZ2, qualifying Heat C versus G. It's Timo Jungling and Marek Skrivan on row number 1. Jay Owen and Eli Goldstein on row 2 from Jadisim Skulinov and Levi Arden, who will be going from row number 3. Row number 4, we'll see Daniel Messier and Norton Andreasen. They will see Marcus Kayak and Theo Blon on row number 5. They'll look out the top 10. Row number 6, we'll see Mattis Bruch and Tommy van der Struss. Simon Billman and Marty Rittinen going from row number 7. Andrea Dalle and Amano Kunteri go from row number 8. They'll have Alexander Uznim and Andrea Pirovano in the first half of the field on row number 9.
Your top 20 is rounded out by Arsene Lacoste and Kevin Cancelli on row number 10. And then from 11, it's Tim Licati alongside Antti Haapalainen. From 12, we have Salvatore Migliore with Antonio Cormidi. Shortly behind on 13, Ricardo Borges with Luca Bertoni. 14, Dino Carlson with Christian Garuffi. And from 15, it's Rune de Broeke with Florian Esteve. 16, Mario Borges with Alessandro Ruggieri. 17, Rahim Alibai alongside Kai Perner. Going from the 18th row of your grid, 35 karts in total. Mexico, Angel Rosono.
Indeed. Well, still a packed group of drivers in this one, and a lot of fresh tyres at the back of the grid for this one. On the left-hand side, Dino Carlson, Rune de Broeke, Mario Borges, should say, and Alessandro Ruggieri as well. All going fresh tyres on that left-hand side, so curious to see what they can do in this one. Oh, my goodness me, Eli Goldstein getting into that grid spot there very vigorously at the start of that race. But let's see how this one will transpire as, again, look at these drivers all the way back here in sector number 2, the front of the grid, ready and waiting here, but we'll be waiting for quite some time as those tyres get up to temperature. Look at all the karts still on that back straight.
Absolutely. Your two at the front, of course, Youngling and Scriven, will be the two who will start to drop in temperature quite significantly. Drivers at the back of the field just taking their time to try and find their grid spots, but it's looking like now we have more than half of our field ready to go racing. revs will be raising, heart rates will be raising as well, I'm sure. So much anticipation from not only our drivers out there on the track, but also the crowds that are forming here this weekend at the Franciacorta circuit. So many spectators gracing us to watch how this one will play out.
Just make sure you bring your bug spray, because there's many insects here around the farmlands of northern Italy. But here we go. We're about to go racing. It's lights out as drama striking in the middle of the pack there. That's surely going to be looked at. But look at the front here for Timo Jungling. He's under pressure immediately from Jay Irwin. Medic Skriban trying to get that whole shot, but has slotted down into third place, and drama struck at the background. That is out of the race for
Martin
the 125 of the Martin Rittinen indeed, and will go no further. There the Club Cali car pushing forward. That's Daniel Macia in the early stages. He's pushed through as drama for Borges in the background, and that is huge shame for Ricardo Borges. The Maranello driver from Portugal goes no further.
I think we've lost yet another driver out there somewhere on the track. I can see in the background somebody else was parked, so big dramas as we've already headed through only one lap of this race. Rittinen then under investigation for starting procedure infringements. I think he was the driver in the background that you really saw get that early jump across, completely broke formation. There is the 136 parked out there for Maranello. Out there in the front though, big changes going on. That's Eli Goldstein finding his way through the traffic. That is him weaving a needle through this traffic and getting past Marek Scriven. Early retirements then going out already. I think that was the 196 that was pulling into the pit lane. Out there in the front though, unbothered by all of what has gone on so far, Timo Jungling once more leads the way, not staring at the number of another driver, not staring at anybody's back bumper whatsoever. Goes under the start-finish gantry through turns number 1 and 2. He's more than aware that Jay Irwin is right there, but Irwin is under pressure by Scriven there. Maybe Scriven could go for it here at turn number 5, where Eli Goldstein decides to jump on that white line to try and fend off Marcus Kayak shortly behind. Rasim Skrilanov goes purple so far within this race. He's sat in P7, a bit more clean air than the drivers inside the top 5 currently have.
Indeed, but I'm going to keep an eye on that Goldstein-Kayak battle, of course. Marcus Kayak, a very experienced KZ pilot, and of course Goldstein in his rookie year in the KZs, running around in this one. Certainly keeping a close eye on his progression. Here we go though. Scrivan on the back of Jay Irwin. I mean, Scrivan's got to make the call here. You can see that Irwin's not attacking Jungling. You can see that Jungling's breaking away. If he can get that move done, yes, he can pile through. But again, it's one of those fine lines. If it feels like Irwin has got the pace to get the move done, he'll let him sit there behind. But we're not seeing that right now. But we'll have to see how this race progresses. Daniel Macia, though, is the fastest driver out there. He's currently sitting in 7th place. He's behind Levierne, who's currently there in 6th place behind this fight. And all the meanwhile, we keep a close eye on that progression. There they are on your screen. Big send down the inside for Daniel Macia, gets through. And now the likes of Denisim Skulinov and Theo Blunt trying to get involved. And they have done so. Arndt's down to 9th place now.
This time then, Timo Jungling not pulling away from the field as quickly as he did in his previous heats. As down the inside goes Scriven on Jay Irwin. That brings the likes of Eli Goldstein closer and closer. It was a big move indeed at turn number 5. In as you like though, pulled off on the brakes in late and hard, held on to that brake and just seemingly pushed Jay Irwin slightly wide to get through pretty cleanly. Goldstein now, that has allowed him to arrive on the door of Jay Irwin. I'm sure he will be hungry and hunting for a position very shortly.
So, yeah, that's a big move for Scriban there. He's made that call on Jay Irwin. He said, right, I'm going to get past you now, and I'm going to try and attack Timo Jungling. The gap, 0.4 of a second, 391 milliseconds at the moment. But let's see what he can do in this front. Can he put in those sector times to close back in? Jay Irwin needs to let him do this to see if he can close in, but the person who's fastest at the moment is Daniel Macia, and I think Jungling has been told by his mechanic that, right, okay, they've switched, push now, because he's just gone purple in sector number 1.
Well, looking at Timo's times, he is consistently going faster and faster over the course of these laps as he gets dialed in, both with that rhythm and with the tyre temperature as well. Exits out of turn number 14. What is the gap now between him and Scriven? Was 5/10 of a second. It's now down to just under. So Scriven is looking like he's taking small chunks out of Timo. But like you said, Anthony, that team communication, Youngling will be out there. He will be told by CPB, he will be told by his mechanic, turn up that dial, push away now because you're going to be under pressure very shortly. And he's responded to that. He's now made himself the fastest driver out there on the track. Scriven hasn't broken away from Erwin at all. Erwin is still very much there, as is Goldstein. Kayak is a little bit further away from this battle after having to do those 4 moves to get himself into P5. Has another big retirement out there, this
Raheem
time
Alabai.
for the 199 of Raheem Alabai, who we said a moment ago needed a good race. Has had DNFs already so far this weekend, but now we'll add to that, it's just not been his day.
No, it certainly hasn't for the driver from the USA, going no further in this race. Youngling, fastest lap of the race now, 45.439, is breaking away now quite considerably from Scriven. The gap's back up to half a second now, and despite the fact that, yes, Scriven got that move done on Jay Irwin, he's not been able to close in on that gap. So now it's going to put the ball back into Jay Irwin's side of the court. Does he re-attack now Scriven? If he can do so, of course, to take back that second place. And crucially, does Goldstein get involved in this fight? He can see that no one's catching up to Youngling, so he thinks, right, game on, let's see how far up we can get.
Absolutely. Under investigation now goes the 163 of Alexander Usim out there. He's currently sat in P18, trying to get past the likes of Tim Licati and Kevin Angeli as well. Eyes and ears back on this one though. Still 2, 3, 4. Scriven, Erwin, Goldstein. Nothing in it between these as we'll watch a replay of that busy start. We had drivers really get pushed out on the exit of turn number 5. Such big side-by-side moments, or completely off the road. So that was how we lost the Maranello of Ricardo Borges right at the start of the race. That was him trying to get the kart going again, but you can just see how much heavy damage that is. There's no way that that was getting fired back into life. Here we go then, out in the front, Scriven, Erwin, Goldstein. Goldstein has lit things up whilst we've been watching that replay. He's absolutely on the tail of Erwin. Now we've seen throughout the 25 season, time and time again, Goldstein will get his elbows out when he gets close enough for a race move. Is that going to exist into turn number 14? Not just yet, but he's pacing it. He's thinking about it because he's just looked over his shoulder to the gap between him and Kayak, which indicates to me, Anthony, he's going to try and give it a go. He knows that he's got enough room, but if it doesn't quite go his way, he's not going to fall into the hands of the pack behind.
No, indeed. And we'll keep a close eye on that fight as they're going through down that hill again. You can just see how close they get in some of those really quick moments here, trying to get those noses involved as Youngling again continuing to break away from the rest of that pack. But everyone inside this top 10 still looking relatively comfortable here, as I think there may have been some drama out in the circuit for Tim Licati, another one of the CPB Sport drivers who was unfortunately, I think, fallen off the circuit. He's dropped down to 30th place, and there he is, Tim Licati off at turn number 2. Thankfully looks okay and on his feet, and great work again from the marshalling team to clear away the debris there. As through goes his teammate, Timo Youngling still in the lead, and has opened up that gap to now 1 second now as the drivers enter onto the final lap of this race.
Absolutely. Final moments there for Timo Youngling out in the front. It's a second that splits up him and Scriven, so him responding in that gap being reduced has absolutely worked in his favour. He has given himself that real estate to go on the charge to add yet another win to his board this weekend. Just 2 more corners for Timo to get correct through number 14 down towards 15, and we'll see the checkered flag once again as a race winner. A second clear from Marek Scriven, who rounds out P2 ahead of Jay Owen, who is your last driver inside the top 3. But once more, what a result for Timo Youngling. What a result for CPB Sports.
Certainly so. Now stepping up to the lead of that intermediate classification with 180 points to his name ahead of Marek Skrivan's 179, Erwin's 167 from Savico and Speck, who lock out the top 5 with 158 and 155. But of course, Max Orlov with that 150 is looking to see if he can try and get up to 200 points in his race later on today. There's your full results. Youngling from Skrivan, Erwin from Goldstein, Kayak from Mesia, Blond from Arn, then Andreasen from Skulinov, rounding out the top 10. 11th place downwards sees Matis Bruce from Emano Quinteri, Privano from Van der Struss, Dale from Cancelli, Miglori from Billman, Happalainen from Bettoni, Borges, Mario Borges, who gained 10th place in that race ahead of Carlson. Penna finishing in an 11th place, gaining 23rd place from Lacoste. De Bruyke from Reynoso. Then it is Steve from Rigeri, who rounding out to the 28 finishes in that race. Retirements, Tim Lacati, Alexander Uzneem, Antonio Comidi, Rahim Alabai, Martti Rittanen, Ricardo Borges, and Christian Gaffuri as well, all retiring from that race. But there on your screen, Timo Youngling, CPB Sport. That is another race win on the cards, and he will join his fellow Sodi drivers this weekend as one of the top runners, and this is how it all transpired. Bit of drama in the field there, clear jump start, infringement right in the middle of that grid. One of the Birrells trying to get going, possibly the likes of either Theo Blum, Van der Struss or Martti Rittinen. There was all the Birrells in and around that area that unfortunately could have had that moment. But the start of it, pretty clean and calm. Jay Owen with a good getaway there from behind Timo Youngling, able to beat Skrivan into P2.
Well, clean and calm until we got to this point at turn at number 5, where drivers decided to go wheel to wheel. This was the moment where we lost the Maranello of Ricardo Borges, was completely lost off onto the side with a passenger in what could have been quite a big incident. Jumped up out of the kart that had a lot of heavy damage. Radiator was damaged. He was absolutely not going again. And this is when Gonzalo Planta, judge of facts out there on the track, said to Ricardo, that is it, you are done in this race. And our marshalling team quickly cleared that Maranello from the side of the circuit. Out there on the track, Ali Goldstein was getting all involved. This was the moves between him and likes of Marcus Kayak. We had some DNFs out there on the track, some drivers deciding to retire into the pit lane. That was early on. That was Christian Lafuri that we lost in the first couple of laps. Still though, these drivers going side pod to side pod and still using that hot spot of turn number 5 to absolutely go in on the drivers ahead. That was Scriven finding his way past Jay Owen.
It certainly did. Tim Lacati at the end of that race, certainly finding the barriers though, but not the checkered flag. That went to his teammate Timo Youngling across the line. He took that win and gaining another good chunk of points there as the field goes into the lunch break now. It's only going to be a short break, so don't worry too much. We'll be back out on track with another round of KZ2 racing. With groups A and D, C and E, and B and F. Back to the Masters, back to the KZs for their third and final races of the day. And then, of course, we head back to KZ2 with their last 2 rounds at the end of the day. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland will see you in around about 20 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of this year's MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships here live from Franciacorta in northern Italy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the box after a very short lunch break after the morning phase. But we'll be back now with the second half of the day's racing that we'll see. Once again, the KZ2s going back out on circuit, so they've not had a long time here, Nicole, to get themselves squared away and ready for these next races. But we'll talk about them in a moment's time, of course, because they'll be heading out onto the circuit. And there you can see just some of those hard-working marshals out on the circuit because, the FIA has declared October as Volunteers and Officials Month, and it's worth taking a moment to thank all of the dedicated volunteers and officials who enable us to race, from our marshals out on track, of course, to the safety and medical teams, the stewards and technical teams. But, of course, not forgetting one individual you may be very familiar with is Nigel Edwards, one of our race directors this weekend here in Franciacorta. And this short film that you're about to see takes a look at the role that he on the gantry is doing with the likes of Pasquale Lupoli and Gonzalo Planta, and of course in how he is supporting the next generation of officials.
Well, good afternoon everybody. Here we are at Franciacorta in Italy for the World Karting Championships. My name is Nigel Edwards. I'm the race director for this event with Pasquale Lupoli from Italy. I've been doing this role now for 15 years for the FIA, but I've been a clerk of the course race director for about 25 years, which sounds a hell of a long time. Stop it, under investigation please, housekeeping. We're a team game. Obviously as a race director, the important bits for us are two things really. One is safety and one is fairness for the competitor. So we need to be making sure that we train and encourage young, new people into our sport. I say Peter is one of those typical people who's been on the high performance FIA program, so he's doing really well so far. I think we're about a year and a bit into that, and I'm sure one day he will become an FIA karting race director.
My name is Pedro Mika and I come from Poland. I started my career in motorsport 17 years ago as a track marshal in Poland. Now I am a race director and steward on the national level. HPP allows me to get extra knowledge and extra experience gained from the best race directors in the FIA. My ambition in the future is working with the best to gain experience from them.
My name is Matteo Pedini and I'm the FIA Sport Officials Manager. This program wants to prepare the next generation of FIA officials. Of course, we want to help the different candidates to learn the skills and the mindset that they need to work on the World Championship. It's part of our mission as a FIA to make sure that every different championship has the high-level quality officials now and in the coming years.
Well, as always, we could not go racing without the fabulous marshals, volunteers, officials, medical crews, fire crews as well here at the racetracks. And we do thank them dearly from the bottom of our hearts, I'm sure, because, of course, racing just wouldn't go ahead without them. As well as these young men here, the drivers, mechanics, all the drivers here primed and ready to go racing. And as you can see, starting with that front row, Maxim Orlov and Noah Wolf. It only feels like 5 minutes ago we were talking about Maxim Orlov taking that last win out on track, as Group A was only on circuit at around 12 o'clock local time. That was only an hour or so ago. So he's not had much time to get that kart turned around, squared away. There is Peter Mika, one of the high-performance program mentees out there in his training to become an FIA karting race director. And like you say, started out as a marshal, and I think he's watching the live stream back on how his interview came out. But no, he's obviously one of many young people who have been working behind the scenes to do that. And we do implore any of the young marshals who are anywhere from around the world, no matter what country you're from or anything like that, head to your local ASN, join in front of all of those and get involved as a marshal. And then, of course, any marshals who are already working in the side of that, you know, maybe you want to step it up a gear and look at coming into the official side of it. But there you can see they're all working very hard and getting themselves squared away ready for this one. But let's see how this will transpire as the drivers get the engines fired up and heading out onto the circuit. While we do that, let's take you through that full starting lineup then, as Maxim Orlov and Noah Wolf start this one on the front row of the grid. Jaden Teen and Anatoly Kovalkin go from row number 2. Michael Adair and Samuele Leopardi will round out the front 3 rows in the top 6. Samuel Louye and Albin Sturleson go from row number 4. They'll have Dominic Simek and Joel Valtonen on row number 5. Enzo Bull and Corentin Rousseau go from row number 6. Menihut Krosner and Kian Farn go from row 7. They'll have Eric Vess and Alvar Tsibatsvara on row number 8. Enrico Martinez and Jaden Gushikin round out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Your top 20 is concluded by Adrian Martins and Gavin Louye, and then from row number 11 we have Kypris Yers alongside Emmanuel Mai. Kypris Yers, a driver who has deployed new tyres, as has Enzo Faeta, starting on that 12th row alongside Alphonse Matinen. From 13, Cedric Mulk alongside Eduardo Alessandro, and shortly behind on 14, new tyres also go to Ruven Vilk. He's starting alongside Michael Avancino. 15th row of your grid is Giovanni Tosso alongside Eric Anaki. New tyres on the right-hand side of Anaki's kart. 16, Samuele Michetti with Camillo Caldron, and then from 17 it's Michael Zampieri and Dante Lera. Rounding out your grid then, 18 rows in total, is Walter Wong alongside Alexei Yavola, who's also got new boots bolted to that kart.
Indeed. Well, as they get themselves squared away for this one, there is Deputy Race Director Nigel Edwards this weekend, who you saw in that video. Of course, he'll be in constant communication with, of course, Gonzalo Planta, Pasquale Lupoli, and, of course, Peter Mikes, who's out there as well, who will be watching along the racing. Out there, right, drivers heading into their grid slots now, primed, ready to go is Jaden Teen. He pulls his way up to that number 3 grid slot. As you see, the crowd's lining the sides of the circuit, ready to watch the racing here, and everyone else moving up from the car paddock here to go forward as well. This paddock has been quite large and has stepped through quite nicely throughout the entirety of this paddock. There's spread out all the way along the circuit, but they've also bleeded into the car paddock here at the Franciacorta Kart circuit. So let's see what happens in this racing, as you see, the crowd's lining that balcony up massively once again. They're about 3-4 deep there, watching alongside the racing here on the start-finish straight. So we certainly look forward to this one. There you can see race director Pasquale Lupoli this weekend for the racing, as we are moments away from getting started in this one. The drivers position their karts for the final time with wheels on the white lines as the lights procedure starts. No moving now until the lights go out, which they do. It's a brilliant start for Maxim Orlov once again. Wolf, a lot of wheel spin off the line, slides sideways over onto that inside line, but the rest of the field goes through nicely here as they go 3-4 wide in the background there. Drivers in the background as well. Michael Adair is pushing his way up nicely through the field, but keep a close eye on that mid-pack, because it's not gone well in the background. 2 karts going skywards. I think one of them, Jaden Gushkin, having a moment, and I think Ruven Vilk another. Then I think Dante Lera and Alexei Yavola are all having moments there off the circuit. Is, I think, the 150, the 8 machine, I think it was, or the 159. No, that was Ruven Vilk that's gone off the circuit. So, yes, we called him out earlier on. But that's a big shame there, as the rest of the field going through 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin as they go over the start-finish line. It's all off from Wolf, Adair from Kovalkin, Leopardi from Teen, Sturleson from Simek, Louye from Valtonen in the top 10.
Absolutely busy stuff then from our grid as we've gone into the first couple of laps of this one. Down into turn number 5, defensive driving goes from the likes of Adair, Kovalkin, Leopardi and Teen as well. Teen trying hard within this race to pick off some places. Similar story from what happened to him earlier on in the first couple of laps. Just drops down the order, but can he now try and bite the bullet? Can he weave his way past Samuele Leopardi? Down into the 3rd sector, looks over his shoulder, looks like he was going to try and have a go down at turn number 14, but thinks against it and continues to lead this huge train of karts that has seemingly formed up behind him. Drivers that have absolutely been lost, like Andrew called it, Ruven Vilk, Dante Lera, Alexei Yavala as well in this race. They will go no further. And as we turn our attention to this rotation of heats, that could mean damaging stuff for the remainder of their weekend.
It certainly could do. Eyes on them now as they head up into that top section once again. It's the highest part of the circuit here. And you can see how Jaden Teen's just trying to get that nose down the inside of Kavalkin. But it's just not going to happen in this phase of sector number 2. So it opens back up now through sector 3, one of the fastest parts of the circuit again. And no lunges there under braking. They stay line astern. So as they cross the line, still the top 5 absolutely fine. Same as the top 10, same as top 15. No changes all the way throughout that third sector inside that top 25 on screen. But all the meanwhile now, as technical flags going out, unfortunately that is heading to Eduardo Di Alessandro, as Jaden Teen again had another attempt there on Kavalkin to try and push his way forward. This is that fight. And now all the drivers here wanting to push forward. Jaden Teen now past Samuele Leopardi, and Kavalkin will be the next target he will want to see.
It's Alessandro there with that technical flag out on the track. So he will have no choice but to be forced into the pit lane, forced out of this qualifying heat. Now the final couple of corners these drivers go. Still all of number 1, 2 is Wolf, 3 Ida, 4 Kavalkin, P5. Still Jaden Teen has picked off 1 position compared to where he dropped down to a moment ago. Still, we've got attempted moves being tried into turn number 5. All of them out in the front, still with those purple wraps in his own air. Absolutely unbothered this weekend by anybody else. Is the story going to change at all in KZ2? At the moment, it's just not looking like it. So much pace, so much skill out there for Orlov out there in the front. 1.5 seconds clear of Wolf. Talking of Wolf, there he is on your screens, still being chased by Michael Adair there in P3, who is on a 2-place game so far within this race. Names further back in the field then who have deployed new tyres within this one. Castrezzato being one of those, only 2 places gained as that is frustration
I think
for
that's
some of our
Eduardo Di
drivers.
Alessandro. Yeah, the technical flag that came out for the CL kart is unfortunately going very slowly here is Samuele Marchetti. The Italian coming to a grinding halt. Oh, you can't get it restarted. No, he's not. He's dragging it into a safe spot there. Strussen's had drama out there. Albin Strussen in the 182 is tumbling down our screens as well. I think he's the latest retirement from this race, and that is a big shame for him. He is missing now from this lead group, and something tells me he's had a bit of a spill out on track. Orlov still leads though, but the gap down to 1.3 seconds. It was at 1.5. It's come down 2/10. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Big moves down the inside though. Nicely done. And that is Joel Valtonen past Samuel Luye. And now he will try and close in on their fellow Birolite teammate of Samuele Leopardi, who is just a little closer further up the road. Kavalkin now is the fastest driver in his hunt towards Michael Adair, and his defence from Jaden Teen.
Those names, though, like we mentioned on those newer tyres, Enzo Faeta using them to be up by 6 positions, Kipris Yers using the rubber to be up by 3, and Eric Anaki up by 7 places, so that new rubber being deployed is absolutely helping out some of these drivers. Of course, it did not help out the like of Ruben Wilk, who is one of the retirements there on your screen. Unfortunately has deployed that rubber, which has pretty much gone to waste within this race. Oh, big send down the inside at turn number 5. It's going to massively catch out some of these drivers out there. Louye then falling down 2 positions. Has to give it up to Simsvara and Bol, as now it's starting to heat up. I think you can tell now, Anthony, that these qualifying heats are being ticked off, and the pressure dial now is going to start to be turned up by every single one of these 120 plus KZ2 drivers.
Yeah, indeed, because you have to remember, of course, for Maxim Orlov, this is another race that he's doing right now, but he's still got another 2 races to go after this one. So again, still a lot of work still to be done, but so much can go wrong in the second half of the weekend. Kavalkin still the fastest driver out there as we continue to watch this fight unfolding. As drama in the background. That's been a big one there at turn number 5. Unfortunately, for, I think, Gavin Luye, I think, may have got involved in that one. Enzo Faeta and Michael Avancino on that CRG there. You can see it's a Calicart driver. That is Enzo Faeta, unfortunately, who I think is a bit of discomfort as well. It's quite a sizable one at that big braking zone at turn number 5.
Both drivers, though, up and out of the karts and have run over to those covered up marshal posts. So good to see that they're both on their feet and hopefully not too much damage to both driver and karts. Now then, Noah Wolf trying to do something to salvage maybe a bit more of a chase to Orlov out there in the front. It is now just a second that's split up him and Maxim, but with that purple lap, I don't think it's going to be quite enough in these last couple of laps. Out there, though, still these battles absolutely raging on. Eric Vess being the leader of this chase between him and Fardin off the road. Absolutely off the road at turn number 13.
Right, yeah, that's Fardin's got through now because of that, and yeah, that's not the way you want to see it. Miniat Krosner then dropping back to P15 there, so that's a big shame. This is Michael Adair and Anatoly Kavalkin. This is the fight for 3rd place on your screen. Michael Adair now has been closed in. Kavalkin unable at this moment to get that move done, but he has only just reached the back of Michael Adair as they head onto the back straight now. This is going to be the long run here. This is we just saw Krosner go wide out of there. No such happenings between these two drivers. They're back over the start-finish straight. Right, this is what happened at turn number 5. Oh, that's a complete brake failure. That's a complete brake failure for, that is Michael Avancino of the USA. And that's an absolutely atrocious scene there at turn number 5. And this is a fast circuit. Yeah, this is a fast circuit. Big, heavy braking zones, and Marshall's immediately on the scenes. They're walking away is both the drivers. Incredible scene there for Michael Avancino and Enzo Faeta there, who are just caught out in that incident. Incredible stuff. Final lap board, though, has been out for quite some time as the fight there for 3rd still on, but Max Orlov over the line is going to see that checker flag ahead of Noah Wolf. That's another win on the cards. 4 wins out of 4 for Maxim Orlov. Can anyone stop this young man?
Well, I don't think there's a clear answer to that question just yet, Anthony, because Orlov has been unstoppable so far this weekend. Noah Wolf, though, does finish off in a strong P2 shortly behind. It's just under a second that splits up the CPB from that VAR-branded Birol Art driver, who could be one of those names to maybe stop Orlov in his tracks. Your top 3 is rounded out by Michael Adair, who finished off that race with a 2-place gain in total. And then the remaining drivers inside your top 5 is Anatoly Kavalkin and Jaden Teen. Teen trying to salvage a result within that one after losing out at that race start. Samuele Leopardi, Juha Valtonen, Dominic Smek, Ronton Russo and Alvar Svirisvara take you to your top 10. Then we have Enzo Boll, Samuel Lier, Eric Vess, Kian Fardin and Meniher Krosser as your top 15. Enrico Martinez, Alphonse Martinin, Kipris Yers, Albert Strussen and Adrian Martins take you to your top 20. Then we have Cedric Malk, Eric Kanaki, Emmanuel Mai, Giovanni Tosso, Camilo Cardron, Gavin Lier, Jaden Gueshi and Michel Zampieri as your 28 finishers. Big moments out on the track then, like we saw, karts somersaulting over the circuit at some points. Many drivers to experience DNFs. Walter Wong, Enzo Faeta, Michael Vancino, Samuele Machetti, Eduardo Di Alessandro, Ruben Vilk, Dante Lira and Alexei Yavala.
Indeed. Well, like you mentioned, they're very dramatic moments out on the circuit, but for Max Orlov, all fine and clear. This was a look at the start. Great start for Orlov there, off the line straight away, no drama. Wolf, a little bit of wheel spin off the line there for Wolf, and you can see how he just slotted into 2nd place, was unable to close in there. Michael Adair there with a good start. He gained 2 places on that Birol machine. He was able to step up into 3rd place at the expense of Kavalkin and Jaden Teen, who both did fall back in that order. Rest of the fighting went on. Bit of drama in the background there. One of the Formula Ks going skywards, and I think Alexei Yavala was one of those drivers in that early stages. There he was, out of the race at the start of that one at turn number 1. There, though, the big move is happening. Teen on the charge there. He was trying to push his way back up the order. Ended up finishing that race in P number 5 as the hairpin went underway. And you can see how there was dramas happening in the background there. I think that was a later retirement there for maybe Dante Lira, Ruben Vilca, Eduardo Di Alessandro was a technical flag, and we saw him retire in a very spectacular fashion in Parc Ferme. Eyes on the fights, though, in that mid-pack. The CPB Sport drivers pushing forward. Dominic Simek, one of them, pushing forward in that early stage as well, trying to get involved in that fight, but later falling backwards. This was the dramatic moment. My goodness me. Now, was it the Cali kart that had the failure actually at the brakes? I think it was. I think it was Enzo Faito who had the brake failure into the CRG of Michael Avancino. And that was absolutely astronomical there at turn number 5. Thankfully, both drivers okay, but of course they will be checked over from the medical crews, I'm sure. There, the moment for the likes of Terese and Melihat Krosner. Just going wide out of the turn 13 as the checker flag went out to Maxim Orlov. The end of that race claims his 4th win out of 4 races so far, but of course he's got 2 more to go, the same as everyone else, and he at the moment leads it with 200 intermediate classification points. KZ2 qualifying heat C versus E is next. However, that one will be heading out onto the circuit, which will see the likes of Timo Jungling on the front row of the grid, Jay Owen, Yanis Haviko on those front rows. Of course, that missing kart will be there in the form of Morgato, but Skulinov and Speck still running up those top runners on this one. There, though, on your screen, what can we say? Mattis Prus starting this one on the 6th row of the grid. A fabulous name in the paddock on that Formula K machinery, has done good jobs over the course of this weekend, and we caught up with him at the start of this weekend to see how he was feeling.
Mattis Prus, welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Mattis, I just want to start by going over your racing history, because you've been racing for a while now. You've been going for a few years, and you've raced in quite a bit over your time. Tell us the story, though, of how it all began for you.
So I started racing in Czech Republic on Czech Championships. We managed to get some results there. Then we moved on to outside Europe and races like that. We've been in Academy Trophy. It was my first year outside Czech Republic, so I think got a decent result for that. And then we continued in KZ classes, and we are getting ready for the World Championship.
You were announced, of course, you were racing with Praga back in 2024, now Formula K team this year. And tell us, what has it been like with the Formula K team? The IPK product as well has been an absolutely fabulous one for drivers to race on, and what have your experience been like with the team?
So I got great experience with this team. The material is excellent, the working team is excellent, and I cannot complain.
Excellent. And then finally this weekend, the World Championships, big weekend, lots of drivers here in the KZ2 class, and tell us, how have you prepared for this weekend?
So we did some testing on this track, but it's going to be hard because a lot of drivers had also already a lot of races on this track, so it's going to be difficult. And there's a lot of great racers, and we're going to do our best for the best result.
Oh, good there to catch up with Mattis Prus on this one. The driver from Czechia will be starting this on that 6th row of the grid. He'll be alongside Roberto Zuani. There, though, Timo Jungling alone on the front row of the grid for this one. Very high up in those points, of course, 180 points to his name. He is now going into his 5th and penultimate race of the weekend here in the qualifying heats. He will have a bit of a break at some point today. But this is really an important one for Jungling now, because every result in these last 2 races that he's going to have is going to be a huge stepping stone for him to see where he will start, because he's there currently second in the points, but of course he's behind Maxim Orlov by 20 points. He knows that he needs to have these highest up results as he possibly can to try and put the ball back into Orlov's court and hope that Orlov has maybe dramas later on, but at this moment that is not even foreseeable. There, Jay Owen, though, from New Zealand, again, really high up in the points for Jay Owen. Currently sits fourth on 167. This is really going to be a fantastic weekend for that young man there. Certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. However, he's going to have his head on a swivel here. Yerasim Skulinov, who starts just behind him, has deployed a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. So again, on that inside, it's going to be a little bit of, right, knowing that you've got some fresh tyres behind you, but know that the drivers ahead of you and alongside you haven't got those fresh tyres, so they're all in the same boat.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the game in the first couple of laps for the drivers on those older tyres to push away as much as they can in the early stages, because it's going to take the drivers on that new rubber a couple of laps to get them bedded in, get the maximum pace that they can. So the likes of Youngling, Savico, Erwin, Skulanov, who have all, you know, on that older tyre now compared to the drivers behind, they're going to need to really open things up in the first couple of laps. Savico, of course, did deploy new tyres already. It was in his previous heat that he used those. So we'll watch how that plays out as we go into this race. Maybe that actually could be a bit of an advantage for him now. Just the final couple of moments as we clean up the remaining karts from that previous KZ2 heat, where you can see heavy damage on the back axle of the 211, the CRG kart. You know, it's
confirmation it was Avicino as well, because the two liveries are quite similar to each other. But yeah, as you were saying there, Nicole, sorry to cut you off on that one. Yeah, a lot of damage on that rear axle.
Yeah, absolutely. But back to the tent they will go. Quick turnaround to get the karts back into life, get the drivers back out on the track. Drivers in this one then, final couple of seconds left on that grid. Sure, heart rates will be rising, so much adrenaline for these drivers going into what is such an important weekend. Drivers further back in the field that also have deployed new tyres then. You know, post 20th place, we've got Alessandro Zolocco on new, Tim Licati, Matteo Muzzacelli, Riccardo Borges, Rahim Alabai, Ryosho Nakazato, Angel Rosono and Louis Castellini as well. So keep an eye on the drivers further back in the field, because I think some people will be climbing the order within this race.
Certainly so. We will keep an eye on that one. Lots of tyres have been deployed in this one, as you're mentioning there, Nicole. Right, engines firing up, drivers out on track. Let's take you through that starting lineup. Timo Youngling alone on row number 1. Matis Morgato not there. Jay Owen and Yenis Savico on row number 2. Gerasim Skulinov and Lewis Beck will go from row number 3. Skulinov with those brand new tyres. Row number 4 sees Daniel Macia and William Lanzeni. Lanzeni has gone for a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side as well. Marcus Kayak and Kasper Schulman's on row 5. Schulman's also brand new set of tyres. Row 6, Matis Plush and Roberto Zawani go from there. Row 7 will see Simon Billman of Sweden with a brand new set of tyres alongside Zoe Florescu. Row number 8 sees all brand new tyres for Andrea Dale and Bo Lowet, with row 9 being no tyres in the form of Alexander Uznim and Robin Claren.
Row number 10 then, Arsene Lacoste alongside Alessandro Zolocco, who is on new boots. Row number 11, similar setup. Tim Licati, new tyre, he's alongside Maurice Klein. 12, no new tyres for this row. It's Salvatore Migliore and Andrea De Brigda. Row number 13, all new tyres for both Riccardo Borges and Matteo Musicelli. And shortly behind, on row number 14, is Dino Carlson and Julian Bubb, who needs a really good race after a DNF earlier on. 15, Rune de Broeke alongside Tobias Seilen. New tyres for Tobias. And row number 16, going from P31 and 32, it's Mario Borges and Mark Gertzkorn. All new rubber on 17 with Rahim Alabai and Ryosho Nakazato. Going from row number 18, final row of your grid of 36 KZ2s, is Angel Rossano and Louis Castellini. Castellini then, so far, DNFs all across the board. Needs a good race. This could be, you know, final couple of races after results like that for Castellini. Needs to try and string together a result in this one.
Indeed, for both groups at C and E, this is their penultimate race. We will see Groups E out in the last rotation. We'll see Group C out alongside Group A before the second of the breaks later on, which means the group missing out in this stage, of course, will be the likes of Groups G. They will not be out on the circuit, so we'll keep a close eye on that progression there. Pasquale Lupoli now joined by Jesper Karlsson, karting manager this weekend and here, and he is working alongside many of the many faces of the FIA here this weekend. There though, Timo Jungling all alone on the front row of that grid. You can see those tyres absolutely riddled with marbles from the sidelines. They've tried to clear those as much as they can, ready for this race. But as you can see, a little bit harder than it is to do. Right, the lights and flags clear on the front of the grid as the lights procedure starts. It is 4 red lights. Lights out, we're racing. It's a good start from Jungling. How will Savico deal with those fresher tyres from Skulinov? J. Irwin, though, slots into second place, goes wheel to wheel with Savico. Can Savico hold on to it around the outside? The answer to that is, of course, he can. But J. Irwin's going to attack again. Round the outside, though, here comes Lewis Speck on that other Birrell kart. He's going to try and push his way through in the early stages, and whilst they do, J. Irwin goes through, Speck goes through, though, in a nice stage, straight off the circuit. Drama. The Formula K is off the track. One more's gone with him as well. But I don't know who that was there. The sun's shining on the camera lens. We'll try and figure that one out, possibly.
Is it Kayak?
It might be William Lanzini, actually. They were next to each other. William Lanzini and Marcus Kayak is the Formula K. But yeah, William Lanzini for the Power Competition ASD machine is also off the circuit. Eyes on the rest of the field, though, as they cross the line. It's Jungling from Speck, Savico from Irwin, Skulinov from Mesia, Bruce from Dale, Florescu, and Shawmans, who round out the top 10.
Absolutely. Off the road then, we have already big hitters within this race, but eyes focus on this battle that continues for P3. Number 1, Jungling, Speck, Savico, Irwin, Skulinov, Mesia, and Prush.
Oh, spin, it's the Drago. The Drago's off the track. That's absolute disaster for Roberto Zawani, who's going to try and get it redone. In fact, yeah, it is Rosani out the circuit. That is a huge shame for him. Just on that outside line, it's slippery through there, and it's also fast.
Big moments then for these drivers, and we've already lost then, like we said a moment ago, Marcus Kayak, a big hitter within this race, absolutely at the back of the order, and he was one of the drivers that we saw off on the grass a moment ago. Now then, these drivers still continuing to trade places through turns 3 and 4. That's Zoe Florescu, who's battling it out with the likes of Prush, Billman shortly behind as well. Out there in the front, helped by the fact that he's not got to weave his way through any traffic at all. Timo Jungling with that fastest lap, side by side, down the inside at turn number 8. That is one of the drivers sat in the Kart Republic machinery, getting past J. Irwin. That was Skulinov and Irwin trading positions now. Irwin, despite what looked like a pretty confident race start, he's just looking like he's reversing slightly, maybe not helped by the battle that happened between him, Speck and Savico. Down towards turns 2 and 3. Speaking of Speck and Savico, too much of a gap between those two drivers. Both, of course, in those Birrell Art machineries, who we've said time and time again look strong as big sends down the inside at turn number 5.
Yeah, indeed. That was a nice chop and change there. Casper Shawman's gaining a lot of places there, thanks to Mesia, Billman and Prus. So they're pushing their way through out on the circuit. But yeah, that'll be a nice one for Shawman. He'll be delighted with that one as Simon Billman sets the fastest lap of the race. Eyes on this. Savico under pressure from Skulinov just behind. And there you can see how J.O. are trying to get involved in this fight as well, trying to push forward. Not close enough just yet as they're all fighting away. Skulinov there on that door machine trying to get involved with Savico. Unable to do so, but Lewis Speck there in second place, certainly going to be a contender. Now they've kind of squared themselves away. Can Speck close in to Timo Jungling on this one? Remember, Skulinov has got those fresher tyres on board. Still fighting, raging on in the background there. Some of the Dual Motorsport drivers and the Maranellos, I think that's Mario Borg and Maurice Klein fighting for position. This fight for second place, though, still on your screens. But no changes just as of yet as they break into that heavy braking zone of turn number 13. Still, though, the lead, Youngling clear by just under 0.8 of a second. At this moment, he's looking very comfortable there.
Looking at some of the progress from the drivers in that midfield then, those drivers that deployed new tyre, Ricardo Borges up by 12 positions, big change down the inside at turn number 5. That is a change once more for P3, Savico and Skulanov trade positions now to round out the top 3. Dredel goes fastest, but that is in P7. Now still at turn number 8, drivers hustling each other further in the background. Zoe Florescu on your screen under immense pressure now by Usinum, who's just got past into P11. Just mentioning some of the progress tyre-wise. So Ricardo Borges now up by 12 positions on those new boots, and Rahim Alabai has outdone him 15 places gained so far. So putting that new rubber aboard those chassis is absolutely working in this stage of the weekend for these drivers.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's your intermediate classification as it stands. Timo Youngling now would have 230 points. That's a 30-point advantage on Maxim Orlov, of course, but Maxim Orlov would have to lose quite a few places to, of course, have to deal with those 30 points. There, the rest of them, Skrivan, Skulinov, Wolf, Goldstein and Leopardi. Still running out the top 10 at the moment in those, and a lot of drivers moving up and down in that order, of course, as we're still really pushing through these qualifying heat phase. Beautiful close shot there out of the final corner as they head back onto that start-finish straight here. Still the big battles raging on at the front of it, but eyes will focus on the drivers in that top 18. Then you have the group from 19th place downwards. That's seeing some good battles. Maurice Klein still battling with Mario Borges, as they've had another little scuffle and have re-overtaken each other again.
Kasper Schulman's then looking strong in this race, currently P6, and I'm sure he's aware that he needs a good result in this one after a DNF yesterday. He's one of those drivers that did deploy new tyres going into this one, so I'd say that's what's helped him with those 4 places gained. Eyes on the front end of your order then. This is the battle going on for P2, 3, 4 and 5. Speck, Skulanov, Savico, Owen and Shawmans, all led by Speck going into turns 3 and 4. No major changes just yet. There's a change going to exist between the 2 Birrells then of Savico and Owen into turn number 5. Let's see if these drivers go once more into turn number 5 as Bola Wet is now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Wet, not typically a driver we see in KZ2 racing. Normally in the FIA OK grid, who's coming to this one is actually, really high up the order on what is a big weekend.
Certainly so. Eyes on this one though as they head down into 13 again. Skulinov trying to look for those moves as and when he can. Savico though staying on that rear bumper. I've got to say, Owen and Shawman's looking like they're closing in on Savico here. This could be a dangerous moment now in this dying stage of the race for Yanis Savico. If he cannot latch onto the back of Skulinov, try and break with him, he might find these 2 drivers knocking on that back door and trying to get that move done. But at this moment, still no changes as Youngling continues to try and break away from this. Now the gap 1.1 seconds with that fastest lap. Skulinov very wide there out of turn number 10. Is pushing that Kart Republic Door Motorsport machine as fast and as hard as he can.
Absolutely, you can see by his body language there in the kart, almost just sort of hanging out of the thing at certain points in the track where these drivers really do flow up and down. Bit of an undulation change where you go up and downhill, and it's probably what you've just seen slightly from Skulanov from the exits of turn number 10. Still though, Shawmans and Irwin still going into turn number 5 with not too much to say to each other just yet. We saw attempted moves a moment ago, I would say, between those 2 drivers, but I think they're giving each other that slight racing room. Of course, team tactics are going to go into this one, or big moments on the exit of turn number 5. Drivers will fall absolutely down the order. That's the 224 that has been lost. Big moments and damage to these karts.
Yeah, Maurice Klein, Tobias Verlo, and I think also Roberto Zawani was in and around that battle as well. They've tumbled down the order, and yeah, that is a big shame for them. But they are the latest retirements in this race, as now technical flags are coming out. Unfortunately, that is heading to Alessandro Zalocco in the 162 machine.
Now then, final lap for these drivers as we'll just watch a replay of what happened there.
3 into 1 don't go, I
No.
think is the best way to describe that one. All of them trying to go for the apex. And yeah, that's just not going to happen at this stage. Yeah, as you mentioned there, Nicole, final lap board is out. And for Timo Jungling, it is just another day in the office here. Out of the final corner, Jungling claims another 230 points now to his name. He is in direct competition with his teammates here, but it's all going to have to wait into the very last races of the day to see who will take that pole position for tomorrow's superheats. Who will be it? Will it be Timo Jungling? Will it be the likes of Maxim Orlov? Or could it be Jay Irwin? Could it be Lewis Speck? We just don't know. Could be any one of those drivers. We'll have to wait and find out as they make their way back to Parc Ferme. Your top 3, Timo Jungling, Lewis Speck and Gerasim Skulinov. The rest of the results, Savico from Jay Irwin, Kasper Schulmans from Andrea Dali. Then it is Daniel Messia from Simon Billman, Alexander Uznin from Zoe Florescu, Boloet from Matis Brush, Ricardo Borges running at the top 14 on an 11th place gain there out of Zoloko and Clerum. Then it is Lacati from Rahim Alabai, gained 15 places in that race to finish in P18 ahead of Andrea Di Bergida. Then it is Matteo Mazzucchelli finishing in P20 with a 6th place gain. Louis Castellini, good to see a solid result for him there. The Monegasque, 21st place, a 15th place gained after Zaster in timed qualifying. Carlson from Lacoste, Magloire from Borges, Mario Borges that is, Julian Bubb from Resnoso, then it is Nakazato and De Bruyke, Zawani running at the top 30 and multiple retirements unfortunately at the end of that race. Gherkenskorn, Verlo, Klein, all some of them as well. Lanzeni, Kayak, and of course the non-starter of Morgato. Well, that is Groups C and E done for the moment. So we'll see Group C out in the next rotation of KZ2. We will miss out Group E. We'll see Group E out in the last one. We'll miss Group C. Of course, in this one, we are not seeing the likes of Group G out on the circuit. This is their one that they are missing. There, though, Timo Jungling joins at the front of the intermediate classification with a superb start. Beautiful shot, that one, of just no wheel spin there. That's all traction off the line. Beautiful kart control, throttle and clutch control to get that off the line beautifully, and went on to take a very convincing win there. Nicole, clear by 1.2 seconds.
Absolutely. Timo transferring all of that torque to tarmac so far today and has matched his teammates of Orlov with that dominant form. The race start then, we saw some of these drivers run themselves off of the road. That was further back in the order where we saw the likes of Julian Bubb just fall off of the track. It was the Birrells in the early stages that were getting all involved with each other, the likes of Jay Irwin, Kasper Schulmans and Yanis Savico as well. And this was the big moment then that we lost one of our biggest hopefuls within this competition, Marcus Kayak. Off the road he went at turn number 10, and then later on we lost more drivers, likes of Maurice Klein, William Lanzeri and Tobias Silen as well. Zoe Florescu had a very busy race. It was a 3-place gain in total for her to finish in P11, just outside of the top 10. But Florescu has had some great pace so far this weekend. Big moves being put in down at turn number 5. That was the change between Skjelanov, Savico and Jay Irwin earlier on, and still this is when the likes of Zoe Florescu was busy at turn number 10, having to fend off drivers. Turn number 5 then is a big lunging opportunity, but it also does create moments like this. The drivers get involved with each other and then end up pushing each other off of the track. We lost Mark Gertzkorn, Silen and Klein in that one. But once more, Timo Jungling adds to his board of wins today in KZ2, and that concludes their qualifying heats, C versus E. Next up, more racing KZ2s, and this time it will be none other than Groups B versus F.
Indeed, Maximilian Schleimer starting this one on the front of the field. Will be joined by Arteliuk alongside as well. Going to be a very competitive grid of drivers in this one. And Max Schleimer, of course, who is still fighting up at that sharp end. We'll be curious to see how he gets on in this one. Very fast in qualifying, of course, the only other driver to nearly match the time set by Maxim Orlov on that CPB machinery. And of course, the only other driver to drop into those 44-second lap times in time qualifying. Incredible, incredible pace, where we see the KZ2s usually topping out around those 45-second marks, very low 45s, but yeah, these drivers finding just those extra 10th here and there. Right, clean-up operation has been completed onto the circuit as Marshals have done a brilliant job there. So this next race is due to head out onto the circuit very, very soon as there they get it. The green light flashes as the field of KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus F heads out onto the track. This will be the last race of this rotation of qualifying heats, the KZ2s, as we will see the Masters and KZs out after this one. While we wait for these drivers to get temperature into those tyres, let's take an opportunity to take you through that full starting lineup, which will have Max Schleimer and Arthur Leuk on the front row of the grid. Dian van Verven and Robert Kindervat to go from row number 2. Ethan Frigamoska and Simon Reckenmarker will round out row number 3 for Germany. Row 4 will see Jean-Louis of Switzerland and Georgi Vakowski. See Antoine Broggio of France and Len Neisch of Belgium on row number 5. Tigran Manatian and Nicola Rossini go from row number 6. There we'll see Tom Dussel and Jensen Graham on row number 7. Michael Paparo, who had that drama earlier on, the Italian, starts alongside Rasmus Andersen of Denmark. We're joined by Hugo Besson and Mark Brovko of France and Ukraine on that 9th row of the grid.
The top 20 of your grid is rounded out by Valentino Fritsch and Pavo Tonteri on row number 10. And then from 11, we have Jesper Schulberg alongside Ricardo Rigodanza. 12, Fasto Filo with Emil Ackmans, who has got new tyres deployed. Shortly behind them on 13 is Patrick Johnson, who also has new tyre. He's starting alongside Luigi Di Lorenzo. 14, Marco Delia with Jeremy Putain, and then from 15, new tyres for Dominic Knavia and Bailey Sagadek. Oh, I've lost my words there, Anthony. Sagadeka.
Yeah.
Then row number 16, Gavin Bailiff alongside Artem Trotsky. 17, Manuel Palumbo and Yanni Androsini. 18, Giacomo Chonio, and he has got new tyre deployed to his kart as well.
Bailey Sagadak of Australia, yes, indeed. It's a bit of a tongue twister, that one. Right then, field making their way to the grid now. Front is lined up, ready to go. And yeah, as you were mentioning, a lot of new tyres on that one. Other drivers, Michael Papara and Hugo Besson, have also deployed fresh tyres on their karts in the middle of the pack here. This is their attempt to trying to push forward through the field here right now. They've deployed them on the left-hand side of their kart, and as you were mentioning earlier on, other drivers who have deployed them at the back of that pack. So we should see some movers through the field here, but we'll have to wait and see. As the front of the grid, Schleimer and Leuk is primed and ready, checking over the shoulder there for Schleimer to see what the weight is, and he sees that flag as they get themselves into positions. A lot of rubber has gone down on that start-finish straight of drivers getting temperature into those rear tyres, lighting up those rears as they get into their grid slots, and there's quite a bit of rubber that's been laid down on parts of that track as we get the drivers fired up, ready to go for this one. It's KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus F. It is lights out, fights on in KZ2. It's a lightning start for the front 2 rows as they get going, but it's a better start there from the Sony of Schleimer, who holds on to the lead of this one. Arthur Leuk slots into second place as the rest of the field navigates their way round that first few sectors unscathed. There down the inside is Dion van Verven again, who's looking for a good result in this one after the dramas he's had in the earlier stage of this weekend. But the rest of the field now in a comfortable position as they climb up into sector number 2. This is where they can trip over each other. It narrows here, it gets a bit tight there, and it has caught out 1 or 2 drivers right to the back of the field, but crucially at the front. It is all good there for the drivers, and crucially for Schleimer. He has broken away, but the question is, can Abdeliouk hold off Dion van Verven for the remainder of this 12-lap race?
Interesting initial race start then for some of our drivers further back in the field, as now we've got a change at 4 P2. Dion van Verven getting his way past Lehouk now, which maybe is going to open things up for Rekkenbecker as well, but Lehouk holds on to that one. Like you said, Anthony, Van Verven needs a good race within this heat, has had 2 DNFs on the board so far in his list. That's not what you want when you're in a grid of over 120 karts in total. Drama's out there. That's for one of the victory lanes, the 188 that will pull in to the pit lane. Mark Brovko will go no further. Now then, into turn at number 14, no major moves just yet for that mid-pad section, which includes once more John Loyer, Rossini, Bonattian, Gamoska, Paparo and De Sol. Now then, into turns 2 and 3, this is going to get very feisty, I think, shortly, Anthony. Lehouk, Rekkenbecker and Kindervatter as well. Into turn number 5, they go once more, and this trio actually now look like they're allowing Dion van Verven and Maximilian Schleimer to just pull away. That duo at the front, the duo, of course, for CPB Sports are clear now from this trio, who just are trying to settle into a rhythm, but have maybe lost the back bumpers of those 2 Sodis now. Offensive slightly into turn number 14 goes Rekkenbecker from Kindervetter. As now Schleimer, head under the wheel, knows that Dion van Verven is right there, and team tactics are not going to play into this one anymore. Every single driver needs every single point they can get. Earlier on in this race, though, at the start, you had big moments between some of the Birrells. It was the likes of Patrick Johnson and Jeremy Tane that had some wheel-banging moments right at that race start.
Indeed. Well, here they are now going back through turn number 9 and straight off the circuit there. Huge drama for Jean Louier off the circuit. He's not happy. Straight away, he's already having a word with the Maranello that he was caught out with there of Georgi Vakovsky. And once again for Vakovsky, he ends a race in the wall here in these qualifying heats. He is not happy whatsoever. And yeah, you can see, and that's right where his fan crowd is. And there's Dion van Verven down the inside. This is for the race lead. Dion van Verven battling with his teammate Schleimer. Cannot retaliate, and he goes back down into second place. The race is still on here, as now Dion van Verven, despite the dramas earlier on, is in the lead here in Franciacorta.
Absolutely is, and all that Dion has done has also turned this battle between 2 into a battle between 5, because Lehouk, Rekkenbecker and Kindervater are right there now as well. Out of the final corner they go. Van Verven is chasing down for a race when he has not had one yet this weekend. Schleimer has got one on the board already. Van Verven needs to try and salvage something after those 2 DNFs. Lehouk has been strong, is into the back bumper slightly. Goes Schleimer. Bit late on the brakes then through turn number 5, continues to chase up the hill and back down towards 8, 9 and 10. But is it going to start to get a bit aggressive now between these 2 Sodis as we play no team games, no team tactics anymore? It's every single driver for themselves. Further back in the field, good promotions and big
dramas as well. Michael Paparo, Tom De Sol have been involved in an incident there, and yeah, they've tumbled down the order. That's in the same part of the track that we lost Georgi Vakovsky and Jean Louier. So yeah, a very congested part of the circuit there up at turns 9 and 10. Eyes on the front though, it is still a clear run here for Dion van Verven, who has now got the fastest lap of the race, 45.798. This is more like it for the driver from the Netherlands. He now leads Schleimer of Germany, pushing through as off the circuit, and it's Van Verven. Oh my goodness me, from the front of the grid. It is absolutely atrocious, and again, it is at turn number 9 and 10. They are collecting big names in that marshal post there. How on earth is that? Well, here's the overtake initially for Dion van Verven. That was how that happened a couple of laps ago. That was signed, sealed and done on Max Schleimer. Schleimer then was already trying his best to try and take it back. It was saying, right, come on, let's go. Don't defend. Here it is into the corner. And I think Engine said no. Engine said no. And it's a complete failure of the kart. And he's out of the race, and so is Hugo Besson as well. They are dropping like flies at this stage of the race.
Absolutely are. That for Dion van Verven goes from bad to worse, but one driver's misfortune is another driver's treasure. Schleimer is gifted back that race lead. Head under that headwind to try and really just push himself forward, try and open up a gap between him and Arthur Lehoux, because it's only 2/10 to split up those two. As De Sol now is under investigation, maybe creating a collision that is further back down in the order. He's currently P28. This is the moment earlier on between Luye and Georgi Vukovsky that saw for the second time today Vukovsky out of a race and parked on the grass. The Maranellos, though, that could be out there and putting in a good shift for the team, still continue to chase in that mid-pack section, but they're nowhere near the front order at all now. Through turn number 14, these drivers go. Through turn number 1, 2 and 3, the front order go. Still though, Schleimer hasn't opened up that gap of 0.2 of a second as we now go into the last couple of moments.
Indeed, yeah, the last couple of laps of this race, and I think there's been some drama there as well for Manuel Palumbo. He's just lost out on a couple of positions there, and he's dropped down to 28th place. Arthur Lehoux, now the fastest driver out there, actually is now closing in on Schleimer. So Schleimer may have re-inherited the lead here, but is he going to be able to hold on to it as you see this entirely close pack there of karts all fighting for position? There is that fight for the lead. There is the battle for third place there as well. Reckenmacher and Kinderwarter battling through, and still no change between those two as Reckenmacher is on that charge, still through the field on a 3-place gain. We'll keep a close eye on that progression. Lehoux, though, the gap still 0.3 of a second as Schleimer, I think, retaliated there and set the fastest lap of the race.
Here we go then. This is about to get feisty, I would say, between Reckenmacher and Kinderwarter for that last spot inside of the top 3. Drivers then will head down the hill carrying so much speed, absolutely on the limit within every single lap, every single race. 117 and the 129 battling it out, trying to get every single point, but the pressure is on Reckenmacher to try and fend off Kinderwarter shortly behind, and you know pressure is on the shoulders of Maximilian Schleimer as well, because he looks over his shoulders, knows that the driver of Lehoux sat there in that Kart Republic is absolutely still there through this final lap. Only half a lap left for Schleimer to go in the lead of this one. Really has to calm those nerves, tick off corner by corner. Was gifted that race lead back here when we saw Dion van Verven have that engine issue and lose the rear end. So in this one, Schleimer has done as much as he needed to do, has gifted that one back. Only 2 more corners for him to tick off to try and grab another race win. He goes then, we'll see that checkered flag, and he's done it again. Maximilian Schleimer makes himself a race winner once more this weekend for himself and for CPB Sports, ahead of Arthur Lehoux, ahead of Simon Reckenmacher.
Indeed, absolute drama there, though, in that race for so many drivers that sees Schleimer come away with another win. That puts him up to 4th in the points now, 200 points to his name as well. Incredible drive, but there you can see biggest mover Luigi Di Lorenzo, a 14-place gain, pushes him from 26th all the way to P12 at the end of that race. Well, drivers will head back to Parc Fermé. That is them done and dusted for now as we have a look at your full results at the end of that one. Schleimer from Lehoux, Reckenmacher from Kinderwarter, then it is Frigga from Nige, Benatian from Anderson, then it is Fritz from Rossini, Tontieri from Di Lorenzo, Sjöberg from Broggio, Janssen from Ackmans, Delia from Filo, Rigodanta from Graham, Troitsky from Paparo, Sagadak and Bailiff, Andresani and Putin. Then it is De Sol from Palumbo, and Gignoli finishing in 29th place. So for all these drivers pushing their way forward, Besson from Van Verven, Vakovsky from Louillet, Brovko from Canver. Unfortunately, all retirements from that race. So a lot of ups and downs on that one, Nicole. And got to say, for Dion Van Verven, I just don't know what to say for him at this point. He got the lead of that race, and then the first real mechanical problem we've seen from one of the front-running Sodis.
Absolutely, it's the case where his weekend is just going from bad to worse, and this is how it started then for that race. Right then, Schleimer at the front really did pull away in the initial stages, hugged that white line and just led the likes of Arthur Lehoek, Simon Rukemaker, Kindervater, and the remaining drivers in the field. No major moments through the first couple of corners, and it was actually originally a 5-kart breakaway at the very first stage of the race. This is the point where Dion Van Verven really lit things up down the inside at turns 2 and 3 on Arthur Lehoek. This is when we lost one of the victory lanes further down in the order, pulled into the pit lane. Mark Brovko, the driver of Ukraine, was out. Down the hill then, this was the big moment between Jean Liet and Georgi Vakovsky. Vakovsky out of another race and makes himself a big hopeful now sat in that Maranello. It was Ethan Frigamovska that was the biggest hopeful within the kart for the remaining race. Now then, this is the point where Dion Van Verven got back past teammate of Schleimer. Schleimer signalled to say push, and then it fell apart here.
Yeah, indeed. Pushed maybe too hard. The engine gives up, and at that same time, drama for Hugo Besson, who became the last retirement from that race. Still mesmerizing moments, though, happening out on the circuit. The big moves happening all the way throughout it, and there you can see the charges through the field in those latter stages of the race. Len Neisch pushing forward with the checker flag going out to Max Schleimer, claiming another win to his name, 200 points, as they'll go into their last phase of the racing later on today. That is KZ2 done and dusted for now. KZ2 Masters, though, are coming up next for qualifying heat A versus C. It's been incredibly close between the drivers, but finally we get to see Davide Fore and Angelo Lombardo on the front of this grid go to battle on the Italian circuit, the battle of the Italians here at Franciacorta, and this is going to be an exciting one. Both these drivers have taken wins in both of their races. They are both joint on points. This will be the first race to decide who will take the intermediate classification points lead and who will start on pole position for those first superheats tomorrow. This is what it all falls down to. The last races of the day for the KZ2 Masters as they prime themselves ready to go. And there you can see what it means. Davide Fore getting himself primed and ready into his kart. But earlier on this weekend, there you can see on your screen from New Zealand, David Malcolm coming a long way. We caught up with him at the start of this one. He took us through the history of his racing career.
David Malcolm, welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships here in Franciacorta. And David, thank you so much for taking your time out of your very busy schedule to chat to us. And what a history you've had in karting. It's been going for quite some time now, but tell us that story of how you fell in love with the sport that you currently race in.
Yeah, well, 1976 was my very first drive, which I think is quite a few years ago, maybe 15 years next year was when I fell in love with karting. Traditional story, you know, a track nearby, not far from our home in Auckland, New Zealand. And mate had just a kart for the backyard, and then we sort of heard about the track and then went down and sat on the side of the fence. And fortunately, my dad also got very involved and loved it as well. So I think he built my first kart. You know, we bought a kit set. He welded it up. I'm sure it was dead straight. And you know, an open trailer, and just headed down there. And we used to keep the karts on the ground and just lift them up and start them with a You know, there were chainsaw engines, and sorry, I am going back a long way.
No.
You know, rock hard tyres, you know, Carlisle tyres, and you know, some of the guys we raced had the open seats and all this sort of thing, and you know, jeans, sand shoes, maybe a vinyl leather jacket, you know, fiberglass tanks. It was, they were great days, very, very good days, and just fell in love. Just enjoyed it, and we could go every second Sunday, and it became a family event and made so many friends. And fortunately did okay, and then it just grew from there. And we travelled. We went to Australia a lot for race meetings, Hong Kong, raced some incredible drivers back in that era. When if you touch wheels, you ended up on your head. And just love the sport and still love it. Yeah.
A stark difference to what we experience now in the modern era of karting, and this weekend as well, a packed grid of the Masters as well. Big numbers here in Franciacorta.
Yeah, and that's a great thing. I think the Masters class has been a very smart move because you still feel young. You know, you may not look young, but you still internally feel young, and you still feel the kart, and you still feel that you have something to give and something to offer, and but it extends way past just the racing. You know, you have to stay fit. It extends into all, you know, other parts of your life. You have to eat well. You have to, because it's not easy. You know, you have to keep some neck strength, and you have to stay in the seat. But I'm very pleased that there's been a Masters class. I just made it, I think, 62 years old, so maybe not much time. I think they just started it at the right time.
Great to hear there from David Malcolm from New Zealand, who starts this one on the 15th row of the grid. A real insight of the history of what I think a lot of these drivers faced in their early years of karting. But it starts with Davide Fore on the front row of the grid. And you had a great stat earlier on this weekend today, Nicole. You said Davide Fore won his first European title before you were even born, 10 years before you were even born. Right, Davide Fore and Angelo Lombardo on the front row of the grid. Luciano Medeghini and Daniel Bray go from row number 2. Julian Guénot and Anthony Abbas go from row number 3. They'll have Silvio Valle and Antonio Piccioni on row number 4. Andrea Nicastro and Mirko Mizzoni go from row number 5. They'll have Nicolo Cagato and Thierry Del Rey on row number 6. Peter Shekachian and Christian Creati go from row number 7. Row 8 sees Martinas Tankevicius and Gregor Ladar. Brand new tyres on the left-hand side for the driver from Lithuania. Row 9, though, sees the likes of Daniele Carre and Luca Oliver.
Row number 10 looks like Mark Volhauser alongside Jeremy Leblay. And then from row number 11, it's Andrea Schreinl alongside Andrea Tonoli. 12, Fabio Vacca with Luca Fiorin. And then from row number 13, it's Mexico's Victor Jimenez with Jean Musona. 14, Marco Di Bertolo with Enzo Pirovano. And from 15, who we just heard from, David Malcolm alongside Maurizio Iascetti. 16, Andreas Linebacker with Andreas Drayson. And 17 is Giancarlo Cressoni with Marcus Rusch. Running out your grid then for this next KZ2 Masters qualifying heat, Christian Ruffer and Marcin Klodder as the remaining 2 on the back of your field get themselves lined up into position. We're about to go racing for yet another spectacular KZ2 Masters heat.
We certainly are. This will be their last qualifying heat then of the day. This is going to be an important one between the likes of Davide Fore and Angelo Lombardo. This is the fight to see who will start on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, or who will start on pole for Superheat 2. As the light procedure is out, we are racing. It's a lightning start for the 2 front rows, but it's going to be Lombardo off the line who gets the whole shot in towards turn number 2 and 3. And there you can see Fore solid down to P2, but keep an eye on the rest of them though. Medeghini still having a good start to his race as they cycle in and down in towards turn number 5. You can see Antonio Piccioni going wheel to wheel there. That TK kart on the inside, now sideways for Piccioni. But amazingly, he keeps hold of that TK kart machine.
Piccioni then displaying that kart control, what that shows us why he won at that European Championship earlier on this year. Down the hill, these drivers chase once more. Davide Fore has broken away from this trio shortly behind, and he is going to be trying to get onto the back bumper of Angelo Lombardo to fight for a race win. Big news then, Denji out there under investigation for potentially breaking that start. The driver in P3 could be rewarded a penalty for that.
They certainly could do, and that's disaster there as down the inside, wasting no time whatsoever. Anthony Abbas on the charge. You'll have seen that investigation flag out for Medeghini and has just said, right, okay, well, there's no point fighting you. I'm going to go for that move, and he's done that. The Frenchman up into third place and is now going to try and push ahead. There is Medeghini close up and showcasing his drama in the foreground there. And out of the race, 2 karts there. That's Gregory Leder and Luca Oliver, unfortunately, both out of the race on the exit of turns number 5 and 6.
I've got my eyes on Anthony Abbas within this race then. Currently P3 trying to catch up to Davide Foray. Previously, within this weekend, 2 P3s on the board as now moves continue to go down at turn number 5. There's a big change between Daniel Bray and Medeghini. Eyes and hands up in the air between Bray and Medeghini, maybe just to signal one of those drivers is absolutely not happy out there as Bray was pushed on into that change for P4 by that fastest lap being put in just a moment ago. Changes still continuing to go on in the midfield. Mazzoni, Lugato and Del Rey all fighting out for position for the last remaining couple of spots inside the top 10. Lombardo absolutely not letting off out there in the front, not being rattled by the experience and by the power of Davide Foray. It's 5/10 almost that split up him and that driver in the Praga. Anthony Abbas still very much there with that 3-place gain, trying to chase down, and as we say his name, Lombardo puts in that purple lap. It's absolutely pushing forward.
Yeah, it certainly is so, and we'll keep a close eye on this one as Daniel Bray there really on that rear bumper of Anthony Abbas. Is not going to allow him to break away here. Eyes on the drivers further back in the field. This is the Julien Guénot and Sylvain Valet battle. Obviously, we saw the friends and family of Julien Guénot out earlier on, who are still watching from the sidelines there and showcasing their support, as well as the rest of these drivers out here, as we go on to lap number 5 now of this race. But so far, so good for the majority of the field. Just those 2 retirements at this moment of Gregory Ledar and Luca Oliver from the back of the field. Some happenings in there. Cressoni's got past the likes of Dresden, as well as Giacchetti getting past Ruffa as well for position. Angelo Lombardo, though, fastest lap of the race, breaking away from Davide Foray. The gap now open to 0.6 of a second. Anthony Abbas seemingly not able to close in on either of the 2 Italians up ahead.
Absolutely not, and is actually being closed in on by Daniel Bray, who was faster than him over that previous lap. Bray then, so far throughout these qualifying heats, has had 2 P13s after being run off the road, and in the previous day, yesterday, being rewarded a penalty. Now within this one, sits P4, trying to chase down, trying to get away past Abbas once more. Lombardo still continuing to put in purple laps, and drivers further back in the field still continuing to use those gaps that exist at turn number 5 to weave their way through that traffic. Changes existing further down in the order.
That was Tonoli and Strangle there as well. They were fighting away there, and Tonoli on that Drago course machine pushing his way forward. Eyes on this one and eyes on that intermediate classification. Angelo Lombardo looking to take those 150 points to his name. Davide Foray, despite his best efforts here, will be securing what will be a pole position still for Superheat 2. But for Lombardo, this has been an absolutely superb set of races to put his kart not only on the top step for those superheats, but the top step of that intermediate classification as well. Big changes happening here once again down towards turn 5. Chekachian and Florin through past Jimenez, who drops down to 22nd.
Jimenez then just losing out on 2 positions at turn number 5. Just shows what can happen when, you know, the stress is put on these karts and they just fall short slightly on the gear changes when being overtaken. These drivers under so much pressure within this race. Not only, like we heard from David Malcolm earlier on, to maintain themselves through the race. It's not easy to do this, but also to fend off the drivers behind, which we just saw Jimenez not manage to do very well. Foray now lighting things up with that half a second between him and Lombardo. Not sure if that 46.140 is going to be enough to close up that gap between him and Angelo out in the front, who still owns those 150 intermediate classification points.
Indeed, this is the fight for 7th place. Julien Ganon at the lead of that one as he heads down that back straight in towards the hairpin. Everyone going just that little bit later on the brakes there. It's Mirko Mezzoni on that Italcorse Racing Team machine trying to hold on to his position as well with a slightly defensive line. Here is one of the Intrepids fighting away. That is Nicola Cagato trying to push forward as well. As we see here, Pacini still trying to get involved with the likes of Julien Ganon through, but Pacini holding on firm to that position. Davide Foray now, fastest driver out there. The gap, Nicole, is down to half a second now on lap number 9.
Absolutely is, but Lombardo, I would say, will be able to manage this well, and if Foray does manage to get that nose cone onto the back bumper of him, he's not going to give up that position whatsoever. Retirements have come into this race already, only 3 this time with Enzo Rovano, Gregory Leder and Luca Oliver as well. Theme of the weekend as it gets feisty out there on the track. Johnny now trying to fend off the drivers behind of Mazzoni, Cagato and Del Rey, as at turn number 5 we have got a change now. It was between Mazzoni and Cagato, so rounding out your top 10. He said that Lombardo will be on the return pace-wise when he's aware that Foray is trying to turn up that dial, and he's just done that. Puts in that purple lap and extends the gap that he has got now to just under 7/10.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on that progression as those last lap boards are not far away from being shown here. Still the Bray and Abbas battle unfolding here. Daniel Bray, who I seemed looked like he backed off a little bit, maybe brought those tyre temps down, is now reacquiring some temperature into those tyres and is reacquiring a possible overtake here on Anthony Abbas for 3rd place. And for the likes of Daniel Bray, this would be really good for him. It would step him up in that order quite nicely. He currently sits 8th in the intermediate classification right now, but he is looking to see if he can try and push up even more right now. But let's wait and see. Runs a little wide there out of the exit of turn number 12 before they head down into towards turn 13, right on that rear bumper now under braking. As the last lap board comes out now to the field of Angelo Lombardo and Davide Foray. Anthony Abbas is still trying to hold off the likes of Daniel Bray. Medeghini still there in 2nd place as one of the Maranellos going slowly there. Possibly that could be Marcin Kloda, who is, I think, just getting out of the way there with blue flags out on the circuit. But eyes on this one, though. Still Abbas and Bray line astern. There won't be an overtake up here, surely not. It's too tight, it's too twisty at this stage of the lap. Maybe down in towards turn 13. Is it going to be a hopeful lunge and their last attempt to gain points this weekend in groups A and C? Lombardo leads Foray, but Anthony Abbas and Daniel Bray to that final hairpin is not going to happen. Lombardo crosses the line and secures pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Davide Foray secures pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Excellent work from the 2 Italians. Despite their best efforts, it is Lombardo who comes out on top here in Franciacorta. Anthony Abbas takes that 3rd place ahead of Daniel Bray. Medeghini finishes in 5th place ahead of Sylvain Vallet. Julien Ganon from Antonio Piccioni, the top 8. Nicola Cagato from Mirko Mezzoni, who ran out the top 10. The rest of your results there on your screen. Sees Thierry Del Rey finish in P11 ahead of Martinez Tankevicius. Antonino Castro from Christian Creati. Daniele Calle from Andrea Tonoli. Then it is Andreas Strangel and Peter Shakachian finishing in 18th place. Jeremy De Bly from Mark Vollhauser, Victor Jimenez from David Malcolm, Luca Florin from Fabio Vacca. Then it is Jean-Baptiste Maisonneur from Andreas Linebacker finishing in 22nd place. Giancarlo Cressoni, a 6th place gain, finishes in P27 ahead of Marcus Rausch. Andres Dresen finishing in 29th place ahead of Giacchetti, Di Bartolo, Ruffa and Cloda, who rounded out the 33 finishers. The retirements, Enzo Pidovano, Greg Ladar and Luca Oliver, unfortunately, at the end of that race. Well, that is the Masters for A&C done and dusted. One more race to go, but there on your screen, Angelo Lombardo secures pole position for the Superheat 1 tomorrow. Excellent work has been achieved as the racing is done and dusted for today. The transponder return, they know they will not need to fight anymore until the early hours of tomorrow morning. Finals day here for the World Championships. Here was your highlights on that one. Lombardo off the line. That's how it was won. Beautiful start from him, calm and controlled, got on that power, no wheel spin, able to just break away from Davide Forde, who did have to fight just that little bit for second place. Anthony Bass later getting up into third. But as you mentioned, Luciano Medeghini under investigation for a potential jump start. And that has been the main cause of those penalties at the end of some of these races. His driver's just unfortunately able to push through. There was the moment for Antonio Piccioni. Wow, Daniel Bray slicing over the front of him there. And Piccioni, who seemed to showcase that he had a slow exit out of the corner, threw a hand up in the air, but Bray straight over that front nose there to try and push his way forward. This was Anthony Abbas pushing through down the inside of Luciano Medeghini. Got that move done as the drama unfolded in the background. Luke Oliver and Gregory Ladar out of the race. The Birrell and the CPV Sports Sodi machine no further in this one, and a lot of damage to the front NASA panel there of Gregory Ladar's machine. Rest of the racing unfolding. Battles happening all the way throughout that one. Andrea Tonoli pushing his way through, actually gained a 6th place gain in that race, was one of the biggest movers out there to finish up in P16. So a great showcase for him on this one, and this was him getting those overtakes done in that later race. Andrea Castro, I think, having moments up and down the order. But all the drivers in this early stage certainly fighting very strongly, but no more so than the Maranello driver of Angelo Lombardo at the front of that field and just dominating the world of the KZ2 Masters alongside fellow Italian Davide Forde on that IPK factory team machine to finish up in 2nd place. And those two securing the pole position starts for tomorrow. No one at this moment will be able to beat them, of course. Ricardo Nallon down there in this next race. Let's head over, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much. Then, Anthony, down here, like you said, in Parc Ferme. Angelo, great racing so far from you this weekend. Sharp end of the field going into tomorrow. That must be a great feeling.
Abbiamo avuto un ottimo feeling con il telaio, col motore. Abbiamo trovato una bella soluzione. Che dire, abbiamo fatto tutto bene finora e rimaniamo concentrati per domani.
Angelo, like we said, great racing from you so far. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into our commentary box because we've got our next group of Masters coming up next.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, we do indeed. And that will see the likes of Ricardo Nallon and Andrea Spagni on the front row of the grid for this one. And tyres will be the talking point in this one because Spagni has deployed those. But of course, it is all down to Ricardo Nallon in this one. He's got the 88 points. Add another 90 on top of that one, puts him up at that sharp end, but it's not going to be enough to really fight his way. Another 50 points, sorry, I should say, on that one. It's not going to be enough to push him forward to that top end of the list, but could certainly fill him up in that top section. So that's going to be a certain one to watch because, well, that's going to be an exciting fight all the way to the end of that one. Other drivers to watch out in that top section, of course, Christian Halberlin's had some excellent results on that second row of the grid. But then you're going to need to look back in some of the drivers further back in this one. Andre Souza of Switzerland will be one to watch in this one. Also, brand new set of tyres on board. Patrick Lodel as well could be a contender because he is also as well been up and down those results. I know Patrick Lloydell had a bit of a disaster early on in his second qualifying heat. So again, he's looking to kind of push forward in this stage of it as well. But this is still going to be an exciting one, the last Masters race of the race. But we're going to again cut down to Puck Ferme because not only Lombardo on pole position, but so is Davide Fore, who is now with Nicole Sutherland.
Absolutely is. Thank you very much then, Anthony. Davide, pole going into tomorrow as we look towards Superheats. Happy with what's happened today?
Yeah, I think we have a very good days between yesterday and today. The last race with Angelo was very, very close, very tough. He has a better start. Probably the beginning of the race, he was a bit quicker than me. Maybe after I have a little bit come back, but yes, probably will be super close tomorrow. Honestly, it will be hard, we know. But I'm happy, of course, about everything. So tomorrow will be another day, and during tonight we'll see what to do.
Great to hear from you then, Davide. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into the commentary box once more to find out how our next drivers will get on.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Well, we know none of these drivers in this race will be able to achieve a pole position start tomorrow, but they could be joining those drivers on the front row of that grid. Who could it possibly be, as they'll be heading out onto track now? KZ2 Masters qualifying heat B versus D is the next one to head out onto the track as the sun begins to get ever lower into the sky here. But we are, well, effectively what only appears to be just over halfway through the day. We've still got a lot of races to get through on this one. This is obviously the second and last KZ2 Masters race of the day, as we'll take you through your full starting lineup very quickly. Ricardo Nallon and Andrea Spagni on row number 1. Christian Halblin and Manuel Cosaglio on row number 2. They'll have Alessio Lamattina and Rasmus Haugaard on row number 3. Row 4 sees Alessandro Cavina and Emanuele Simonetti, Luca Giamarelli and Daryl Henderson go from row number 5. Paul David and Jorian Boss go from row number 6. They will see the likes of Marco Pilzer and Patrick Lloydell on row number 7. Voda Basario and Andrea Souza go from row number 8. Of course, Souza with those brand new set of tyres. So Andrea Spagni on that front row of the grid. Row 9 sees Sven Heyer and Manuel Tassi. Row 10 sees Sven Salzman and Sirio Constantini. Row 11 will see Wagner Ebrahim and Sebastian Ladar. Row 12 will be Ilja Bragimov all on his own on row number 12. Alfa Maneza not there, and also has got a brand new set of tyres on board as well. Row 13 will see Ricardo Avila and Ove Vesper on row number 13. Jendrich Vaca and Paolo Marino go from row number 14. They'll have Matteo Cochin and Andrea Murivecca on row number 15. Alexandre Visonde and Roberto Amanzato go from row number 16. Ermanno Vandini and Andrea Neri go from row number 17, with Claudio Ambrosio running out the 18th row out on track. For the Birolart Racing Team driver there is Gonzalo Planta. He's priming himself ready ahead of this one. Pasquale Lupoli on the gantry, ready to start this race. I accidentally called him Pasquale Planta. I think Pasquale would kill me. Gonzalo, I think, would be quite flattered. Right, here we go for the start of this race as we get this one squared away. The last of the Masters racing here this day today before they will go into their superheats tomorrow. You can still see the banking spread all the way along the circuit here, primed and ready, with everyone wanting a viewing spot of this race. But remember, it's Lombardo and Forde who lead the points. The question is, who could start on the front row alongside the likes of Angelo Lombardo and Davide Forde? We're about to find out as it's lights out and we're racing. It's a beautiful start for Andrea Spagni. Those fresh tyres on board caught Ricardo Nallon completely off guard, and so has the other Birol. Cosaglio has got up into second place. Nallon immediately down into third place, as now you can see there Christian Halblin slotting into fourth place on that TB kart machine. As they head up the hill now for the first time, it's a long stretch on that front row, but everyone's got through turns number 5 cleanly as they head up into that top section of the circuit. The whole train forming up, but it's a beautiful start still for the field with only that one non-starter, of course, right at the beginning for Messina. Everyone else is in a prime position here as immediately defensive goes the likes of Andrea Spagni, despite those fresh tyres on board, is having to defend from the other Birrell of Cosiglio. But these two drivers will go wheel to wheel, I'm sure, throughout the rest of this one. As they stand, Riccardo Nallon will start alongside Lombardo. Anthony Bass will start alongside Davide Forde, but Christian Halblin, who currently sits 5th in the points, will want to take that away if he can gain a few more spots in this race.
5th in the points, but 4th on the road, currently trying to fight his way past Riccardo Nallon. Cosiglio and Spagni out there in the front. These drivers settled for the time being, but don't expect it to stay like this for much longer because it is their final moments today. There's not too much this field can do because of those results put in by Lombardo and Forde to take those superheat pole positions away from everybody else. The drivers within this one can still pick off some positions to start on those front rows. Of course, Nallon and Habas being some of those names. Habas in that previous race had a good one, and I'm sure he will be looking down at the top 5 right now, hoping for it to get feisty very shortly. Spagni out there in the front then for Italy, putting in those purple sectors, but not putting in those purple laps because Morelli owns that currently, slightly further down in the order though. Right then, at the front, Spagni has given himself just under 4 tenths ahead of Cosiglio. Changes his mind though, now makes it half a second out there in the front. Into turn number 14, is this going to be a move? Almost, but not quite close enough, as these drivers, these KZ2 Masters know that every single opportunity counts and they cannot leave these doors open. Still, Spagni leads from Cosiglio, Halblin, Nallon, Haugard, Savina and Lamartina as your top 7. Henderson and Simonetti, as well as Lloydell, very much within the top 10, but no changes just yet between those drivers. Spagni now puts in that purple lap, managing this race, managing that gap between him and Cosiglio.
Yeah, indeed. Well, as they're all pushing forward here, this is a nice, calm train at the moment in the KZ2 Masters, with everyone just trying to push their way forward as much as they possibly can here on lap number 4 of 12. As they head down in towards that hairpin at turn number 13, though, still those trains starting to unfold. 8th place downwards, Darrell Henderson holding off Simonetti, Lloydell, Boss, David from Pilsner. Blazario still there. Sousa on those fresh tyres as well. Keep an eye on him on that Birrell Art machine. He could be a contender in this race as they all head down. But looking at this fight, Darrell Henderson doing a brilliant job. And earlier on as well, I did also catch up with Darrell Henderson. We had a good little chat about everything. Actually had a good catch up about how he found an old Mike Wilson kart in a storage locker at Llandau Kart Circuit in Wales.
That's something to find.
And it was 10 years older than what anyone else was racing in. He found it, he fixed it up, put an engine, tyres on it. He went 3 tenths quicker than anyone else on that race weekend there at Llandau Race Circuit. Now he's racing here in Franciacorta, but fabulous story there from the heart of Wales. And I'm sure a certain Welsh commentator will be delighted with what I'm talking about right now.
There we go then, so much history within this grid. All of these drivers having so many titles to their name, and a lot of these drivers having careers that date back pre-1980s. So if you want to watch a race with a bit of history, watch a race with, you know, the best of their day, this is what you are looking at right now, led by currently Spagni, still out there in the front, and is now opening up that gap to Cosiglio once more. Battle continues to rage on between Lloydell, Boss, David and Pistor there in the top 15. Coming towards turn number 14, no gaps being used to make an overtake just yet. Turns 1, 2 and 3, these drivers go once more. Halblin now still sat there in P3, comfortable P3. He's not thinking about Riccardo Nallon there in 4th just yet.
Oh, look at
down
this.
the inside. That's a nice little move at turn number 5 to change
Joran Boss
and Lloydell.
Yeah, indeed, that is for P10 now. So Joran Boss now up inside that top 10. The Maranello of Patrick Lloydell down to P11 now. Will have to deal with the likes now of Paul David, Michael Pilsner and Rodo Bazzario, who are just behind him, as well as Andre Sousa, who's got those fresh tyres on board. Remember, we're waiting for those tyres to really kick into gear in the second half of the racing. But long stage they've got to go on this point. And remember, it's quite funny. We're seeing a lot of these new tyres being deployed today. A lot of these drivers are going to save these for tomorrow, Nicole. Trust me, when we go to the grid on the superheats of the Masters, you're going to see everyone bar the 1 or 2 drivers with a brand new set of tyres, and it's all going to be pushed forward as much as you can.
Absolutely. If it's the case that these drivers don't have to use the tyres because they're just that fast or because that's high up the order already, they're not going to. They're going to try and save them for as long as they possibly can. In this race then, because of the track conditions, 20 degrees now, we've had no rain, nothing, so much rubber is starting to be laid down on that circuit, and that's going to start to make things more and more difficult for these drivers. They're going to start to maybe experience a bit of hopping around on the grip. They've really got to be careful on the front end to not to experience that, because it's really going to throw off the kart, and especially, in racing like this where everything is so exaggerated. One little toe out of line grip-wise could drop you down the order. It really could ruin your lap. Now then, eyes on this one. Howlin versus Nallon there for that P3. Nallon looking hungry there on the tail. Hasn't quite managed to go for it on the TB just yet. Still plenty of time on the entrance towards turn number 14 and the entrance towards a brand new lap.
Yeah, certainly so. This is Howlin on that charge though, with him there. In P3, he still remains 5th in those points at this moment. If he could get another position gain or 2, he'll be okay, but that's just not going to happen at this moment here. Howlin too far off the back of Castrezzato and Spagna, of course, and there Spagna's in the fastest lap of the race now, 45.993. Very quick time. Jorian Boss again past Darrell Henderson now. He stepped up into 9th place. Paul David as well getting past Patrick Lloydell. And Ronald Mazzario getting past Marco Pilzer as well. So big battles happening just in that background there. So the ups and downs still unfolding here in the field, but the eyes focusing on that 3rd place battle here from Howlin, Nallon, Haugaard and Kavina just behind. And at this moment, still no changes of them. Last lap board will be coming out this time to the field here. Nicolas again, Nallon just looks to the inside there, and so does Kavina on Haugaard.
Kavina though not managing to pull that one off, ends up too tight to the corner and just then is going to lose out on maybe trying to pull off a move on Haugaard. It's wide on the exit of turn number 8, and down the hill these drivers will go once more, chasing in what will be their penultimate lap. At the front then, Andrea Spagni will come round at turn number 15 to see that last lap notification. Half a second split up Spagni and Cosaglio. And then we have Howlin, Nallon, Haugaard and Kavina still fighting out for that remaining spot inside the top 3. Nobody biting the bullet yet, and actually these gaps are looking slightly too big for any of those drivers in this quad to give a good go of it. Half a lap remaining then. Now, turn number 8, down the hill once more. Howlin doing a good job to manage the power of Nallon right behind. To me, doesn't look like Riccardo is going to be able to give it a go. Race leader, though, of Spagni will be probably exiting turn number 14 now, down towards turn number 15, tailing round, of course, Cosaglio, and we'll see that checkered flag as your race winner. The final KZ Masters qualifying heat of the day finishes that one off just over 3/10 clear of Manuel Cosaglio, and then Christian Howlin rounds out your top 3.
With those results, that confirms then that Riccardo Nallon will start alongside Angelo Lombardo for that first of the superheats. Anthony Abbas will start alongside Davide Fore for the front row of Superheat 2 tomorrow, and that will be an almighty fight, I am sure. We look forward to those, but we will whittle down, of course, this full entry of some 56-odd drivers down to just the 36 for that final. There's your full result. Spagni from Cosaglio, Howlin from Nallon, Haugaard from Kavina, Lamattina from Simonetti, Boss from Henderson, David from Lloyd, then it is, or Lloydell, I should say. Then it is Blazario from Pilzer, Souza from Salzman, Giamarelli from Constantini, Ibrahim from Ibragimov, Tassi from Heya, then it is Ladar from Marino, Mudaveka from Aminzato, Vaca from Avila, then it is Visonde from Cochin, Vasbo from Vandini, Nieri from Ambrogi, who round out the field. The one non-starter, of course, from Messina. And crucially, all karts that started that race, Nicole, take a finish.
Absolutely do. Not what we saw in our previous Masters heats, but good to see that these drivers pulled off a nice and clean race to round out their day of qualifying heats. It's been a spectacular one for our most experienced amateur class with so much history. Looking forward to seeing how those all-important qualifying heats play out tomorrow. Like Anthony said, will be led by none other than Angelo Lombardo and Davide Fore. That race though, this is how it played out. Great start by our front row. Originally, we were led by, of course, Riccardo Nallon and Andrea Spagni. Lights went out straight away over to that racing line through turns 2 and 3 as clean as you like. Just side by side, these drivers on one of the tightest bits of the track, just showing us exactly how it's done.
Yeah, indeed. Everyone giving each other just enough racing room here, despite that pinch point there, nearly the 3 wide moment right at the end of that lap. You can see how Vandini got very close to that runoff curb, which can really drag you off the circuit later. Some nice dives down the inside there. Nallon trying to fight his way back through as well. We saw the moves from Alessio Lamattina in those early stages. We saw then Haublin get up into 3rd place, but right at the end of it, calm and collected for Spagni and Cosaglio. 1-2 across the line. That will see Angelo Lombardo and Davide Fore on pole position, Riccardo Nallon and Anthony Abbas joining them on that front row of the grid for tomorrow's superheat. And that is the Masters done and dusted for today. But don't worry, you'll be able to see those Masters out again tomorrow, as we will turn our attention over once again and for the last time today to the Premier class, the KZ qualifying heat A versus C. That will see the likes of David Trefilov and Alessio Lorandi starting this one on the front row of the grid. But not only that, earlier on this weekend, we caught up with the drivers from the USA, AJ Myers for the Magic USA team in an interview post-weekend.
AJ Myers, welcome here to Franciacorta for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships for KZ. AJ, incredible career you've had over your years of racing, and it all started back when you were racing in the mini categories as well. But tell us your career so far and what led you to this very moment here.
Yeah, I mean, I started back in humble beginnings, back in the mini. Never had much money growing up, never had the big team. I got a big breakthrough, I think my first race in mini in 2008. From there, I didn't win again until I was probably 15 years old, 16, and got my first big break, kind of. But yeah, I raced all over America, raced all the championships over there. Won some of those, and these latest couple of years, the competition over there in KZ has really stepped up, and it's great to see. There was years in America where shifter was dying, and now we're seeing young kids get into there, and it's great to see. So I hope to set a good model for them.
2020 was a really good year for you. Of course, you raced with the Magic Kart USA team, and then from there you signed with them for that one, and then you've been with them since that. And what's it been like with the team? Because they've shown great pace, and the results here prove it.
Yeah, no, it's not a team for me. It's my family. We've recently gone through a real tragedy back home, and everything I do here is going to be for him. And it's my family. I love those guys to death, and I hope to do good.
Yeah, certainly so. Franciacorta, though, is quite the circuit. It's challenging, it's fast, it's flowing. What do you make of it so far?
I mean, I like driving over Europe any time. It's just great to adjust to my driving to the level of grip. It's kind of like a mind trick in its own. I keep braking too early. I keep getting stopped too early. I got to break that habit and do better this week.
Yeah, the tracks are quite considerably different, aren't they, from Europe to the USA? But be honest, what do you prefer? Do you prefer the European or do you prefer the US tracks?
I mean, if we're looking for results, I'll do better in America, but I want to go against the best, and I understand the best are here, and it's a challenge in itself to come over and try and tackle it, but it's a fun challenge.
Great to chat there to AJ Myers, who will be starting this one from the 9th row of the grid. A tough run in qualifying, but certainly has had some decent pace over the course of this weekend. There, though, is David Trefilov of Germany, who will be starting this one on the front row of the grid. The pole sitter from time qualifying, and it's certainly one to watch in this race. He's got the fight on his hands here, but of course, there's been no dominant force in the KZ class so far this weekend. Nicole, multiple different winners. Senna van Waalstein has taken a win. Travazanuto has taken a win. Trefilov has taken a win. There's been multiple different winners in this one, and it's hard to pin down who could possibly start it on pole position.
Yeah, absolutely that. And I wouldn't even want to, think forward to tomorrow's finals. I think this could be any driver's game. This is a serious class. Alessio Lorandi will be starting on that front row alongside Trefilov then. Had a P4 earlier on this morning in today's first KZ qualifying heat. So we'll see if he can maybe take a heat win into this one. Of course, sat there in that Sodi, who, like time after time, weekend after weekend, are incredibly strong in KZ racing. Is going to be boosted on in this one in a fantastic chassis. Here we go then, KZ qualifying heat A versus C.
Engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the track as they go for their one and only formation start, as Daniel Albanese there watching from the sidelines ahead of this one, joined by a couple of other drivers as well. Here's your lineup then for the last KZ race of the day for A and C. We will see groups B and D out next after this one, but it's David Trefilov and Alessio Lorandi on row number 1. Kimi Tani, brand new tyres on the left-hand side, will start alongside Senna van Waalstein, Paolo Ippolito and Victor Gustafsson go from row number 3. Stan Pex and Pedro Hiltbrand on row number 4. They'll have Daniel Vasile and Jean Nomblo on row number 5. They'll have Alessia Pacini and the likes of Alex Marigliano on the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 looks like Pietro Fioravanti, who has put on new boots for this race. He's alongside Moritz Ebner. Going from row number 8, Enzo La Cruz needs a good one after a DNF earlier on in heats. He's starting alongside Loic Van Dies. Row number 9, Matteo Vigiano alongside AJ Myers, who we just heard from. They're starting on row number 9, ahead of 10, which includes Federico Diana and Marin Kremers. 11 will be a Leonardo Palozzi with Birkenberg Muranov. From 12, we have Craig Tannick alongside Fabio Paluzzi. Rounding out your grid of 13 rows and 25 karts for qualifying heats A versus C for KZ, Sandra Zemin on home soil here in Italy.
Indeed. Well, as that evening haze starting to come into play now, beautiful sunny day though here in the northern part of Italy. This fabulous Franciacorta circuit, a modern facility opening in 2021, surrounded by some fabulous circuits that opened back in their time. I remember early on this year I was commentating at a fabulous circuit in northern Italy, Jesolo, right at the coastline, a 60s circuit born from the birth of karting. That track was built purposely for World Championships. It's hosted FIA World Championships back there in the past for the FIA, and as well you can look back to the south and the middle parts of Italy as well if you look to Valvibrata as well, another fabulous circuit, another 60s, 70s circuit. As we've got a hand up there in the field, possibly Daniel Vasile, maybe even Stan Pex, who's got their hand up, and no, I think it's Daniel Vasile, their hand up in the air, and the false start has gone out, and yes, it's not started, it's the CL kart. Is that Daniel Vasile? Yes, I think it was, who's been, thankfully, bump-started by the driver behind, which I think was Alessio Pacini. Hopefully, he's not given himself an accidental nose cone because of that, because that'll be, oh, well, I got you restarted, but I got a 5-second time penalty for that one. Can I start ahead of you in the next race? Don't think that's how it works.
No, not quite.
No, but it would be a nice thought, though, if he could.
Yeah, okay.
But he's can't do it. No, anyway. Right then, so another lap that they've got to get each other squared away for this one. A little bit more tension building now, a bit more time to, well, try and not use those tyres too much on this one, because again, not a lot of drivers have deployed the fresh tyres in this one. Kimi Tani, of course, has. Pietro Fioravanti has also deployed those fresh tyres as well, so 2 drivers in this one with those fresh tyres, and that's going to be a very interesting one, I think, throughout this one. But do you think Pietro Fornavanti can gain those positions from the 7th row of the grid?
Well, from what we've seen from our previous heats, our KZ2 class, they really have been benefited by deploying that new rubber, so maybe it will help the likes of Pietro Fornavanti there on that 7th row. But it's almost a case of how long's a piece of string. It might work, it might not, because he's got some serious drivers ahead of him who, with the talent they have on board, don't need to deploy that fresh rubber too early. Here we go then, these drivers getting that final run out of turn 14 to line themselves up for the 2nd time into their grid spots. Looked upon by Pasquale Lupoli, race director on that gantry, who a moment ago sent them round again, this time hopefully sending them racing.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully this time around, Daniel Vasile there will be squared away and not worrying about that kart coming to a stop. I can see that they're just pulling into position now, but hopefully no hand goes up this time around as we get ourselves ready to go racing once more. Of course, Daniel Vasile will not be on his grid slot now because of that restart. Per the driver's briefing, he'll have to go to the back of the grid. So that's going to be a shame for him here, but we'll keep a close eye on his progression in this last race. A little bit of disaster for the driver from Romania. Here we go then for the rest of the field. This is their last race of the day for Groups A versus C in KZ, as we're about to go racing. And it's a lightning start for the front of the grid there for David Trefilov. Absolutely caught the rest of the field sleeping, as into the barrier is Alessio. Is that Kimi Tani? It is, yeah, it's Kimi Tani on the 83. Those brand new tyres not going to work out, and I think they was caught out with Senna van Wallstein there. Absolute disaster at the start for Kimi Tani. He's out of the kart, but that goes no further. That's a big shame for him. So Senna's there, still looking very strong. But the rest of that field, what a start that was.
Well, I think that's Victor Gustafsson there that's looking strong. I think Senna has been caught out, but is back on the road. Just further down in the order. These drivers then will complete their first lap, led out in the front, of course, by none other than David Trefilov, who has had that fantastic race start. Senna actually is P2, the driver that was caught out with Kimi Tani then. Further down the order, it looked like one of the Sodis, but just taking a minute to figure out which driver that was. That was, yeah, not quite sure. Alessio Lorandi, that was then, Anthony. You were right just a moment ago. So, Trefilov from Senna van Wallstein. Senna is fine, sat there P2 ahead of Pedro Hiltbrand, who's on a 5-place gain already. Victor Gustafsson, P4, Stan Pex, P5 for the time being, but out at the front, Trefilov, who has broken away from the field, leads by this duo of Van Wallstein and Pedro Hiltbrand.
Yeah, indeed. So they're trying to push their way up to David Trefilov in the lead of this one, but he's setting fastest laps of the race here. So is Paolo Ippolito. He deployed fresh tyres earlier on, and he's trying to utilise them again in this race. To see if he can try and gain a few places in this one, but he hasn't. He's only lost 1 place to Stan Pex on this. But he is still in this fray. Little close fight to the background there, and driving over the rear of the kart. Not what you want to see at all. Drama for AJ Myers there on that Magic USA kart, but brings it back onto the track, but showcasing that it is incredibly tough competition here at the World Championships. Down in towards turn 13, and still a very strong start for the field here, but Tani is under investigation for potentially causing that collision down the inside. Here's Paolo Ippolito on Stan Pex. That's the change for P5 now on track, and Paolo Ippolito pushing his way forward nicely.
Despite that moment then, with Kimi Tani, Alessio Lorandi still on the road and is picking up positions once more. Currently P17, so has already salvaged a little bit of a result. It's only 15 places lost for the time being compared to the 20 that it was just a moment ago, and clearly has no damage because of that issue, because of that moment with Tani a moment ago. Puts in that fastest lap, so we know that the kart is absolutely fine underneath him, still dancing around this circuit with no technical issues at all. Out in the front, Trefilov's gap of a second is reduced by a tenth by Van Waldstein, who's trying to chase down Van Waldstein incredibly quick round this circuit. Van Waldstein then from Hilbrand, Gustafsson, Ippolito, Pex, Marigliano is big sense down the inside at turn number 5. That's a change between John Omblo and Alex Marigliano.
Indeed, that's a nice change there in that top section. Keeping a close eye on the rest of them. Lorandi here, yeah, like I say, on that recovery drive, as all anything you can do, I can do better, as the changes coming through nicely here. As Ebner, Pacini both get past Marigliano, who now goes down to 10th place at this stage, down the inside. That's an outrageous lunge there, but beautifully we'll say Vagano on Marigliano. That is him up to 10th place, and that is another nice little start. Ippolito under investigation. Here is that start as well. And you can see the go. Well, you can see that's why I thought we were going around again, because you saw the hand up, and then we went racing. That's why I was caught off guard. I thought it was a false start. Then they went through, and now you can see it's so it's not Senna Van Waldstein who was caught out with. I think that is Jean Nomblo that he got caught out with there at the start. That Sodi machine dropping to 7th place, but still on a good gain. We can see how it was pushing through. No, I think it was Lorandi, yes, who got caught out with. From the front of that grid. And as they went through, not the start that they would want from that race. Investigation flags going out. Paolo Ippolito, as we mentioned that earlier on, is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Here is your intermediate classifications as it stands at the moment. David Trefilov in the lead of those points now. 2 wins and a second would put him at that sharp end, but certainly so. We expect to see some other results later on as well, but Trefilov at this moment in control.
Absolutely, hasn't let off at all since that qualifying result earlier on this weekend. Has been on dominant form. A P2 win earlier on, and now looks like he could be on the right path to try and add another win to his tally. Purple sector number 1, purple sector number 2 for David in his own hair by 1.4 seconds, clear from Van Waldstein, unbothered for the time being of what could quite quickly turn into a feisty battle behind him between Van Waldstein, Hilbrand, Gustafsson and Ippolito. Ippolito under investigation, like Anthony said a moment ago, for potentially causing a collision. And he's a driver in this field that has already deployed he's got that fresher tyre on board. He's had a DNF this weekend. He's a driver with a lot of experience that needs some points now. He's not currently in the intermediate classification inside of the top 10. Goes purple in sector number 1, so he's got the pace behind Gustafsson there in that CRG. To watch how this battle, how this story unfolds between these 4, battling it out for P2. Gustafsson there on your screen in the CRG, as always, had a DNF last year in this championship at Portimao. He's going to be fighting hard this weekend because he's a champion in this class. He knows how to get these karts going. Hunting down for a trophy this weekend, and currently he's hunting down Pedro Hilbrand in that P3 to try and go for a move. Still under threat though by Ippolito there in 5th. Nothing in it between these drivers as we start to close in on the last couple of laps of this race.
Indeed, there you can see everyone pushing forward, even Lorandi as well, fastest lap of the race on his recovery drive back from that incident at the very start of this race. Very late on the brakes there. Ippolito again pushing hard, maybe too much though here on this lap, and loses a bit of time there to Gustafsson just up ahead. Crucially though, Hilbrand not under pressure from Gustafsson, the same as Hilbrand's not putting on the pressure to Van Waldstein. Trefilov clear by 1.6 seconds. It's all calm for the front runners at this moment in the KZ class here, and for David Trefilov really looking to see what he can do at the end of this racing. But you have to remember though that Lorenzo Travesanuto is still a driver who has got those good results. He's got a win and a second to his name. If Travesanuto can take a win in this next race, Travesanuto will be joint on points with David Trefilov, but of course with Trefilov being the pole sitter, he would take that pole position. So Trefilov in the lead of this race will be securing P1 for those superheats tomorrow in the KZ class. There is Hilbrand, primed and focused in 3rd place, doing everything he can to try and close in on Van Walsteen up ahead, but Van Walsteen is just continuously just that fraction faster in that first sector. He's putting in personal best. They're not the fastest overall, but they are his personal best, and he's still keeping the drivers behind him at bay, but crucially, he's not closing in on the likes of David Trefilov in the lead of this race. Last lap board is out to the field. There is David Trefilov in the lead, heading down into turn number 5, 1.6 seconds clear. He's had no drama at this stage of the weekend. His win earlier on today, his win now, and of course that P2 result yesterday has been enough to put this Formula K French driver on pole position for the final. You can see how much he's still working there. The gear changes through the lap here, going up and down the gears. So many changes over the course of just one lap that these drivers have to face. Out of the final corner though, it is David Trefilov, pole position for tomorrow's Superheat 1. An incredible display of performance for David Trefilov. The German driver lights to flag for the Formula K SRP factory team, has delivered here in Franciacorta, and is he looking like one of the favourites to take that World Championship title at the end of the weekend. Vigano there on your screen, the biggest mover. 8 places gained to finish into 9th place. An incredible drive there for the Powerlin Motorsport driver. Here's your results then on your screen. David Trefilov takes the win ahead of Senna Van Walsteen, Pedro Hiltbrand from Victor Gustafsson, Paolo Ippolito from Stan Pex, Jean Nomblo from Alessio Pacini, Matteo Vigano from Moritz Ebner, Alex Maragliano from Alessio Lorandi, who recovers back to 12th place at the end of that one. Pietro Fornavanti out of AJ Myers, Mike Kramers from Daniel Vasile, Vin Dijs finishing in 17th place ahead of Tanik, La Cruz from Mirmanov, Paluzzi from Zemin, and the one retirement, Kimi Tani, at the start of that race, disaster, finishing in P25. A very unfortunate start to that race. Contact between himself and Lorandi, putting him in the wall. And there, though, David Trefilov securing a pole position start for tomorrow. He cannot be beaten in the points. He can be matched, but unfortunately that won't be enough for Lorenzo Travasanuto. The pole position in qualifying for this man here has put him on that sharp end of the field for that final. Here's the start, and you can see the hand went up there initially for David Trefilov at the start. I was thinking we were going around again, but no, the race got underway, and then you saw the dramas here. There you saw Alessio Lorandi, then getting tangled with Kimi Tani. Tani up and over and hard into the barriers there at turn number 3. That first initial contact, it stayed on, and then it didn't grab, and then, oh, that's got to be an uncomfortable one for Lorandi there on that shoulder. But thankfully, I think managed to keep that kart going. Rest of the highlights from that race, Paolo Ippolito on the charge through the field. But unfortunately, later under investigation. So he's going to have to deal with that one in the steward's office after this one. Other movers happening throughout that one. We saw that the pushes from Alessio Pacini back up through the order. That Montana machine pushing very hard. Lorandi, of course, as well. We saw his overtakes as the beautiful drive here from David Trefilov. No dramas whatsoever with him taking that win. A fabulous run in the end for the Formula K SRP factory team driver from Germany, who hopefully we'll be chatting to in a few moments' time down there in Parc Ferme. Like we were mentioning, no one can beat him, but they can match him. Let's hear from him now down in Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Like you said, down in Parc Ferme, David, great racing from you so far. It looks like you could be on form for a Superheat pole position. How does it feel going into tomorrow, being able to say that?
I feel very confident. The team did a fantastic job, and we have the speed for sure, and the rest will be decided tomorrow.
And of course, we have got another group of KZs to go out shortly. Will you be watching on, and hoping for a bit of drama? What are you going to be thinking when watching that next group?
I'm going to be watching, because I have nothing else to do anyway. But no, I don't hope for drama. I hope everything going to be good for all of the drivers. And let the best win in the end.
And of course, when we went into that race start, we saw you raise your hand before the lights went out. Can you tell us a little bit more about, what was going on?
Yeah, my engine suddenly turned out, and I thought it's it. So I raised my hand because, of course, safety of mine and others. But in the last moment, it jumped on again, and I could drive. We need to fix something with carburation for sure for tomorrow.
Well, David, great to hear from you. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into the commentary box to hear about and see how the next group of KZs unfold.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, out there as the party still underway here at the sidelines at the Franciacorta circuit as KZ qualifying Heat B versus D will be heading out onto the circuit next. And this will see the likes of Riccardo Longhi and Matteo Spergel on the front row of the grid for this one. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese, that second row of the grid. But here on your screen, Riccardo Longhi, again, great results from him. He currently sits 8th in the points, but he is 3 points behind Lorenzo Travasanuto, who starts this on the third row of the grid, who has 94 points to his name. If Travasanuto can get himself a win in this race, he gets pole position for Super Heat 2 tomorrow. It's Riccardo Longhi and Matteo Spergel on row number 1. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese going from row 2. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Emilian Denner on row number 3. Row 4 sees David Levinsky and Karo Pasovic. Christian Batuka and Tom Luye go from row number 5. Lorenzo Camplese and Nico Lemberg go from row number 6. Row 7 sees Matteo Lemena and Adrian Renadin. They will start this one from the 13th and 14th spots on the grid. Francesco Salenta and Daniel Stell round out row number 8. Row 9 sees Achille Mazzoni and Francesco Leone on row number 9. Olin Galli and Manuel Letner go from row number 10. There we'll see Darius Babianoa and Djurgas Budris on row number 11. Right at the final row of the grid, Henry Johnson from New Zealand has deployed fresh tyres in his efforts to push himself forward as much as he can. He'll start alongside Giorgio Bassoli, who will be starting this on the 12th row of the grid. And all 24 of these drivers here priming themselves ready to go for this. Their final dance before tomorrow's Super Heats. And then, of course, that final race in those Super Heats will determine who will be making it into that final. Obviously, we heard there from Derek Trefloff at the start of that race, that hand going up, and a very interesting moment there of the engine turning off right at that pivotal moment, and then it just jumping back into life. And as you slam your foot down as it went, and yeah, very tense moment there. And if the engine had stalled and had stayed off, that would have been a very dramatic moment, I'm sure, on that start-finish line. Crowds lining themselves up still at the edge of the banking here for this one as the Henza machine there of David Levinsky pulls up onto this one. The Henza kart obviously working very closely with the Falcon team, who's had very close moments, of course, with the MP team throughout in the package. They've had a lot of work done in around that one, pushing that one forward. Look at that ladder there. I've got to say, that is my hotel. And if I can't get out of my hotel room because all the crowds are on it, I'll be very disappointed. Right, here we go then. Drivers getting themselves poised into place. The green flag has waved at the back. Pasquale Lupoli starts that lights procedure. It's KZ, the last race of the day, and it's a lightning start for the Sony. Matteo Spergel fires into life and immediately sweeps into the lead ahead of Riccardo Longhi. Round the outside, you can see Danilo Albanese. He tries to get that Kart Republic up in a good position, but it's not going to happen. Giuseppe Palomba heads into third place and immediately tries to attack Riccardo Longhi for second place, but it's not going to happen. Rest of the field slots in behind. They go 2-3 wide in the background of the exit of turn number 5, but crucially as they head up into that second sector and up the hill, it's a great start and already a 3-car breakaway for the likes of Longhi, Spergel Spagel and Palomba, who are at this moment 1, 2 and 3.
Traversanuto then is one of the names within this field that is a big hopeful, but he has not made any real progress just yet. You can see him there just in around about P6, having to fend off one of the Birrells shortly behind him. So your 1, 2, 3, Spagel, Longhi, Palomba. That we then have Danilo Albanese, Traversanuto and Christian Batuka in P7. Other in the front, Spagel leading for one of the first times this weekend. The 2025 European champion has now looks like he's found his rhythm this weekend. It's taken him a little while to find his feet, but he's there at the front where we'd expect to see the driver in the Sodi. We go then down the hill once more. Longhi under pressure now by Giuseppe Palomba, who needs a good race after that dramatic DNF earlier on today. Albanese, great pace for him round this circuit, but runs wide at turn number 14. Completely wide goes Albanese, drops 3 or 4 positions, now has to give even more down the start-finish straight.
Palomba at turn number 1. I love and I hate that overtake there because it's so fast through turn number 1, 140 kilometers an hour, that overtake there. As all the drivers pushing their way through. Right, this is obviously quite important for this one. Now Longhi's lost out on 3rd place. It's promoted Senna van Walstein back onto pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. If Longhi can get that overtake back past Palomba, he pushes his way up. There are those points on your screen. But, of course, Lorenzo Traversanuto is another player in this fight. He's there with 130 points to his name. If Traversanuto can get up into the lead of this one or get up into 2nd place, he himself could also start this one on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But we'll have to wait and see because Traversanuto is there trying to defend from Emilian Denner. Emilian Denner hugging that inside line, denies Traversanuto the chance to get down the inside, and it keeps him there in P5 as the rest of the field slot into play.
Still wondering how this is going to play out between Longhi and Palomba. Palomba, P2, Longhi, P3. We do know that Ricky Longhi has had a podium in this championship before, back in 2019. He's going to be trying to charge forward to achieve similar, if not better, results as we charge through this weekend. Out the front then, Spagel looks like he's being challenged now by Palomba. Into turns 2 and 3 they go, and there's nothing in it between these trio. Actually, there's nothing in it between the top 6, maybe even 7 down the inside. Palomba goes for it, licks the stamp and sends it at turn number 5, becomes your new race leader.
Nicely done there for Giuseppe Palomba. And this will be helped by the fact that those tyres are maybe a little bit less used than what he's had from earlier on. That race retirement was not early in the race, but it was about the mid-pack, so he's got half a race, half a heat fresher tyres than the rest of the field here. Look at that lunge there from Riccardo Longhi. I thought he was going for it then about halfway down the straight, but no, he's not managed to get that one dialed in and squared away. Back over the start-finish line now. They go on to lap number 6 of this race. It is now Palomba from Spagel, Longhi in 3rd place, Emilian Denner from Traversanuto, who is keeping the Italian at bay. As again, he cannot get that move down the inside. Albanese's behind them. Now he's wanting to recover back up into this sharp end, but right now has not found the pace to do it as he runs right to the edge of the circuit.
Traversanuto still trying to hunt down a gap between him and Denner, but absolutely hasn't been able to find it just yet, and now looks like he's under threat by Albanese there, going down towards turn number 14. That gap doesn't exist between him and Danilo just yet, but Renzo, compared to what we've seen from him so far this weekend, has just not managed to pull anything off on Emilian Denner, and I'd say it's taken him a little bit too long, and now he's looking like he's falling into the hands of not only Albanese but Batuka, who is right there in this fight as well. Further back in the order, not good stuff really in this race for the likes of Lorenzo Campolese, who's lost 3 positions, and Akil Mazzoni as well, down in 23rd, losing 6 overall. These drivers then, as we head way past now that 50% mark, are still wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, down the inside by Ricky Longhi. That was from a different postcode on Spagel. I do not think Spagel would have expected that at all. That's opened the gap up from Emilian Denner. Spagel has dropped down now into the hands of Travis Anuto, and now goes Denner down the inside of Ricky Longa. He makes himself your newest driver in P2.
Yeah, Riccardo Longhi there running wide on the exit of turn number 2 after him gaining that position with that ludicrous lunge into turn number 13. Is back down now into 4th place. Spagel has got through as well. Travis Anuto now might have a chance here. He's set the fastest lap of the race. He's got the pace, he's got the power. Can he get the place though into turn 13? The answer to that is no, but he certainly gives a bit of a love tap there on the exit of the corner as they exit out back onto the start-finish straight. Still that intermediate classification though. Travis Anuto has now overtaken Riccardo Longhi in those points. He's now up to 3rd, but he is still looking on a front row start alongside David Trefilov, but he wants that pole position start. Can he get it with just a couple of overtakes right in front of him? Giuseppe Palomba is the fastest driver out there. He has extended that lead now to 1.2 seconds. It's exactly what Palomba needs. But for Giuseppe Palomba, even with a win here, it's not going to put him inside that top 10. No,
absolutely not. Still these drivers going into 14 and there's nothing in it. Emilian Denner, like we said a moment ago, was massively helped out by Biralat. Ricky Longhi with that outrageous move, so sat there comfortably in P2 with a 4-place gain overall. Spagel was not thrown off the tracks massively after that moment between him and Longhi. Now into turn at number 5, looks like he just got that slightly wrong on the entrance. The hill they go once more. Travis Anuto still fending off Albanese. 2 Italians absolutely going for it. Almost
Twitch
a moment there. That was almost a big one.
Yeah, for Travis Anuto, just turning to the corner, unsettled. That back stepped out, bit of a correction, but managed to keep that one in the straight and narrow. But eyes on this one as they head back now down the hill through the start-finish straight. Still no changes then that affect that top 4 in that intermediate classification. But right now, it is all still down to what Travis Anuto can do. Any more places here as every time that Travis Anuto looks to the inside of the corner, the drivers behind just kind of sense it and immediately go defensive as well. He has been caught out in that P5. He's not gained or lost anything. I bet he's getting a little bit frustrated there in P5.
Yeah, he's just really, really heavy in this traffic in one of the hardest spots on the track. He's having to deal with the drivers in front, behind, and of course being in that dirty air of all of this heat and those drivers around him. Now then, the last lap notification will go out to Giuseppe Palomba, who is 1.3 seconds clear from Emilian Denner. Then got Spagel still on the tail of Denner, but no move has existed between the 2 drivers there that round out your top 3. Settled down they go once more through turn number 5, as Spagel is still trying to make something exist because he's just gone fastest.
He has, yeah, he's on that rear bumper here of Emilian Denner. A quick little overtake here might help him out a little bit here, but not too much in terms of those points. There is your intermediate classifications as we're heading into the final corners now. Giuseppe Palomba is looking at a race win, which will help him out, I'm sure, but won't put him inside that top 10. Giuseppe Palomba wins. Emilian Denner second from Spagel. And with that, it will mean that Senna van Walstein will be on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Van Walstein, of course, though, in the previous race. But here, Travis Anuto and Riccardo Longhi, 3rd and 4th place for them. Your biggest mover, Emilian Denner, 4 places gained to take that P2. An incredible drive there for the Formula K SRP factory team driver, who really puts himself up in a strong position now. P5 overall, and will be on that run. Giuseppe Palomba then ahead of Emilian Denner, Matteo Spagel from Riccardo Longhi, Lorenzo Travis Anuto from Danilo Albanese, Christian Batuka from David Levinsky, Tom Luyer from Karol Pasovic and Adrian Wenadin, Matteo Lamena from Lorenzo Camplese, Nico Lemberg from Daniel Stell, Salenta from Letna, Lorone from Galli, Basoli from Johnston, Darius Barbianoa and Mizioni Bundris rounding out the 24 karts that finished that race. All karts started, all karts finished, which is always fabulous to see. Well, the KZs are done and dusted for today. They will head back to their tents and priming themselves ready for a busy day of superheats tomorrow that will see the likes of David Trefilov and Senna van Wolstein on the pole position spots. Traversanuto and Riccardo Longhi will be joining them alongside on that result. But let's have a look at the start of this race. You can see here immediately for Matteo Spagel, great start off the line into the lead on this one. Riccardo Longhi slotting down into third place. You can see that the movement there as they headed off. You could see how the wheels just gripped up and got the way, but it wasn't going to be enough there for Riccardo Longhi to put himself forward in this race. You can see immediately on the defensive run, Giuseppe Palomba was able to close in as well. He would step up into that race lead, of course, later on into that race, but certainly an incredible drive from the Italian, the former world champion. That was a moment for there, Danilo Albanese, just getting caught out under braking there into the hairpin at turn 13. This was the Palomba moment down the inside. Beautiful overtake there to take that second place away from Riccardo Longhi. And there it is again, sideways. Absolute commitment there from Giuseppe Palomba to get that overtake. And then later, quite a late lunge here on Spagel, but managed to get the overtake done. And then that was it. Signed, sealed, and sent. He was going to be your race winner at the end of that one, but after the disappointments earlier on, of course, with that DNF, is not going to put him inside that top 10, possibly just outside of it, of course, with that win on the circuit. This moment here, Riccardo Longhi, this was an outrageous lunge. Later, though, into the corner, you can see just outbraking himself into the corner. The back end stepped out, and Emilian Denner was able to get back through. Spagel able to get through as well. But no drama for Giuseppe Palomba at the end of that one. A two-place gain gives him a P1, but it's not going to be enough to put him inside that top 10 for tomorrow. Those pole sitters, though, for KZ, David Trefilov and Senna van Wolstein. They will be your pole sitters for tomorrow's superheats in the KZ class, as the field now will be squaring away to the last 6 races of the day, all of them being KZ2, and we will see groups B and D heading out onto the circuit very, very soon here at the Franciacorta circuit, and still crowds lining the side of the track here, all ready to watch a piece of this next race, which will see a very, very interesting development in the points, I'm sure, because we will have Maxim Orlov and Timo Jungling starting on the front row of the grid for that one. And of course, we caught up with Timo Jungling earlier on. We caught up with Maxim Orlov both after their qualifyings, and you know, they're saying it's a team game all the way to the end. The points mean the prizes, of course, those points being intermediate classification points for those superheats. Right, let's head down to Parc Ferme because I think we're ready with Nicole Sutherland.
Absolutely. Thank you very much then, Anthony. We're down here with none other than Danilo Albanese. Danilo, great circuit for you. You've got some great pace around here. What does it take to really master this circuit? It doesn't look easy in this class.
Yeah, the track for sure is good. The problem is the point of overtakes is really difficult. And also the speed, the first 5, 6, 7 go same speed, but we will see for tomorrow.
And going into tomorrow, you will be in the sharp end of the field for superheats. How do you think you're going to approach tomorrow? You know, big grid, a lot of talent. What are you going to try and pull off?
For sure, we try to start more in front possible for the final, because it's really important to start in front. Okay, the race is long, but if you start 4 or 5 rows, it's really difficult. But we will see tomorrow.
We'll see indeed. Danilo, great racing and great to catch up with you. We'll head back up then into our commentary box because the action doesn't stop there.
It certainly doesn't indeed. Thank you very much to Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme with Daniel Albanese. As mentioning, KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C will be the next one heading out onto the circuit, which will see a full capacity grid, 36 drivers in this next race, ready to head out onto the track. And at this stage of the weekend, this is where we start to see those tyres get deployed. And as I was mentioning before we went down there to Parc Ferme, of course, we caught up with Max Orlov on the front of the grid. We caught up with Timo Jungling, the two Sodi teammates here for CPB Sport, and how they were saying, you know, it's a team game. Points mean prizes. However, when it means who starts on pole position, however, I think that's another story. And right now, I think we're going to see some interesting developments in this next race, because 3 of the top 4 drivers in this race are on fresh tyres. Maxim Orlov has no fresh tyres. There is the fabled support, which I believe from my investigating is for the Louillet family, Samuel and Jean Louillet. I'm sure the flag's out there for them. I know the Swiss outfit also out there as they get themselves ready. And yes, I think I was right on that one because they can hear it. So perfect. But glad to see the support is out there for them. There, Timo Jungling. This is an important one. Fresh tyres on the left-hand side for Timo Jungling. His teammate, Orlov, no fresh tyres. This is a very important one for that young man there. What can he do? But he is not alone. Jaden Teen, also brand new tyres on board. Jay Owen, brand new tyres on board. Michael Adair, brand new tyres on board. Samuel Louillet, brand new tyres on board. And the same for Daniel Messier, also brand new tyres on board. And the rest of the field as well. It's probably easy to tell you who hasn't got tyres on board for this one. Right then, field heads out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Maxim Orlov, as we've mentioned, no tyres for him, but his teammate Timo Jungling alongside him does. So does Jaden Teen and so does Jay Owen on the second row of the grid. Michael Adair on the third row alongside Jaroslav Skulinov. Also fresh tyres for Adair, none for Skulinov. Louillet and Daniel Messier on the fourth row of the grid, also fresh tyres. Dominic Simek and Marcus Kayak on row number 5. Lavento Bull and Matis Prus on row number 6. Menihut Krusner and Simon Billman on row number 7. Eric Vers and Andrea Dalle go from row number 8 with Enrico Martinez and Alexander Uznim on row number 9.
Row number 10, new tyres for Adrian Martins. He's starting alongside Arsène Lacoste. Going from 11, we have Kypris Yers alongside Tim Lacati. And then from 12, it's Enzo Faeta alongside Salvatore Migliore, who's also on new tyres for this one. 13, Cedric Molk with Ricardo Borges. And then from 14, it's Ruben Vilk alongside Dino Carlson. No new tyres for your 14th row of your grid. 15, Giovanni Tosso, new tyre for the driver of Italy. He's starting alongside Rune de Brucker. 16, tyre Samuele Liachetti with Mario Borges. And then from 17, Michel Zampieri has deployed a similar tactic with those new boots. He's starting versus Rahim Alibai, who's already gone new today. Rounding out your 18 rows, 36 karts in total. Walter Wong and Angel Rusono go from row number 18.
Right then, field getting themselves squared away at the start of this race. As you see the front row there getting started up, and it's all going to be about the starts on this one here, Nicole. Maxim Orlov's starts have been absolutely astronomical. He's been getting that power down perfectly, despite the fact that, you know, he's still on his original tyres. Everyone else around him, though, has deployed them now. Surely this means that Orlov is going to have to fight in this race.
Absolutely. This is a crucial one for Orlov, and even bigger from Timo Jungling. Both drivers have matched each other on those race wins. Who is going to come out on top in this one? Is it going to be Timo? Is it going to be Maxim? Or is somebody else going to take a heat win in this one? Team, don't count him out. Jay Owen as well. Now you can see the tyre of that Sodi has absolutely been used. It's been chewed up now by the driver as we head into this one. So your front row, Orlov, and Timo Youngling side by side. This is going to be spectacular.
It certainly will be here as the green flag waves at the back of the grid. Points mean prizes, said Timo Youngling. Let's see if that happens in this race. It is A versus C, and it is lights out and fight on. In KZ2, it's a lightning start again from Orlov, but keep an eye on that Birrell. Goes wheel to wheel there with Timo Youngling, but Youngling gets that whole shot in towards turn number 2 in second place. The rest of the field goes through. Drama in the background, though, and going no further in this race. He'll try and get it restarted. Is Arsene Lacoste. He will go no further as the field head down in towards turn number 5. 1 or 2 karts getting a little bit out of shape, but the rest of the field slotting through. Everyone else going through there again. Is Arsene Lacoste trying to get it restarted, but he's going to go no further in this race. He'll have 1 attempt to get it restarted. If he fails to do so, he is out. So Ekushi at the front here. Orlov leads, but the question now remains with everyone on fresh tyres behind for how long. Out of the turn number 13, over the start-finish line. It's a 3-car breakaway that's led by Orlov, Youngling, J. Irwin there, Kayak from Adir, Macia from Teen, Luye from Krosner, Skulinov rounding out the top 10.
For the first time this weekend then, Orlov at a race start has not bolted away. Oh, down the inside, looks Timo Youngling and gets it completely wrong. Absolutely has to slam the brakes as now that's caused absolute commotion in the background.
That's Michael Adir.
J. Irwin was caught out of that. Adir was then just an absolute passenger on the exit of turn number 5, all created by Youngling trying to go for that move on Orlov. Youngling still out there on the track. That's given position to Kayak and Macia now. That could have been absolute big carnage between Orlov and Youngling, and then you can just see absolutely cannot believe what has just happened out there. Michael Adir out.
And it's a waste of a fresh set of tyres as well. You know, when that happens, it's absolute disaster. Yeah, you've got to feel for him, but he's still in this fight, of course. He doesn't have to worry too much. That good results, so no, he's making it into the Super Heats tomorrow, and of course, making it into, I'm sure, that final, but maybe a little further back. Eyes on the rest of this field, though. Drivers pushing forward. This is the Samuel Luye Miniak Krosner battle. Remember, Krosner had a moment at this very corner where he ran a bit wide. This time around, not a case. Luye goes defensive and keeps Miniak Krosner just behind. It brings in the likes of Skulinov, who's on a 3-place deficit. That won't be helped by the fact that he did not deploy tyres in this one.
Exactly that. Out in the front then, Orlov, Youngling, Kayak, Macia, Irwin and Jaden Teen. Teen again at a race start losing positions. Just hasn't been able to get that together in the past couple of laps, and then has to work really hard to put in purple laps like he's just had, and work hard to weave his way through the traffic. More retirements out there. Adrian Martins, another retirement within this race, but in the pit lane has pulled into Park Ferme, will be out. Intermediate classification right now as it stands. Although he's in P2, he's currently still the leader with 274 points ahead of Orlov, Irwin, Schleimer, Speck and Civico as your top 6. Then Skulanov, Macia.
Oh dear.
A drama on the exit of 14. Big names are going to tumble down. Enzo Faieta and Alexander Yusanim being 2 of those. And it looks like the Maranello now pulls in damage to that kart.
And that's drama for Enzo Faieta. Remember, he was caught out in that very dramatic accident at turn number 5, which saw, of course, the CRG with brake failure as well go off at turn 5, but yes, that's another retirement of this one. Orlov, Maxim Orlov, no fresh tyres, but is setting purple sectors and is breaking away from a field all with fresh tyres. I don't know how this young man does it, but my goodness me, no one can catch him.
It just shows the extreme level of talent and how well Orlov can drive that chassis round the circuit. He's just babying the thing. He's not being aggressive on the front end, preserving the tyre, preserving himself as well. I really don't think we've even seen the best of Orlov just yet. Now then, Teen under pressure by Luye, who looked like he was going to try and have a go. Tries to take a chunk out of Jaden, but it doesn't quite work. And Luye has to settle there in P7. He has got the threat of Krosser, Samek, Bol and Skulanov shortly behind him. This is a big train fighting it out for the last positions just outside of the top 5. Orlov continues to push away, continues to go purple. he is still the fastest driver out there on the track. I don't even think impressive is the right word.
No, indeed. Incredible drive here at this stage of the weekend, despite those fresh tyres all around here in this race. Down in towards turn number 5. That's a nice little lunge there. Thank you very much, says Dominic Simek. Enzo Ball tries to fight back in this fight here as Meniak Krosner gets involved as well, as they're all trying to push through there. Simon Billman as well trying to get into that fight just behind. But they all stay the same now as Skulinov slots there into 11th place. Meniak Krosner back through. This was that initial overtake then from Timo Jungling attempt. Contact between himself and all of that put in the drama for the likes of Michael Adair, straight into the barrier, and immediate frustration. And yeah, not what you want to see at all, and such a shame there for Michael Adair. Those fresh tyres, nothing he could do, straight to the barrier.
Absolutely. That was all because of that incident that almost occurred between Orlov and Jungling. Jay Owen was all involved in that early stage moment as well. Owen currently sat P6 on the road behind Jaden Teen, so has still managed to salvage a result despite being caught out on that dirty part of the track and almost being caught out onto the grass with Michael Adair. Still though, these drivers circulate because these races are going to feel incredibly long out there when there's this much pressure on every single driver. World Cup event, it's going to be, big moments for some of these competitors out there. Orlov, of course, one of those who's chasing down for what looks like could be later on in the weekend a big challenge for that final World Cup. Challenging the tarmac out there though still, puts in a purple lap once more. It's a 45.368 that he puts in on the circuit. That was on his previous lap, which was at least 2.5 tenths faster than anybody out there. Timo is lapping 45.6 on that previous one. So much pace. There's another retirement out there. This time it goes to, I think that's the 127 that will fall down the order.
Mattis Prush, unfortunately, who we were catching up with earlier on, I think he's had a spill with a couple of other drivers. Tim Licati went down the order. Oh no, they've bounced back into position now. Licati and Cedric Molka back in 17th and 18th. But yes, as mentioned, Mattis Prush out of the race. Ah, there we go. Yes, the support is very much out for Samuel Louier in this race. And yeah, he's currently there in 8th place now on a 1-place deficit, but they're really showcasing their support, and not sure how the officials will like a flare.
I feel like that would put me off.
Put me off a little bit. Well, it's put someone off because into the gravel there, and a lot of debris coming off the back of that kart. That's a big shame there for, I think that is Enrico Martinez on that 198 Door Motorsport machine. He's gone off the circuit as the race is getting to the end of this race. The drivers are starting to heat up a little bit here now, because for some of these drivers, this is going to be their last race of the weekend, and for everyone here, for Timo Jungling, this is going to be his last race. For Jay Owen, this is the last race. Skulinov, Macia, Kayak, Prus, this is all their last race, and that's why we saw there for Mattis Prus, a disaster for him. It's why we saw the likes for Michael Adair as well, but Michael Adair's got another race to go after this one. But drama unfolding as last lap board is being readied now for the field. Orlov in the lead of this one, but might have to deal with the likes of Arsène Lacoste, who is currently under blue flags right now. Eyes on this one over the start-finish line we go. Still very, very close here on your screens. Dominic Simek and Jay Owen fighting at this moment for P6 right now as they head down in towards turn number 5. This is the Boll, Krosja, Skulinov and Billman battle just behind. Back to the Irwin fight just up ahead. There is your intermediate classification. Jungling, of course, with 274 points to his name, does beat Max Orlov, but Max now with 5 wins out of 6. Is still looking very, very strong with his last race to go today. Across the line, Maxim Orlov once again secures a qualifying heat win. That is 250 points to his name. 5 wins out of his 5 races with 1 more to go. Timo Jungling does take the lead of the intermediate classifications with 274, but he is now done for his racing today. Timo Jungling will not race anymore. That is all he can do. So the ball is back into Maxim Orlov's side of the court. If he wins his last race later on, it'll be Max Orlov on pole position outright, with an outright pole and a clean streak so far. Orlov from Jungling, Messier from Kayak, Teen from Simic, from Jay Owen and Samuel Luye, Enzo Bol from Menihut Krasner, Yerasim Skulinov from Simon Billman, Andrea Deli from Eric Vess, Keprecious from Salvatore Migalore as well, 8th place gain there. Tim Licati, a 5th place gain from Cedric Malk, Ricardo Borges, Ruven Vilk, Samuele Marchetti, a 10th place gain there. Biggest mover out on circuit is the Italian. De Bruyne from Tosso, then it is Carlson from Mario Borges, Alabai from Reynoso, Martinez, the top 28 out there. The unfortunate retirements, Walter Wong, unfortunately from Hong Kong, does not finish that race. Arsène Lacoste, Mathis Prush, Michel Zamperi, Enzo Faeta, Alexander Uznim, Adrian Martins and Michael Adair, unfortunately all retiring, but there still no deployment of new tyres for Maxim Orlov. Will go into his last race later on today. Points, effective points leader, 4 wins out of 4. The start again, absolutely sublime. The drama of all of those fresh tyres behind him, not needing to worry about anything. And he pushed his way forward, ended up taking that win by quite some way at the end of it, 1.3 seconds from the rest of the field. There at the start, Arsène Lacoste into the barriers right at the start of that race. Then the dramas at turn number 5, 1 or 2 karts getting caught out a little bit here and there, going onto the exit curb, but all fine. Arsène Lacoste, a great job at recovering in this one. Arsène Lacoste did rejoin that race, did later retire though in 30th place. The Michael Adair moment here with Jay Owen, the 2 teammates colliding after the other 2 teammates collide into the corner, which then resulted in this one. Michael Adair out of this race. The only thing he can say, yes, okay, may have wasted that set of tyres there, but he's got a brand new set now. There, the other dramas into the hairpin. Some drivers going up and down there. Adrian Martins, the DAP TB racing team driver from Austria, out of the race. There was that moment as well. We lost Alexander Uznim and Enzo Faeta as well at the exit of turn number 13 down the hill. Just again, karts just on that power too soon, just clamping onto that rear bumper. Up and over it goes, which resulted in the retirement of those 2 drivers. Later, big moves happening throughout the order again. We saw the likes of Dominic Simek push his way nicely through the field. He got himself past the likes of Enzo Bull. Then we saw the likes of Samuel Luye batting away. He would end up that race in P8. Later retirements to the Formula K, Mathis Pruss out of the race. And then, of course, the drama here for Enrico Martinez on that Door Motorsport kart. But the question still remains, who can beat this man here? Maxim Orlov, CPB Sport, 1 and 2, with Timo Jungling finishing 2nd place. Jungling in the lead of the intermediate classification for now, but there is, of course, a lot more races to go in the KZ2 category, with groups B and D coming up next for the class. But still, the work is to do for the rest of the field, of course. Schleimer and Wolf out in the next race. We didn't see them out earlier on, but we do get to see them fighting against each other now. And we will see both the likes of groups B and D in this rotation, and in the next rotation as well, we'll see groups A and B racing. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much, then, Anthony. Down here with none other than Maxim Orlov. Maxim, great results so far this weekend, and no new tyres deployed just yet for you. So impressive to be that quick, compared to a field that it had all gone no new rubber.
Yeah, like in this heat we didn't use the new tires, but anyway in the beginning it was a bit difficult with Timo, but anyway we managed this one and then I pulling away, but actually I don't know, maybe I'm just managed tires in the heats before well and this is the result.
And tell me about that battle between you and Timo, because he did try and give it a go at turn number 5 and it caused a bit of commotion going on behind you. When he tried to, you know, put that nose cone down the inside, what were you thinking? How did you manage that? You know, he's a teammate after all.
Yeah, actually it was a scary moment, actually, yeah. But for my side, like I just defending and so yeah, a bit was of contact inside of the corner, but anyway, we're lucky that we didn't crash, and yeah, it's good I think.
Well, Maxim, we've got one more race for you later on, so looking forward to seeing you in that one. We'll head back up then into the commentary box for our next group of KZ2s.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. And yes, indeed, next race coming up, Groups B versus D for the KZ2 class. We'll be heading out onto the track for their 12-lap race. And I can see in this one that Michael Avicino from the USA on that CRG, that big crash earlier on, has, I think, taken him out of this racing. Right now, I can see that the 211 machine from CRG and the USA not out on the pre-grid for this one, which is a big shame. Big talk on tyres again in this one, it being for some of these drivers their penultimate race of the weekend. We will see both groups B and D out later on. For these drivers, it is their last chance to really get some points on the board for this one, and we're seeing a lot of fresh tyres on board for drivers from the 4th row backwards. The top 3 rows here still holding off for the time being. But there on your screen, Max Schleimer priming himself, ready to go as the whistle blows, engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit, and looking like we're all going to be good here. For a go for the field. Let's take you through then that full starting lineup for their penultimate race of the day for Groups B and D. It's Max Schleimer and Noah Wolf from row number 1, Dion Van Verven and Anatoly Kavalkin, they go from row number 2. Ethan Frigamoska and Samuele Leopardi go from row number 3. They'll have the likes of John Luye and Albin Sturluson on row number 4. Sturluson, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Antoine Brogiot and Joel Valtonen go from row number 5. They also have gone for a new set on the left-hand side. Tigran Manatian and Corentin Rousseau go from row number 6. Only Rousseau, though, with a fresh set of tyres. Tom Dussel and Kian Farden on row number 7. They've also got a fresh set. Michael Papara and Alvin Simbasvara going from row number 8. Hugo Besson and Jaden Kuchkin go from row 9. They'll see the likes of Valentino Fritsch and Gavin Luye on row number 10. Jesper Schauberg and Emmanuel Mai go from row number 11. They'll see Fastal Filo and Alphonse Miertinen on row number 12. Patrick Janssen and Eduardo D'Alessandro go from row number 13. Marco Delia will be all in the zone on row number 14. No Michael Avancino after that terrible crash earlier on is not on track this time around. Demantis Canva and Eric Anecki go from row number 15. Gavin Bailiff and Camila Calderon go from row 16. They'll have Manuel Palumbo and Dante Lera on row number 17. Giacomo Ginoli and Alexei Yavala going from row number 18. Again, busy grid on this one, but only the 35 drivers out there with the missing American from the field. But for Schleimer and Wolf here, a good chance to gain those points in this race. For Max Schleimer, he currently sits 4th in the points, 200 points to his name. Of course, we will see him out later on today. He will be fighting alongside the likes of Maxim Orlov, the 2 teammates that so far haven't lost a race each this weekend, are in a moment where that final race later on could spell the difference who starts on pole position for either Superheat 1 or Superheat 2 tomorrow, as I think Gonzalo Planta there watching alongside may have been attacked by a wasp there. Here they are on your screen, primed and ready. Ethan Frigamosa there on the 185 machine from Switzerland. That Maranello looking mighty quick. He'll have Jean Luye, though, for company. just behind him, though. Let's see how this one will transpire as the green flag is waved at the back. The lights procedure gets underway, and as it's lights out, fights on in KZ2. It's a lightning start again for the inside line. Keep an eye on Wolf. He's gone backwards here. He's there in second place. He's still side by side as they go through in towards turn number 2 and 3. Can he get through? The answer is no. He slots down into third place as he nearly gets squeezed off the track there. But it's Dion van Verven who's got himself up into second place. The driver in third on that inside row, managing to get that push through as everyone else getting involved in the fight in this early stages. There you can see just in the background Alfons Miettinen trying to get involved as well, but taking the optimal outside racing line and hope he can carry the speed around the outside. But the rest of the field slot into the back straight and in towards turn 13. Already, it's a nice long train of karts there, Nicole, all fighting for place.
Absolutely is, and is led by none other than Max Schleimer and Dion van Verven. Wolf P2, Anatoly Kavalkin P4, Anton Russo up by 7 positions already to round out your top 5. Almost attempted sends down the inside at turn number 5 by Russo on Kavalkin. Doesn't quite manage to pull it off, and that opens things up slightly for the likes of Frigamoska, Leopardi, Strussen and Valtonen, who are shortly behind. Valtonen, driver inside the top 10 then, that has deployed those new tyres going into this heat, so he could be one to maybe pick off some positions ahead of him. Into turn number 14. Whoa, this is going to get feisty very soon. Schleimer and Van Verven now going at it for this race lead. That's going to allow the likes of Noah Wolf to catch up considerably on the entrance towards turns 2 and 3. Van Verven, let's not forget, has had such a dramatic weekend within this race. I would say he's not got too much to lose all over the back of Schleimer now, who still holds on to that race lead on the exit of turn number 5. All that they're doing is actually, I'd say, Anthony, playing into the hands of Noah Wolf.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's allowing him to really acquire the back end of this group right now. And Wolf, at this moment, 7th in those points, but it's Schleimer who we're interested in right now. Max Schleimer currently going to 3rd, now joint on 250 points with Max Orlov. But this is a really important one for Schleimer. He wants to go into that final race later on knowing that it's all about whoever finishes first starts on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow, knowing that as well in that last race that no matter who finishes first or second, they will have a pole position. Defensive, though, will go Schleimer. Van Verven to the outside. Is Van Verven going to be the rear gunner here for Schleimer? That's the question. Is he going to keep Wolf at bay right now to allow Schleimer to have those points? Remember, it's a team game up until that final, where then it's all right. It's all against yourselves on this one.
Absolutely. Further back in the midfield section, though, the likes of Valtonen, Leopardi and Lier getting all a bit close for comfort, all sat in those birrels, as now this is still heating up, and I would love to be in the seat of the driver shortly behind. Anton Russo, I'm sure, is sat there getting incredibly excited about the fact that these 3 in front of him are starting to battle it out quite heavily, and that is allowing him to catch up massively. Sat there in P4, 8 places gained so far. He's hungry there in that Charles Leclerc branded kart. Up the hill these 4 go, and they are absolutely allowing Russo to catch up. Dion van Verven then has not gone for that move just yet on Schleimer. He is absolutely within lunging distance, but as is Noah Wolf, as is Russo. I think if the door opens, Schleimer could maybe be getting overtaken by not 1, but maybe even 2. Out of the exit of 14 they go. Still, for another lap, there is no change between these top 4. Wolf, though, jumps slightly on the defence, slightly on that tighter line towards turn number 1, closes the door at 2 and 3, but the speed and the pace carried in by Russo is absolutely astonishing. All over the back of Noah once more. Up the hill they go. It's now, to me, Anthony, turning into 2 battles there. Schleimer versus Dion van Verven, then Wolf versus Russo.
You know what? I don't think this is a Schleimer versus Dion van Verven. I think Van Verven here is being the ultimate team player here to Schleimer and keeping Wolf at bay right now, because he's positioned himself. If you watch his racing line, Van Verven has just copied exactly what Schleimer has done in every single aspect. If he's gone in the middle of the track, he's followed it. If he goes wide here at turn 1, he follows it. He's not taking, like, you know, he's taken the optimal line on the outside if Schleimer goes defensive. Watch them moving towards turn 5, and again, carbon copy. They both did the same thing. Anything that Schleimer does, Van Verven will copy, which means that it doesn't look like, you know, Van Verven is deliberately trying to do anything to keep Wolf at bay. It's quite a smart tactic that these two Sony drivers are doing, as, in the background there, that's not gone too well. Bit of dust kicked up, and a recovery for Alfons Mittinen, who gets it sorted out and gives a bit of a flick and gets it back on track.
So you're saying then that mirroring between Schleimer and Dion Van Verven is just, you know, keeping Wolf and Rousseau at bay. It's not allowing them to bridge that gap. Under the start-finish gantry, they go once more. These drivers ticking off that halfway point in this race, which for a lot of them will be their final appearance today. Still though, Van Verven is very much aware of the two names behind him. These quad are now completely miles away from the next duo of karts, which are Kavalkin and Juho Valtonen, but they're not battling out really. They have got a little bit of pace between them.
And that makes sense. That's in towards turn number 5. That's obviously Alfons Mittinen has just brought a load of dust and dirt and rocks and stones onto the circuit, and yeah, that's why we're watching it. Again, very tight line for both of the Sodis there into the hairpin, because they know that Wolf has closed back in again now, and they're checking over the shoulder, and Wolf is now trying to really attack for this second place spot, and that might just do it. And he's through. Noah Wolf up into second place, as now Max Schleimer has lost his rear gunner. Van Verven's going to fight it back though. Reacquires the move down the inside, but can't quite do it. Dion Van Verven again trying to look down the inside, but it's not going to happen. And Rousseau, in all of that, is not going to be able to capitalise on that moment. So now Dion Van Verven needs to make the choice. Does he re-attack Wolf immediately, or is he going to let him break away? Well, he's already answered that question. Wolf has broken away at the front here and is now going to only have a couple of laps here to try and catch up to Schleimer. That might have been a technical genius from the team to keep Schleimer in a good point-scoring position, ready for that last race later today.
I'd just say Dion Van Verven went slightly over-defensive in 2 and 3, and that just allowed Wolf to see that the gap was there and to pop that move in. Now he will be looking at the back bumper of Schleimer, and pace-wise does maybe have it in him to try and catch up. Has gone purple in sector number 1, is faster than Schleimer through that sector by 1/10 of a second, and it's just over 3.5 that exist between the two. Now make that just over 2.5. These 4 then still miles away from the drivers behind. Midfield section still fighting for position. We've still got names like Strussen, Frigamoska, Leopardi, Luye, Paro, Ambrosio absolutely at it for those remaining spots inside of the top 10. Final couple of moments out there on the track, and final moments for drivers out there who've now been given technical flags. It's going out for the 147, who will fall down the order and retire. That is Kniever further down, currently sat in P28, but will make his name the newest to DNF.
Well, here we go then for Schleimer. These last laps here might be a little bit more tense than he would like it. Noah Wolf has closed in, under braking less than a quarter of a second as technical flags are going out. It is on to the last lap of this race, but let's see what happens, because Schleimer in the lead. Wolf there trying to close in, but is he going to try and go for the move here? Schleimer goes defensive, Wolf goes to the outside, but again cannot get that move down the inside. Van Verven now is re-attacking Wolf here. Can he get that nose down the inside? This is perfect teamwork between the two CPB Sport drivers, but Wolf is alone. Van Amersfoort Racing by Birrell driver in this top pack. It's only one last chance to get it done. It's in towards turn 13. Defensive goes Schleimer. Wolf to the outside. He's going to try and go the long way. Surely not. No, it's not going to happen. Out of the final corner, Schleimer takes it only just across the line from Noah Wolf and Van Verven, and with that win, keeps him in contention with Max Orloff for that race later on today. But superb drive for Schleimer. Now that's his 5th win out of 5, which means later on in that last race of Groups A versus B, it will be a team CPB Sport front row lockout of Schleimer and Orlov, both of them fighting for pole position.
What a day for the Sodis then, as we've headed through this one. Schleimer, Orlov and Timo Youngling on absolute top of form, but Noah Wolf, who rounded out that top two, only missed out on that heat win by less than half a tenth. Van Verven, of course, good job to sit there in P3, but with all that drama earlier on this weekend, looks like he could be missing out as we go into tomorrow. Rousseau and Anatoly Kovalkin round out your top 5, and then we have Juho Valtonen, Albin Strussen, Ethan Frigamoska, Samuele Leopardi and Jean Lier as your top 10. Michael Paparo, Antoine Brogio, Tigran Bonatian, Alvar Smimisvara and Emmanuel Mai take you to your top 15. We then have Kian Farden, Tom Dussault, Valentino Fritsch, Gamin Luye and Fasto Filo as your top 20. Hugo Besson, Jesper Scherberg, Jaden Gunakshin, Marco Delia, Eduardo D'Alessandro, Gavin Bailiff, Eric Anaki, Camilo Caldron, Manuel Palombo, Alexi Yavola, Dante Lera, Alphonse Martinen and Yuga Como. Janali round out your top 33 finishers. And of course, we did lose 3 within that race. Kniver, Janssen and Avesino, but with that driver there on your screen, Max Schleimer, job well done, and this is how he pulled it off. Right at the race start then, lights went out and Schleimer wasted no time to hug that white line, get in there at turns 2 and 3 and help round teammate of Dion Van Verven. Noah Wolf tried to go the slightly long way round, went side by side with Van Verven on the exit of 2 and 3, and the whole pack behind were just trying to find that rhythm and sort themselves out, and not actually any big dramatic moments for the field. Straight onto the defensive into turn number 5 on that first lap, then went Wolf and had to sit in P3 for the time being. As further back in the background, some of the drivers just getting it wrong on the entrance to turn number 5, the likes of Alexi Yavola being one of those.
This was that moment for Noah Wolf, managed to get that nose down the inside. The driver backing there for Dion Van Verven just came to an end onto lap number 8 of that race, and 8 and 9. But later to the finish line, it wasn't going to be enough. Schleimer across the line ahead of Wolf. Van Verven taking 3rd. At the end of it, no change in their order, very close, but Schleimer and Orlov now joint on 250 points with their last race coming up later on today. That will be one to watch. Don't miss it. That'll be heading out on track a little bit later on today after another break. But let's head over to KZ2 qualifying EF versus G. But before that, we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with KZ2s in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are only just tuning in, I should say, you have missed quite a bit over the course of the day, but don't worry, you've got a lot of the KZ2 racing about to get underway. One more race before we go into a short break, which will allow these drivers to get themselves squared away, sorted out and ready for the last 3 races of the day. That gap has been extended just a fraction as well. There is Atalayuk, the Dawn Motorsport driver, who this time now gets to start it on pole position here, Nicole. He's been on the inside line, or the outside line for most of these. Now he's got the pole position side. He's got Marek Skrivan alongside him as well. This is going to be a cool little fight here. Robert Kindervart, Ellie Goldstein there, all fighting for position, but again, no fresh tyres deployed in the front 3 rows on this one. 4th row backwards. Oh, it's absolute pandemonium. There's tyres left, right and centre.
Absolutely. Pretty much everybody from your 10th row backwards as well has put on new rubber going into this one. But like you said, Anthony, the top 3 rows, all drivers that we will be seeing later on after our break that's coming up, have decided against deploying that rubber. They are saving it for that final rotation of heats coming up this afternoon. But your attention goes out to this one. KZ2 qualifying heat F versus G is now on the track.
Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for the last race before we go into the final rotation of heats. It's Atalayuk and Marek Skrivan on the front row of the grid. Robert Kindervart and Ellie Goldstein on row number 2. Simon Reckenmacher and Levianin round up row number 3 and the top 6. Row 4 is where we start to see those tyres come on board. Not for Georgi Vakowski, who has had a really tough day today. A lot of DNFs. But Norton Andreasen of Sweden has got a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Row number 5 sees Len Neisch and Theo Blanc, also brand new set of tyres. They'll have Nicola Rossini and Tommy van der Strauss on row number 6. Van der Strauss does also have new tyres. Jensen Graham and Martin Rittinen go from row number 7. Graham fitting new tyres as well. Row number 8 sees Rasmus Andersen of Denmark, also new tyres alongside Amini Conteri. Martin Rittinen starting alongside Jensen Graham. Row number 9, the first half of the field, Mark Brovko and Andrea Pirovano, but Brovko with a brand new set of tyres, but on the right-hand side of his kart.
Your top 20, row number 10 is rounded out by Paavo Tonteri, who's got new tyres on the right-hand side, as does Kevin Cancelli. Row number 11 is Ricardo Rigodanza alongside Adi Hapalainen. He's got new tyres bolted on, and on row number 12, Emil Zachmans is alongside Antonio Comidi, also new boots for him. 13, all new tyres for Luigi Di Lorenzo and Luca Bertoni. And from 14, a similar setup for Jeremy Putain and Christian Gafferi. 15 is Bailey Sagadak with Florent Esteve. And on row number 16, no new tyres for Artem Troitsky, but also a similar setup for Alessandro Ruggieri. No new rubber for that 16th row. Final row of your grid for these 34 karts, rounded out by Gianni Andrusani. New boots for him on that Kart Republic chassis, as does Kai Perner, who's rounding out your grid for this KZ2 qualifying heat.
Indeed, as once again, crowds have not dissipated here at the circuit. They're all waiting to see who's going to be making it through into those Super Heats tomorrow. Again, remember, over 120 drivers entered into the KZ2 World Cup this weekend, but only 70 to go through into that Super Heats phase tomorrow. Only 36 for the final. And right now, we're into that dying stage of the weekend where these races really do mean everything. Green flag up at the back of the grid. Pasquale Lupoli is given the go-ahead to start the lights procedure here for KZ2. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Lights are out. We are racing. It's a lightning start reaction for Marek Skrivan, who gets the whole shot in towards turn number 1. The Formula K tries to follow through as well. Robert Kindervart trying to get involved in that fight, and I think has got himself up into third. No, he tried to get up to third place, but no. Goldstein's taken that away from him here now, as the two karts at the front have broken away. Leuk there in second place is going to try and latch on. There's a little bit of drama there in the background. Simon Reckenmarker trying to get involved. Just, oh my. How close could you get to the edge of the circuit there for Georgia Vakovsky, who is on a knife edge over the course of this weekend with all those DNFs?
Absolutely. I think that was maybe pressure inflicted after those 2 DNFs earlier on this morning. He's got some weight on his shoulders as we go into what could be final moments for Georgie out there. Out in the front, though, crucially, under the start-finish gantry, completing their first lap, Scriven from Leuk, Goldstein, Kindervater and Reckenmarker as your top 5. So, although he swapped sides for this one and didn't start on that anti-pole side, looks like Leuk is settled there in P2, didn't quite manage to use that pole position to his advantage. Further in the field, big battles kicking off for these drivers to try and grab some points. It's Arne, Andresen, Graham, Nish and Blin that are battling it out. Ali Goldstein, one of the drivers in the top couple of rows that has not yet deployed new tyres, comfortably sat there in P3, but for how long? Because the 2 drivers ahead of him, of Scriven and Leuk, look like very soon they could be battling it out. He also looks like equal amounts of pressure are being put on him from Kindervater, as we lost one of the drivers out there. That's the Charles Leclerc kart being pulled off by our team of marshals.
We've lost 2 drivers actually there, Nicole. Florin, Steve and Alessandro Righieri as well. Both of them have fallen off the circuit as eyes on this. Not going too well there in that mid-pack. They're all scrapping away for positions there. Andresen going through. And yes, indeed, Kindervater getting finally that move done on Goldstein. Setting it up into P3 and is now on that charge to Leuk and Scrivan up ahead, which also, as you were mentioning, could also be about to kick off.
Absolutely. Kindervater then just using the curb to jump ahead of Goldstein, who did read it relatively well and let that gap go, and is now probably being signalled about the gap that exists behind him to the driver of Reckenmarker and, of course, Andresen as well. Back in the field, Jensen Graham is on a good charge. 6 places to be inside of the top 10. Your biggest mover inside the top 10 currently. Not the fastest driver on the track though, because that goes to Norton Andresen with a 46.5. So actually this group, you could say, I know it's only the first couple of laps, but thinking back to especially Orlov's group, quite away pace-wise off of that one. This is not the quickest group we've seen as almost into turn 14. Leuk and Scriven going at it. That brings Kindervater closer and closer. This trio now, nothing in it as they exit out of 2 and 3, but could have been a big one on the exit of 14.
It certainly could have been, but surely there could be a move here down into turn number 5. Well, Leuk thought there was going to be. That's why he took that inside line. Kindervater now will get the run up the hill. They'll have the better exit here through the gears as he tries to get involved in this fight, but it's not going to happen here. Scrivan stays into the lead of this one, as unfortunately that is out of the race for Antonio Comidi, the CPB Sport driver, off the track at turn number 5 and retires to the marshal post. That is a big shame for him. Eyes on this one now because they've been scrapping but not overtaking. Goldstein's back into the play now, and it's 4 karts battling for that top spot, but still it's Scrivan who leads the way for the time being. But Leuk and still all of these drivers fighting for position. Kindervater trying to go for it, but no, Leuk, it's a half attempt at the overtake, and it was never going to work out in towards turn 5. But he stays there in second place.
Yeah, no half moves allowed within racing like this, especially when you're in a battle where only inches exist between the top 6. Scriven, Leuk, Kindervater, Goldstein, Reckenmarker and Andresen very much within this fight. Down towards 14 and defensive goes Leuk slightly from the likes of Kindervater and Goldstein behind. I think all that's going to do on the entrance of 1, 2 and 3 is actually going to make that Kart Republic driver very vulnerable. There you can see Kindervater just all over the back bumper. He's absolutely staring at the numbers 172, trying to hunt down a way past. Scriven maybe being gifted a bit of a helping hand there in the front. He's now not being challenged too much by Leuk because he seems probably more bothered about Robert Anelli right behind him.
Yeah, exactly. We'll keep a close eye on that one, but as you can see, no room for quarter for any of these drivers right now as they all try to go for it. And it's only going to take one driver to go full lunge into one of these braking zones. It's really going to shake this pack up. And, you know, it has to be, if we want to keep this fight alive at the front here, it's got to be Leuk on Scrivan. The problem is that we're not seeing that right now. We are seeing these attempts here and there, but every little attempt loses time on it. Again, like that, a look to the inside. It's kind of defensive. It's not going to work out. It definitely wasn't going to get the move on Scrivan, but he loses a bit of time, and then it keeps Kindervaarter, Goldstein, Andreasen now, who's up to 6th place, has got past Simon Reckenmacher. He's put him there in 6th place, and then, of course, Jensen Graham there in 8th place on a 5th-place gain. Is now pushing through very, very, very nicely indeed.
Absolutely. These drivers, so many challenges around this class, circuit and this field. They're not just battling with each other, it's the grip out there. There's so many shades of it being laid down because the air temperature is actually quite high for this time of year, 20 degrees. We've had no rain, so it's a grippy circuit. They're battling with that. They're going one-handed through certain parts of the track, and then they've got 25 gear changes to also deal with as we head through these 15 corners. It's not just the drivers behind that they're having to think about, and this is why this is the premier classes of international karting. Now then, Leuk is demonstrating that. He's demonstrating how you manage that and also fend off the pack behind.
Yeah, and this is no longer a fight for 1st place. This is the fight for 2nd place now. Scrivan has bolted just that little bit. It's only about half a second or so, 3/10 of a second that he has got, but every defensive posture that Adde Leuk deploys, he loses time to Scrivan, and Kindervaarter is right there on that rear bumper now. Andreasen is their son. Reckenmacher has closed right in. It is just a case of who goes first, and it's going to be a half attempt there from Kindervaarter. I think he got a bit annoyed with how many attempts that Leuk had taken, but not actually committed to a move. And now he's getting frustrated there. In 3rd place, he tries to get that overtake, but again, it's a half attempt, so it's not worked out. Now Scrivan has been given that clear air, and Leuk now has been given, I think, that first proper warning from the drivers behind. Get this move done, or we'll get it done first.
Absolutely. It was a good effort, though, by Kindervaarter to try and have a bit of bravery on 4 wheels and give it a go, and actually didn't lose out massively to Ellie Goldstein there. Goldstein is still very much on the back bumper, but you would expect maybe a half move like that to open things up for Goldstein a bit more, which it didn't, because now he's under pressure by Andreasen, who gets up and gets past the TB kart. That almost opens it up for Reckenmacher as well. So Goldstein down to P5 now. So maybe you could question he was taking too long to go in on the driver in front of Kindervaarter, who demonstrated you can try and give it a go. Still though, Scrivan from Leuk, who suddenly has just lit things up. Now defensive goes Scrivan into the final corner. Almost a bit of bumper-to-bumper action through there. Under the start-finish gantry, Scrivan knows Leuk is there. Through turns 2 and 3, no move exists. Domino effect is going to come into play in this one and back these drivers into the hands of Andreasen as well, who's also arrived into this with a 4th-place gain. Out of number 5 they go. Rev up the hill, these drivers shifting up these gears, and which is a tricky part of the track if they've just been overtaken as well. Back down the hill through turn number 8. Nothing in it. Final lap of this one. Scrivan has got 2/10 ahead of Leuk. Kindervaarter, Andreasen, and actually Goldstein now in this phase of the race has fallen away from it. Defensive goes Scrivan into the final corner. What will be the final couple? Now then, checkered flag is out, and it will be out, of course, to Marek Scrivan, your race leader for this KZ2 heat, ahead of Adde Leuk and Robert Kindervaarter, who round out your top 3.
Indeed, very nice there for Marek Scrivan. That's a nice little race there at the end of that one, just to secure those 50 points, which puts him up to 5th in the points right now, 229. But of course, all these groups as well will have that extra race later on today, of course, as we go into the small break now before those last 3 races. That allows there to be enough time for the drivers to get the turnaround over for those races. Gianni Andresani, biggest move around in that one, a 10th place gain, going from 33rd to 23rd out there. That's a nice chunk of points on the board there. to finish up in that order. The same for Kai Perner, who finished in 24th place, also on a 10th-place gain. There's your full results. Andreasen finishing in P4 from Goldstein. Then it's Simon Reckenmark from Jensen Graham. Len Neisch from Levian. Theo Blon from Georgi Vakovsky and Marty Rittinen. Andrea Padovano finishing in 13th place ahead of Nicola Rossini. Paavo Tonteri from Emano Conteri. Then it is Rasmus Andersson from Tommy van der Strauss, who rounds up the top 18. Antti Apalainen and Riccardo Rigodanza rounding out the top 20. And obviously we mentioned those big movers of Andressani and Perna earlier on. Retirements from that race: Kevin Cancelli, Bertoni, Comidi and Steve Righetti finishing as well, that one in 34th place. Definite challenge there for quite a few drivers there, Nicole. But for others, good results all around. And another fabulous result for the IPK factory team. Marek Skrivan coming away with that race win and bumping himself up nicely into 5th in the points. And here's how it all transpired. The race start here. Brilliant reactions for Skrivan off the line. Got that run straight away, no wheel spin. Little moment there for Arthur Leuk as they both tried to come to the centre of the circuit. Leuk having to back off out of that one, unsettled his kart and gave the lead to Skrivan at the start of that race. And it was effectively that fight all the way to the very end, wasn't it? There were line astern for a lot of it. Ellie Goldstein had to defend in those early stages, of course. He had drivers trying to pilot round the outside, one or two having a bit of a moment there in towards turn number 5, but relatively a good start. Simon Reckenmark having a little bit of drama there on that Dawn Motorsport machine, and then they had the likes of Vakovsky there right on the edge of the circuit, followed by the retirements, unfortunately, for Florian Esteve and Alessandro Righetti out of the race.
Absolutely. Still big drives going in by a lot of the field. We had some big movers in that one, the likes of Yanni Andressini and Kai Perner as well. This was the stage where Ollie Goldstein was overtaken by Robert Kindervater. Kindervater just using the curb to his advantage to jump past the DB kart. This was the point then that we lost the 206, tumbled down the order. Antonio Comedy would go no further for Sodi and CPB Sport. Moves continued to be attempted at turn number 5. That was when Kindervater tried to give it a go between him and Arthur Leuk, but just didn't manage to pull it off. Driver that did pull it off, though, pretty nicely indeed, was of course the Sodi that jumped past Ellie Goldstein, who then later on just looked like he was a bit unsettled and rounded out that race in P5 behind Andreasen, Kindervater, Leuk, and of course, there on your screen, the race winner of Marek Skrivan.
Indeed, a fabulous result at the end of the day's racing there, but don't go anywhere because we still have 3 more races to go. We have got a small break to give a turnaround for the field. Then we will see Groups A versus B. That's going to be the race to watch in that one, of course, where we will see Max Orlov and Max Schleimer battle wheel to wheel to see who gets pole position for those super heats. And then we'll see Groups D and G and E and F to see where they will finish ahead of tomorrow's super heats. And of course, those all-important finals. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in around 20 minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championships here from Franciacorta in Italy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, back in the box, ready for the last 3 races of the day. Nicole, we've had to wait a little bit of time because the drivers have needed that turnaround time because so many KZs are racing this weekend.
Absolutely are. We've completed our rotation of KZ2 Masters and KZ heats. We now have one final rotation, 3 heats coming up for our KZ2 class, who we just saw out on the circuit previous to that short break. But now the final 3 groups will be out there. The first of which will be KZ2 qualifying heat A versus B. 12 laps for all of these drivers throughout these heats. 15.5 kilometres for them to battle out with. And as we go into this race on this grid, they'll be battling out with 36 karts, led on the front row by none other than Maxim Orlov, who has been the absolute driver to beat, and the driver who has now finally deployed some fresh tyres.
Indeed, we've had to wait a while, but so has the man starting alongside him, Max Schleimer as well. Also has deployed a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. They are not alone on that one, though. The same can be said for Ethan Frigamoska as well. He's deployed some fresh tyres, and so has Jean-Louis. He's also deployed fresh tyres in this one, and so has, Tigran Manatian has as well on the 6th row of the grid. And that's all those runners, and then that's it for this one. It's only those 4 drivers who have deployed the fresh set of tyres on board for this one. But crucially, it's the fight that we've been waiting for. It is the Orlov-Schleimer battle. Both of these drivers have won every single race they have done so far this weekend. Right now, one of them, or both of them, are about to lose their first race of the weekend.
Exactly that. Who's it going to be, and who is it going to be if they do lose that win? Could it be the likes of Jaden Teen, who is sat there on your screen, ready to go for final heat of his racing today? Big crowds are looming over the circuit, absolutely surrounding the track to watch on the biggest event for KZ Racing in the 2025 season. Other drivers in the field then that could maybe be in for good results, maybe in for a heat win because they do have good paces. Dion van Verven might not help out the likes of Van Verven too much points-wise because he's had a dramatic weekend so far, but he's got the pace to maybe put his name at the top of that board.
Here we go then. Engines have fired up then for the last time today for groups A and B. They head out onto the circuit, and let's take you through that full starting lineup. After the domination from these 2 drivers in all of their qualifying heats so far, it is finally down to this last showdown between Maxim Orlov and Max Schleimer, who start this on the front row of the grid. Jaden Teen and Dion van Verven make it a CPB Sport 1, 2, 3 and 4 in this race. Michael Adair and Ethan Frigamoska round out row at number 3 for Birrell and Marinello. Sam Louis and Jean-Louis round out row at number 4. They will see Dominic Simic and Antoine Brogio on row number 5. Enzo Boll and Tigran Manatian going from row number 6. Menihat Krosner and Tom Dussel go from row number 7. There we'll see Eric Vess and Michael Paparo on row number 8. Enrico Martinez and Hugo Besson round out the first half of the field on row number 9.
Row number 10, your top 20 looks like Adrian Martins alongside Valentino Fritsch. From 11, we have Kipris Yers alongside Jesper Schorberg. And shortly behind, on 12, it's Enzo Faeta with Fastel Filo. 13, Cedric Molk with Patrick Janssen. And from 14, it's Ruven Vilk versus Marco Delia. 15, Gianni Tosso with Dominic Nava. And from 16, it's Samuele Marchetti with Gavin Bailiff. 17th row, penultimate row of your grid is Michel Zampieri alongside Manuel Palombo. And rounding out your 18 rows, 36 in total, Walter Wong alongside Giacomo Giannio.
Well, here we go then for these field as they make their way round. I can confirm already that Sam Louis and Jean Louis have gone past the Louis fan club on the banking here at the side of the circuit, and I saw them cheering away, and now the banner's up in the air as well. I can see out the commentary box window. But the field lining themselves up ready to go here. This is that fight. Nicole, look at
Look
that.
at that.
4 CPV Sodi karts, 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the front of this field, but it is the front two that mean the most in this one. Max Orlov and Max Schleimer on that front row of the grid. Both of them, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Both of them with 250 intermediate classification points to their name, but only one of them can be on pole position for Superheat 1. Only one of them can be on pole position for Superheat 2. But the question remains, who will it be? Who will lose their first race of the weekend? Will it be one or the other, or will it be both? And will we see it all go topsy-turvy in that intermediate classification? We'll have to wait and find out. As for the last time for groups A and B today, the lights procedure is about to get underway. Pasquale Lupoli sends those lights, 4 red lights, lights are out, we're racing, and Orlov bottles it on the start. He choked off the line, and it's gonna be Schleimer in the lead. Orlov has gone down the order quite dramatically. In a dramatic fashion, there is drama on the start-finish straight as well. It's Tom Dussel. He's out of the race in one of the other of the Sodi karts, but right at the pivotal moment where he really needed it, Orlov's fantastic starts have ended in drama in this last race.
Just looks like he's trying to wrestle something back together as moves down at turn number 8 exist. That's one of the Sodis getting absolutely muscled around there by the Birrell. And that is Dion van Werven losing positions now. Jaden Teen is at the back of this chase as we go into turn number 11, which she's our race leader, actually with quite a stretch out there in the front. The number 1 currently, Maximilian Schleimer. It's then Michael Adair in P2 with that 3-place gain ahead of Maxim Orlov, Dion van Werven, Jaden Teen, Samuel Leo, Enton Bell, Anton Brugio, Manny Herkrosser and Jean Lier as your top 10. But it's not going to stay like that for too long as Orlov tries to pick something back up, tries to get all over the back of Michael Adair there in that P2, has quickly got himself back together after falling short at that race start. Dramatic and absolutely not what I would have expected to see of Maxim.
No, that's a very interesting start there, but Schleimer leads the way. Orlov is there in 3rd place, so he's managed to gain something back here, but he's right on the rear bumper of Michael Adair, and that's, I'm sure that Birrell Racing driver is not going to make it easy, but he certainly looks like he has down the inside through turn number 1. That speed difference there over that start-finish straight. Put it this way, it was 1:34 for Michael Adair, it was 1:39 for Maxim Orlov over the speed trap there. That's an incredible speed difference between the two of them.
Absolutely. Orlov then just passed him like he was absolutely stood still on the entrance towards the kink of number 1. Still though, these battles rage on behind to fight out for positions for who is going to stay inside of the top 10. Currently, Lier looks quite comfortable sat in there. He is Samuel, that is, P6 for the time being. Out in the front, Schleimer is being caught at an absolute rate of knots. Into 2 and 3, Schleimer and Orlov go. Orlov now all over the back of his Sodi CPB teammate. Doesn't exist through turn number 5 to try and pop in that overtake, but Orlov, who has now gone fastest, is all over it, all over trying to grab back that race lead after really tripping over himself at that race start.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll keep an eye on it now because the gap's down to 0.2 of a second here. Schleimer is going to have to really think about something here as the rest of the field head down the hill now into that phase. Drama for retirement to the back of the grid there. That is Michele Zamperi out of the race. But eyes on this one. Schleimer and Orlov now. Line astern across the line, surely. Orlov is going to send it as soon as he gets a given opportunity on his teammate, but it's not going to happen right now. Schleimer still in the lead, down it towards turn 5. Is he going to go defensive? He checks over the shoulder, sees that his teammate is there. Does slightly turn in a bit sooner, but doesn't really go on a full defensive line as Orlov continues to set those fastest laps of the race. 45.810 is that fastest lap set by Orlov. Schleimer has not done anything close to that one. He's a 10th off that pace on that last lap, and that was his personal best time as well of the race. Out of turn 12, down towards turn 13. Any lunge here No, they stay line astern, but something tells me the fireworks are only just about to start.
Absolutely agree with you there, Anthony. They might be teammates back in the awning, but within this race, I do not think that exists at all anymore. Schleimer is aware that Orlov is right there and he wants to hold on to it. He does not want his winning tally, his winning streak to be broken. Through turn number 5, Schleimer goes still as your leader of your intermediate classification points, and now as your fastest driver out there on the track with a 45.793. So turns up that dial in what is a pressure cooker of a heat between him and Orlov, puts himself as your fastest driver on the track and keeps Orlov a king of KZ2 for the year right behind him. Defensive slightly into the
Dion
entrance.
van Verven.
Again for Dion van Verven, it goes from bad to absolute. What, I can't even explain how dramatic, how terrible Van Verven's weekend has been. A driver that has had so much pace, but absolutely no luck.
Here's the move.
Here we go then. Turn number 5, clean as you like, down the inside. Maxim Orlov, fastest lap, and now your race leader gets past teammate of Max Schleimer, and now points-wise will make himself your leader of your intermediate classification.
Yeah, indeed. Switches them around now. Orlov with the 300, Schleimer with the 294, and already has opened up half a second from the rest of it. There, more dramas out on track.
Palumbo.
Yeah, he's out of the race, and that's happened down towards turn 5, and Marshall just picking up some debris from the circuit as well that's possibly come off his kart also, and that is a big shame for Palumbo on that one. Eyes on this one though. Right, we've seen the two Sodis battle away. How about two Birrells battling away at this moment, because they may not be, I don't think there's two of the teammates of the Birrells. I think they're both in Birrell Art Machinery, but one of them in a different team, but we'll try and figure that one out. As they head up the hill now, it's a good run still. Broggio and Luye here, line astern. Yeah, Broggio had a privateer. Jean Luye on the factory Birrell Art on this one, but as they push through, and still pushing as hard as they can at this point now as they go down the hill. But right now it is Samuel Luye who's leading that one, trying to close in on Jaden Teen just up ahead. A bit later under braking there for Broggio, but not able to get that move done just yet. Jean Luye is just behind that fight. Menihat Krosner as well trying to get involved in that fight also, as we continue to see them fighting away here as they head down the hill in towards turn number 5. And Maxim Orlov continuing to set those fastest laps of the race now, breaking away at the front, clear by nearly a second already.
Menihat Krosner is the driver there on your screen, trying to fight his way past Jean Luye and Anton Broggio there on your screen. Broggio doing a good job there in that privateer machinery to lead these three behind him, which is closed off there by Bowl in the background. Into the final couple of corners they go once more. These gaps do not exist for big moves to be sent in, but that is a place on the circuit that they absolutely exist. We saw a huge sense from the likes of Ricky Longhi in the KZ class earlier on. These drivers absolutely can do it if they're brave enough, deploy the brakes that they've got and try and pull something out of the hat. Up the hill, this pack will continue to chase each other. Luye, Broggio, Luye and Krosner seemingly unbothered for the time being, but it's kicking off in this pack, in this train, which includes names like Brigamoska, Gopasson as well. Brigamoska, a driver in this field, needing a good race to try and get a good result in as we head into those super heats tomorrow to round off his day of racing. Now then, drivers taking those varied lines into 14, not following each other completely in those tyre tracks, as this is still getting very busy up in that front, higher up pack. Luye, Broggio, again, and Krosner, almost down the inside. That's going to open things up for Menihat there. Almost manages to get involved for that P7, but has to back out and let it go.
Yeah, indeed, and now he's put himself under pressure from Broggio just behind. From Krosner, sorry, just behind, and Bull just there as well. Bit of dust getting kicked up in the background there, possibly one or two having a bit of a spill on the circuit, but everyone's still circulating right now. No, I can see that Valentino Fritsch and Ethan Frigamoska have had drama out there. They've tumbled down the order on my screen. Final lap board is out for this field, and that long wait is over. We know now who will be starting on pole position for both Superheat 1 and Superheat 2, just some further up the road from this fight that you're seeing on your screen between Brescia and Jean-Louis, who continue to fight away on your TV screens here. But it is Max Orlov at the front of the field who has opened the gap up to 1.1 seconds out of the final corner. It's a perfect score. 300 points for Maxim Orlov. He takes the win across the line ahead of Schleimer. There was nothing his teammate could do about it when he was given the opportunity to get the move done. There was no stopping Max Orlov at the end of that race. Despite the start not going his way, he managed to claw his way back and took that race win by a staggering 9/10 of a second. Schleimer in second from Michael Adair, Jaden Teen from Samuel Louis, Antoine Roggio finishing in P6 ahead of Jean-Louis. Then it is the likes of Mediha Krosna from Enzo Bull. Dominic Simic rounds out the top 10 from Michael Paparo, who gains a 5-place gain to finish in P11. Tigran Banatian with a P12 there. Unfortunately, no gain with those brand new tyres on board. Eric Vess finishing in 13th ahead of Hugo Besson. Adrian Martins finishing in P15 ahead of Enrico Martinez. Marco Delia, 11 places gained, became the biggest mover in that race ahead of Patrick Janssen. Capricious from Jesper Schuberg. Samuele Marchetti finishing in 21st place ahead of Fastal Fillo. Then it is Ruben Vilk from Cedric Mulk, Valentino Fritsch from Giovanni Tosso, Ethan Frigamosca, Gavin Bailiff, Enzo Feiter, and Giacomo Gianoli finishing in 30th place. Walter Wong finishes that one in 31st place, a 4-place gain ahead of the retirements. Manuel Palumbo, Dion Van Verven, Michel Zamperi, Tom Dussol, and Domantas Canva. Unfortunately not seeing the end of that race, and that is a huge shame for them. And you see there, Palumbo's kart getting recovered now onto the back of the recovery vehicle here at Franciacorta. And that brings an end of the day's racing for Groups A versus B. We will not see them out on track again at all until some of these drivers will be announced where they'll be starting for tomorrow's Superheats. Of course, still 2 more races to go. D and G and E versus F. But there, Maxim Orlov, a great drive for him. Puts him maximum points at the end of that race. 300 points to his name. An incredible drive. And this was that start. Initially did not get that start off the line, dropped immediately down to about P5. Later got up to 3rd place at the end of that first lap, so a great recovery drive nonetheless. Tom Dussol having the drama right at the word go. His kart stopping on the start-finish straight and him going no further at the start of that one. Straight away you were seeing the likes of Michael Adair trying to fight up into 2nd place ahead of Dion Van Verven, but unable to get that move done. Then later we saw him get that move done down the inside. Then that's how we got those 2 spots there. Maxim Orlov first gets through past Dion Van Verven, who later retired from the race. More mechanical gremlins and dramas out there on the circuits for the driver for CVB Sport. This is Orlov over the start-finish line, and that moment there, the incredible speed difference through the speed trap, 139 kilometers an hour for Orlov. It was only 133 for Michael Adair over that start-finish line. Then later, he got that overtake through past Schleimer, down the inside at turn number 5, streaked into the lead and took that win by 9/10 of a second. Drama nearing the end of the race and some drivers dropping down the order. But across the line, a perfect scoring weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 6 wins out of 6, 300 points to his name, and he goes into tomorrow on pole position. Let's head down to Parc Ferme though, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you very much then, Anthony. Like you said, down here in Parc Ferme with none other than race winner Maxim Orlov. Maxim, good race from you there, good recovery as well, because early stages it wasn't quite going your way.
Yeah, like
Actually, it was not my best start, but anyway, we managed to P1. Yeah, we have a good pace during this heat, and yeah, P1.
I think good pace is probably a bit of not fair. It's incredible what you've done out there so far on the track, you know, so much speed, and that has helped you grab, of course, that pole going into tomorrow for Superheats. Between now and then, what happens, Maxim, to make sure that you're on top form?
Sleep well, that's all.
Pretty simple then. Good to hear from you as always. We'll just swap out Maxim Orlov for Max Schleimer. Schleimer, of course, is the other driver to grab a pole going into tomorrow for those all-important Superheats. Good racing there for you, Max. You were overtaken in the end by teammates of Orlov, but you've looked incredibly quick all day.
Yeah, we had a pretty good day. Won 5 heats. Last one I led for the longest, I think. Yeah, good start. Struggled a bit in the middle of the race, but I think still good feelings for tomorrow. And tomorrow is a new day, so we see what happens there.
And of course, going into tomorrow, being right at the sharp end of the field, nervous at all, or are you quite confident?
Quite confident, to be honest. 5 out of 6 heat wins. So yeah, good super heat and then all into the final.
Well, great to catch up with you. Thank you very much. We'll head back up then into our commentary box to see which drivers are going to round out the remaining spots in your Superheats finals going into tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed. We may have secured who's on pole position for those races, but who will be starting alongside them and around them for those Superheats as KZ2 qualifying heat D versus G now gets itself ready to head out onto the circuit. This will have the likes of Noah Wolf and Melik Skrivan on that front row of the grid. The Briton and the driver from Czechia will be starting this one in a prime position, but they will have the likes of Anatoly Kavalkin and Eli Goldstein on that second row of the grid. There is Noah Wolf on your screen. Last two words with him and his mechanic ahead of this one. Not his regular mechanic, unfortunately, not feeling too well after a tumble last weekend, trying to get his kart started. Fortunately, dislocating his shoulder. But do wishing him a very speedy recovery. Eyes on the field there. As you can see, everyone else still here watching these last two races here. They may know who's going to be starting on pole position, but who's going to be joining them alongside on those front rows as the yellow light is flashing on that pre-grid. The field of drivers heading out onto the circuit. And as always, you can imagine the tyres are going to be quite the one to talk about in this one, because all 6 of your top 6 drivers in this one have all deployed a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side. A couple of other drivers in the background have also deployed them in the form of Matti Rittinen and Alvar Timotsvara as well, but all of them have gone for the left-hand side of the karts. Engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It is Noah Wolf and Melik Skrivan on the front row of the grid. Anatoly Kavalkin and Eli Goldstein go from row 2. There we'll see Samuele Leopardi and Levi Arin on row number 3. Albin Strussen and Norton Andresen go from row number 4. They'll make it an all-Swedish row 4. They'll see Joel Valtonen and Theo Blon on row number 5 with Conor Tom Rousseau and Tommy van der Strauss on row number 6. Kian Fardin and Matti Rittinen go from row number 7. There we'll see Alvar Timotsvara and Mano Quinteri on row number 8. The first half of the field will be Jaden Gushkin and Andrea Pirovano.
Row number 10, your top 20, looks like Gavin Loyer alongside Kevin Cancelli. From 11, it's Emmanuel Mai with Adi Hapalainen. And then from 12, it's Alphonse Maitanen with Antonio Colmidi. 13, Eduardo de Alessandro. And then Luca Bertuni sits alongside him. 14, Michael Avesino with Christian Gafuri. And then 15, it's Eric Anaki with Florian Esteve. 16, Camilo Caldron alongside Alessandro Ruggeri. And then 17, it's Dante Lera with Kai Perner. The final qualifying heat for groups D versus G to round out their day. Alexei Yavala will be going from that final grid spot.
Indeed, quite a lot of work to do there from the back of the grid, but a last chance now to get some points on the board. But a lot of these drivers, obviously today, deploying those tyres, meaning that tomorrow for the Superheat, it's going to be an interesting story to see who's going to have those fresher tyres in that race. But in the KZ2 specifically, yeah, a lot of drivers have deployed them earlier on today and in this latter stage of the day. Still everyone waiting to see how these races will unfold. Of course, you can keep up to date with all that live timing as well. You can head to the FIA Karting website. You can click on the event details. You can click on live timing. You can see the live timing. You can see the intermediate classification. You can see all the data that we see. Well, not all of the data that we see, but you can see most of it on that website. But certainly check that one out as we are going into the last two races of the day. The sun setting, local time here is now pushing 22 minutes past 5 in the evening. It's been a long old day for the drivers, the teams, mechanics, and the officials and marshals as well. But it is nearly at an end with KZ2 qualifying heat D versus G moments away as it's lights out, fights on in KZ2, and Wolf gets bogged down off the line again on this one. And it's Skrivan who takes the lead. Goldstein goes up into second place. Where do they go through? It's Kavalkin goes round, and drama. Oh, don't tell me they're all going to block the circuit. They're not. They all keep going. It's only 1 or 2 or 3 karts that have had a spill there. And one of them is Kavalkin. Unfortunately, from the front end, I think Tommy van der Strauss may have been caught up in that one. But I think it's Alvar Tamatsvada and Gavin Luye that have been caught out, as well as Anatoly Kavalkin at the start of that race. 3 big hitters out in their last race of the day.
Absolutely, and I'm assuming that there's big damage to the karts of Gavin Luye, because I can see the marshal pulling that kart off and away from the circuit. Will go no further within the last heat for him today. Over his shoulder looks Eli Goldstein, and immediately aggressively overtaken at turn number 1 by Noah Wolf, who I think was a bit frustrated being held up there in P3, switches it out and goes to P2. So Skrivan leads from Wolf, Goldstein there in P3, Andresen 4 and Strussen at P5. Further down in the order, we've got some big movers because of all that commotion that just kicked off. Christian Gafuri and Eduardo Alessandro being 2 of those big movers. 9 and 11 places gained for those 2 drivers. Out the front then, your top 5 nicely spread out now, pretty even gaps as we enter into turn number 14 and tick off yet another lap today racing for these drivers. There you can see Wolf just hungry for it as he goes into another lap, tries to duck his head underneath that slight wind out there, and I think it's just a bit of a momentum, a bit of an aggression thing for Wolf.
Look at that lunge there, and that was never going to work for Samuele Leopardi on Strussen, and Strussen falls down the order massively. Because of that, he is still in this race, but that lunge came from miles away, and the door slowly closed right at the end where it really mattered. And now there's drama there for one of the barrels, and that is at the rear end damage there for Joel Valtonen. Now that rear bumper has bent itself in and will be destroying that rear tyre, as once again Samuele Leopardi there absolutely going wheel to wheel, and so is this here. Wolf to the inside has taken the leader away from Marek Skrivan. Again, despite that very dramatic start of it not getting off the line, he's back into the lead and pulling himself away.
Well, it looks like to me Noah Wolf has got great pace out of that final corner, because he mirrors his move that he pulled off on Eli Goldstein just a couple of laps ago. Goldstein now the driver that is having to fend off so many names shortly behind. Look at this battle going on. Bumper to bumper, everybody backing into each other. Look at this. This is going to end in tears, boys out there. It includes Leopardi, Fardin, Strussen, Andresen, Blin, and on as well. Oh, around the outside at turn number 11. That's now Eli Goldstein being shuffled down the pack. Samuele Leopardi wasting no time to get past us. Goldstein now into turn number 1 is trying to fend off the drivers behind, trying to keep Kian Fardin at bay.
It doesn't look like he's got the confidence on the brakes there as he goes into the corners. You can see how he goes defensive and how everyone's just piling in behind because they can brake just that little bit later. And Fardin nearly loses out to Strussen there. Strussen under massive pressure from the drivers behind Andresen and Tia Blon. going wheel to wheel. And as you were saying it, yeah, this is getting a bit feisty in and around this top 10 area of this grid, because there you can see the other of the TB karts they're pushing through. That's Andrea Pirovano trying to get involved in that fight. But all the meanwhile, the drivers at the front breaking away. But everyone going defensive here. Once more round the outside, but no moves had for the drivers here as everyone now slots into position. Leviardin, Theo Blanc, Andrea Pirovano, line astern. Here we go though, Goldstein once again under braking. Fardin now dealing with Sturluson, but still again holding on to these places. There's Sturluson on the recovery drive. Round the outside goes Andreasen. Andreasen of Sweden gets that move done and moves up ahead of Sturluson and up into P6.
Goldstein there just doesn't quite look quick enough, and I think he knows it. I think that's why he's driving the way he is. Try and back up Fardin, Andreasen, Sturluson, Quinteri, Blin, On, and Proviano all into each other and let them trip over so that he can try and push away, because pace-wise, he just doesn't quite look like he's got it in him to get himself away from all of these drivers behind, which are continuing to battle out and continuing actually to invite others into it, or almost round the outside. Fardin attempts it, doesn't allow it to happen, does. Goldstein holds on to it through turns 2 and 3, where those outside moments are not going to work. The circuit really does close up on these drivers, as now that's a nice little move and a patient move there by Quinteri. Gets past Fardin, but look at this. Just a squabble going on.
You can tell it's the last race of the day for these groups, their last chance to get points on the board, and now Fardin gets squeezed out wide there from Quinteri. He's on now a 10th place gain in this race on that Maranello kart. He's pushed his way up nicely through this field. Once again, the big lunges on the outside here. So many drivers with so many different braking zones into all of these corners here is providing ample entertainment for the viewers here at the circuit. Noah Wolf at the front now is setting fastest laps of the race. He's opened up that gap to half a second here, but the fight is on for this spot here. Goldstein, this is 4th place all the way to 19th place on the track, fighting for position. And right now it's still being led for Goldstein, who at this moment, I'm picturing all sorts of memes of people running away from explosions behind them, because that is exactly what Goldstein is facing right now.
I thought this was going to happen. Noah Wolf, I think, for that move on Ellie Goldstein is now under investigation for overtaking under a yellow flag. When we had those early laps, when the clean-up operation was in progress to clean up the karts of, you know, Gabin Loyer out there, that was where that overtake at turn number 1 existed. Overtakes now continuing to go on. Scriven, Leopardi, Goldstein under threat once more, this time by Quinteri. This is as busy as you like, but a big story. Noah Wolf, like you just said, under investigation.
The good thing about this, and now it's problems for Goldstein and for Fardin. Both of them are going very slowly and are tumbling out of the order, and Kian Fardin's going to give this one up. Disaster for him and for Goldstein. We was going to say it was going to end in tears for someone, and unfortunately it's been for both of those two drivers, so that's a big shame for them here. But yes, well, the crucial thing is for Noah Wolf, if that is the case, and that has happened and he comes away with a penalty, those entire groups behind battling has given him the chance of not probably only finishing and dropping down to 2nd place, because he's more than 5 seconds clear from Samuel Leopardi, who's 6.2 seconds further down the road. Double that to Quinteri, 12.2 seconds further down the road.
Absolutely that. I think if he knows that that is the case out there on the track, that he is being looked at, he's going to be hoping that the drivers behind continue to fight, continue to hold each other up. There was Noah on your screens heading through that corner where he has been accused of maybe overtaking under a yellow, as now once more one of the TBs continuing to get aggressive in the background. Absolutely nobody in the top 10 letting off, and actually everybody from P3 to P12 is on a charge throughout this race. Everybody making up positions through at turn number 5. More overtakes continuing to exist. That's a change there between Matti Rittinen and Cancelli there. That concludes who is currently in P8. Rittinen gets himself up there, adds to his 5 overtakes to now make it 6. Down the hill these drivers go once more. Noah Wolf, this time when he exits out of turns 14 and 15, will see that final lap board. The driver that's not going to see that one, though, is the Birrell, who is absolutely grinding to a halt at turn number 14. That's, I believe, the 196 of Christian Gaffuri, who will now look to pull off circuit out of this one. Wolf, though, Eisen is on that VAR by Birrell branding machinery, who's taken what looks like could be a race win on the road. Mention again that he is under investigation, but will tick off every single corner to try and meet those checkered flags. There he is then. Checkers are out. Race is concluded. Noah Wolf clear from Marek Scriven by 2.9 seconds.
Indeed. What a race that was. That saw, well, a lot of retirements in that one, Nicole, and we were saying it time in and time out how these last races of the day, the last races before the super heats and the finals, to get these drivers through, ends in big drama, and there, like you mentioned, even more. Oh, dear, there, yeah, try and get that one off the circuit there in a safe spot there. It looks like that one's quite heavy to get the one off the circuit, and that, I think, is Dante Lera off the track, the driver from Canada. Yes, the latest retirement, bringing us down to just 21 finishers in that race. There is the results on your screen. Wolf and Scrivan, Leopardi and Quinteri, the top four.
Top 5 then is concluded by Theo Blin. And then we have Albert Strussen, Norton Andreasen, Martti Rittonen, Ronton Russo and Kevin Cancelli as your top 10. Emmanuel Mai, Andre Provano, Olivier Arn and Alphonse Maiton are then your following drivers, and the top 15 is finished off by Jaden Gashikan. We then have Eric Inaki, Ati Hapalainen, Kai Perner, Florian Esteve, Antonio Comidi and Camilo Caldron as the remaining finishers in this race. We lost an absolute number of drivers within this qualifying heat.
We certainly did, including Dante Lera, Christian Gaffuri, Eli Goldstein, Kian Fardin, Tommy van der Strauss, Eduardo D'Alessandro, Anatoly Kavalkin, Luca Bertoni, Juha Valtonen, Alvar Timotsvara, Gavin Luye and Alexei Alvara all out of the race. And of course the two non-starters are Michael Avancino and Alessandro Ruggeri not getting away. This was that start then, and straight away Scrivan with that lead off the line. Wolf having that moment falling back. Then there was the yellow flag at turn number 1. Drama there with the clean-up, and there we lost so many drivers right at the start of that one. Yelova, Luye, Simotsvara, Valton and Kavalkin out in that one as well. So many drivers got caught out, which promoted a lot of drivers up the field, which kept the group nice and close as well in those early stages. But great work from the marshals. There was over the start-finish line there. That was a very dramatic moment. That was at the start. Right, now this is the important one. Well, Goldstein waves him through. Wolf goes through with a yellow flag there. Now the yellow flags are at post 2. Was there a yellow flag waving on the start-finish line? That's the question on that one. But the officials will look at that, of course. But under investigation is Noah Wolf for overtaking under those yellow flags. There, unfortunately, for Valton, and that was a lot of rear-end damage for him. This one here for Samuel Leopardi certainly wasn't afraid to get his nose right down the inside. Big overtakes here and there. There was that change for the lead. Noah Wolf on Scrivan, he got that done and dusted, managed to break away from him by 2.9 seconds at the end of that race. That investigation flag that came out, I think, certainly put his gear into 11 out on track and sent him away from the rest of the field.
Absolutely. We did originally have the likes of Kian Fardin getting all involved in the mix in the start to mid part of the race. Drivers consistently going off the road. This is where it just fell apart for Fardin, as it did as well for Eli Goldstein. Grinded to a halt, did Kian off of the track and did not manage to continue in the race. Added his name to the number of drivers who did not complete that qualifying heat, and there you could see he was visibly upset and frustrated with that result. It didn't stop the likes, though, of Martti Rittonen, who continued to pick off places, and it didn't stop Noah Wolf out there in the lead. That's it, though, for that heat. We'll take a short break, but we'll be back in a moment's time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching live coverage of the 2025 MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships. It's been a long old day, but it is time now for the last race of the day. Qualifying heat E versus F. And there on your screen, Atatürk for the Door Motorsport team, all alone on the front row of the grid. This would have been the race that Matis Morgado would have been starting it on that pole position spot. However, he is not there, and reports he has pulled out, unfortunately, of the weekend, which is a big, big shame for the Brazilian. But the racing's not over, because everyone else here has a chance to push themselves up the order, including this man here, Yanis Avico of Spain. He is there on the second row of the grid in third place. He's got Robert Kindervart of a company alongside as well on that Formula K. And he's also wanting to get involved in this one. But the question is those tyres. You saw it there on Atatürk's car. Brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Lewis Speck on the third row of the grid and Simon Reckenmacher have both gone for fresh tyres. However, Speck's gone for the right. Reckenmacher has gone for the left. That's going to be an interesting one to look at. Robert Kindervart there on your screen. He's already deployed them, and he's now in a state of just trying to get to the end, or maybe he hasn't deployed them, because as I said that, he shook his head. I thought he had later on, earlier on. No, he knows it. So he hasn't deployed them. No, you haven't, Robert. Okay, fine. No, okay, you haven't deployed them yet. You're saving them for tomorrow. Good lad. Right. I've never had a chat with a driver
through the PA.
Through the PA before. No, that's quite funny. Right. Okay, so we look forward to that one then tomorrow. But for this one here, the rest of the field lining themselves up ready to go. Vikowski, he's deployed them now on this run on the fourth row of the grid, the same as Rossini. Florescu as well has deployed hers now. Clarem on the ninth row of the grid. Di Brigida as well. Right then, engines have fired up. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup for this one. Atatürk is not starting on pole position, but he has got the front row, as there is no kart there in P1. He'll be all alone there with a brand new set of tyres. Yanis Avico and Robert Kindervart on row number 2, and I can confirm Robert Kindervart has not deployed his tyres at all so far today. He's saving them for tomorrow. Row 3, Lewis Speck and Simon Reckenmacher, they have both got new tyres on, but one on the right, one on the left. William Lanzeni and Georgi Vakowski going from row number 4. Kasper Schulmans and Len Neisch go from row number 5. There we'll see Roberto Zoani and Nicola Rossini on row number 6. Zoe Florescu and Jensen Graham go from row 7. Bolowetz and Rasmus Anderson on row number 8, with Robin Clarem, I should say, and Mark Brovko on that first half of the field.
Row number 10 is rounded out by Alessandro Zolocco of Italy and Paavo Tonteri of Finland. And then behind on 11, it's Maurice Klein with Ricardo Ricordanza. On 12, we have got some new tyres bolted to Andre Di Brigida. And then shortly next to him is Emil Akmans. 13 is Matteo Muccicelli alongside Luigi Di Lorenzo. And then 14 looks like Julian Bubb with Jeremy Putain. 15, Tobias Silen with Bailey Sagadak. And then on 16 is Mark Gertzenkorn with Artem Troitsky. 17 will be Roisho Nakazato alongside Yanni Andrusani. And rounding out your grid on new tyres on the right-hand side of his kart, it's Louis Castellini of Monaco.
Indeed. Right, so the last race of the day then, sun beginning to set here in the northern parts of Italy. The air temperature still 19 degrees, still a lovely evening's day here in Franciacorta. But it all falls down to this one here. At the end of this race, we will have a confirmed list of drivers of the top 72 that will go into tomorrow's Superheat, and we will be saying goodbye to many, many drivers this weekend who will not make it into those races. But the views are spectacular here at the circuit. Everyone still surrounding the venue here, ready to watch this one final race of the day, which we'll see Atatürk all alone on the front row of that grid. William Lanzeni lining himself up ready there on the grid. You can see how packed still the stairs and the balcony is here outside the cafe area, and everyone looking to line up on the edge of the circuit as well. a fabulous end to the day here, which only sees one driver on that front row as the lights procedure starts. Pasquale Lupoli sends them for one last time today, and it's a lightning start there for Yanis Ivico, but keep an eye on Simon Reckenmacher around the outside. Has got the run on all of them here as they push their way through. It's Reckenmacher up into second place, but it's Yanis Ivico who leads the way. 2 karts going wide off the side of the circuit there, out of turn number 3 and 4, but they've got it all dialed in now until they get to turn 5. Drama and now debris on the circuit as out of the race and going no further is Mark Brovko.
What a start then by Spain's Yanis Ivico, absolutely helped by the fact that Mateus Magato was missing from that spot in front of him, bolted in a straight line, and now leads this lap as your race leader will exit out of 14 and 15. Whoa, drama in the background at turn number 14. I think that could be the likes of Bo Louette running off the road, as we've now got a change quite quickly in the background. So then going into turn number 5, new race leader. This is going to be an absolutely spectacular and busy race. It's Arthur Leuk and Simon Reckenmacher. There are the 2 at the front. Reckenmacher, not sure how he managed to get past, but he has done absolutely just that. 5 places gained already within this race to be leading things. Leuk trying to push him forward, trying to push away from Ivico, who's dropped down to P3 now and is being piled on with pressure by Louis Speck as against once more into turn number 14. All of these drivers just going side by side with each other. As out there in the front, Leuk signals to Reckenmacher, go, push forward, let's leave for everybody else.
Indeed, look at this, Your Motorsport 1-2 on those Kart Republic machines as, Leuk saying go, 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 but he's missed a gear. He's missed a gear out of turn 5 and has gifted that overtake to Louis Speck. Ivico got caught up right behind him, had to hit the brakes, and Speck now, I believe, is up into second place.
Absolutely, drivers further back in the field making some really good progress within this one. Anderson and Graham being 2 of those names. Reckenmacher then has been gifted an 8/10 lead because of that moment with Leuk missing those gears, and we'll see a replay of some of the moments through turn number 5. This was it then, and Ivico so close, so lucky actually to get away with that one, because Leuk did just sort of drift onto the line that he was trying to take. Picks things up back once more though, does Leuk. He's not been put off too much by that and is still right on the tail of Louis Speck there.
Yeah, at this moment in time indeed, as Len Naish under investigation for potentially causing a collision out there. We'll need to be very careful at this stage of it, but eyes on this. Speck now battling away with Leuk. That one tiny little mistake at the front of the grid shows how quickly you can lose a spot, and already Reckenmacher is breaking away. Now Brigida under investigation, also for potentially causing a collision. Leuk's not giving this one up too easily here, though. Nicole, Speck is on the attack, but Leuk looking just that little bit faster at this stage as the train has gone through, and there is confirmation of that. Fastest lap of the race, 45.966.
Exactly that. Ivico there in P4, looking like he's just struggling slightly to find his way to the back bumper of Leuk, and shortly behind Ivico you've got Kindervetter, Schurmans, Zoani and Anderson as well. Drivers inside that top 15, really making up some good progress, as out in the front, unbothered by everything that's sort of kicking off behind him. Just under second now, Reckenmacher leads by.
Well, here we go then, this fight still on here as they head down in towards turn number 5. We've already seen many overtakes at this turn, but nothing this time around as Simon Reckenmacher in the lead of this one now takes that fastest lap of the race away. 45.932, pushing forward, going very slowly indeed, is unfortunately the man who started this one, P7, William Lanzeni, on the EKS machine. He is tumbling down the order, and unfortunately the power competition ASD driver goes no further in this race. Down the inside, beautifully done there from Arthur Leeuc of France, steps up into P2 and retakes that position away.
Absolutely, gets it completely right on the brakes and on the changing of those gears. Like you said, Anthony, into P2 now, where we saw him moments ago. Drama out there, though. That is retirement now.
Oh, he's not coming
Ooh,
to
okay.
the
He's not coming to the pit
limit.
lane. Coughs back into life, actually, down the straight.
He's re-plugged the spark plug in there right now. Well, the spark plug's in, but he's re-put the cap on top of it. Yeah, and it's got going again now. There is a technical term for it. I just can't think of it right now. Yeah, no. So he's got that going again. But albeit now right at the back of the field, so that's a bit of a shame there. Sun now into the driver's eyes, in towards turn number 13. It's a long braking zone on that one as they head over the start-finish line now, still being led by Reckenmarker. Lehook there in second from Speck. Savico from Kindervarta, Shawmans from Zuani, Anderson from Graham, Rossini rounding out the top 10, but he's got Claren just coming behind, who's also got Tom Terry. Both of them are on a 6th and an 8th place gain right now. Matt Kelly is there in at P15 on a 10th place gain, but then you look to the likes of drivers behind, it's all going very well indeed. There though, the 175 machine, we've said this number time in and time out over the course of this weekend. Georgi Vakovsky down 14 spots in this one. The driver who has been pushing as hard as he possibly can, but has had a lot of dramatic moments over the course of today.
You know, pushing as hard as he can, but has it been the case where he's been over-pushing, over-driving, and that's what's forced those issues for Vakovsky time and time again this weekend? Quite a different race within this one compared to what we saw from our last group of KZ2s, where we lost 15 drivers in total. So far in this one, it's only 3 drivers that look like they won't be finishing. Of course, Mateus Magato being one of those who actually didn't even get to start. Eyes back on, though, the drivers that will continue to circulate. Reckenmarker's gap now is still being eaten into slightly by Arthur Lehook. It's 0.6 of a second that splits up those two drivers, and Arthur's actually lapping consistently faster than Reckenmarker now as we head through this third part of the race. Savico still trying to salvage something after momentarily leading this race at the start. He just hasn't had the legs to catch up to Speck, and he's thinking, you can tell, about Kindervarta shortly behind there in P5. Leeuc, like we just said, is going faster and faster. It was 0.6. It's now under 4 for that race lead.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on that one as Vakovsky making the moves there in the background now. Up into 21st place on his recovery drive back after the dramas in this one. But eyes on the rest of the field here as they head down that back straight in towards turn 13 again. But as you were mentioning it there, Leeuc trying to push forward. The cap's opened up again now, back to 0.4 of a second. This is that lead fight over the start-finish line. And everyone at this moment still just looking to see how they can score these last 3 points. They saw a very busy race in that previous race. Nicole, I think everyone just thought, maybe we won't go that hard. Yeah, maybe we'll give that one a miss, but we'll certainly give it a good go, though, in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, put on a show, but maybe not that much drama was needed from our previous race. Now then, final moments of this one, and this is a nice little fight for our mid-pack section as yellow flags now go out as we go down the hill. The battle for P4 still rages on. That includes, of course, Savico, Kindervarta and Shawmans, as now we've lost, is that one of the Dawn Motorsport drivers?
Yeah, Julian Bubb, I think, I believe that is out of this race. And unfortunately goes no further. Last lap board is out here. Oh, surely Leeuc's going to go for something here, surely.
Well, I think high risk, high reward potentially for Leeuc, but in that intermediate classification, going into tomorrow, he sits P5. He doesn't need to risk anything too big. He's actually in that intermediate classification higher than Simon Reckenmarker, so I think he's going to sit there now, sit settled, and just allow Reckenmarker to bring this one home. Into turn number 14, they go for the final time today, and it looks like the checkered flag is going out to the driver who has won this one with a 5-place gain. Simon Reckenmarker takes it from Arthur Lehook and Louis Speck.
It's a beautiful drive there for the Dawn Motorsport team. 2 of their pilots in that top 3, with Louis Speck rounding out that top 3 indeed. But in terms of the intermediate classifications, as Simon Reckenmarker makes his way back to park firmly after a fabulous win from P6 on the grid. And confirmation there is average speed, over 100 kilometers an hour average speed around that race, a brilliant speed. Max Orlov, though, of course, secures that pole position. He'll be starting alongside Timo Jungling for their superheat tomorrow. Max Schleimer will start alongside Maddox Skrivan for superheat 2. Arteliuk, with that result, will be joining Orlov and Jungling in third place for their superheat tomorrow with that result. There is a look at your order at the end of that race. Savico finishing in P4 from Robert Kindervatter. Then it is Casper Schurmans from Roberto Zuani, Rasmus Andersson from Jensen Graham, Robin Claren from Nicola Rossini, Paolo Tonteri from Zoe Florescu, Alessandro Zalocco from Matteo Mazzucchelli with a 10th-place gain to round out the top 15.
Top 20 then is finished off by the likes of Bola Wet, Emil Akmans, Len Nish, Tobias Silent and Georgi Fukovsky. Louis Castellini, Maurice Klein, Ricardo Rigodanza, Andre de Brigda, Mark Gertzenkorn take you to your top 25. And the following drivers were your remaining finishers. They include Jeremy Putain, Bailey Sagadak, Luigi Di Lorenzo, Horatio Nakazato, Yanni Andrusani, as well as William Lanzeni. Lost a few drivers within that one, includes Julian Bubb, Artem Troitsky and Mark Brovko. This is how it played out though, so at that start, helped by the missing driver of Mateusz Magato in front of him, Yanis Savico bolted in that straight line and took the original race lead. Clean as you like through turns 2 and 3 and was followed closely behind by Arthur Leuk, and it was really in the first lap or so that Simon Reckermaker made a good job of it and made up those 5 positions.
Indeed, a very strong start for many. A bit of a drama in the background for some others. Unfortunately, all of them managing to get restarted, all bar one. Mark Brovko, unfortunately, tumbling down the order and unfortunately retiring from that race. There you saw the recovery there for Luigi Di Lorenzo. A big boot to the old power. Got it going again, but in the meantime brought in a lot of debris onto the circuit, and there the one and only victory lane driver this weekend in the World Championships for Mark Brovko out of that final race of the day. More happenings there in the first opening stages at the hairpin. Some of the drivers going backwards. Artemi Troitsky was a later retirement of that race, and then of course Julian Bubb right near the end of the race was the last of those retirements. This was that fabulous lunge again from Arthur Leuk, who would later close right in on the race leader. Here's mechanic on the job here for William Lanzeni, fixing his own kart there at the very end of that race and pushing him right down the back of the field, but thankfully still in that race. Later on again, there was the retirement for Julian Bubb, unfortunately not seeing it to the end, but across the line, fabulous run there for Simon Reckenmacher and Arthur Leuk, the two Door Motorsport drivers ending the day with a P1 and a P2. But that brings a full conclusion of all of the racing today, but don't worry. Tomorrow is a very busy day indeed. We have those superheats for all of the classes, and of course we have those 3 mesmerizing finals that is going to crown this year's world champion in the KZ, the World Cup winner in the KZ2, and the International Super Cup winner in the KZ2 Masters, and that'll be starting a lot later on in the tomorrow. Of course, we'll be seeing that at around 9:45 local time for the KZ2 Masters Superheat. Then it will be KZ2 for their second and third heat on this one for groups A and B. Then the KZs for A and B, and then those finals that'll be starting at around 1:45 local time here in Italy. So make sure you set your alarms. You will not want to miss it. For myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all of the track staff out on circuit, the officials out on circuit for their hard work, to the viewers at home, to the team's mechanics, and of course the viewers and people behind the cameras as well who've brought you this fantastic show. Big thank you to everyone. We will see you bright and early tomorrow for the MonroeKart.com FIA Karting World Championships here in Franciacorta.